Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is 5 Petals in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21. XXI Tsunade wakes up face first in her paperwork, a crisp knock stabbing at her ears. She shoves herself into sitting up, yawning, "Come in," as the individuals on the other side of the door go ahead and do that anyway. She shoots a glare at where Taunton is snoring on a pile of mission reports. Lucky little shit gets to sleep in. Kotetsu and Izumo elbow their way inside, Kotetsu loaded down with a stack of books and documents far taller than he is, while Izumo Tsunade has to do a double take, because there's no goddamn way Izumo is carrying Suzuki like a potato sack over one shoulder. She rubs her eyes, blinks rapidly to force her eyes to adjust to the harsh light of her office, but Suzuki is still there. "Any particular reason you brought my apprentice along with all the documents I asked for?" Tsunade wonders, feeling her muscles complain at the sudden movement as she stands from her seat. Izumo sets Suzuki down against the side of her desk. "We found him asleep on the ground, a little ways out from the gate. Figured you'd want to lecture him for that when he woke up." Tsunade lets her eyes slide shut as she sighs, "I swear this kid is gonna make me go gray." "Thanks for the help, you're dismissed." Kotetsu and Izumo take their leave with polite bows, and Tsunade waits until they've left to strafe around her desk in time with the alarm bells sounding in her head. Suzuki wouldn't just fall asleep on his feet, no wonder those two were still chinin'. Tsunade kneels down in front of him and checks his pulse, checks his breathing. Both come back as normal for someone in a naturally attained deep sleep, so she opens one of his eyes to find his pupil dilated as wide as it can physically go. She presses her hand to Suzuki's forehead, using leading lines of chakra to look for any genjutsu, and smacks straight into a fog of it. It's structured similarly to the Temple of Nirvana Jutsu, but though it's a decent imitation, it's inexpertly woven, likely a first-time attempt. Tsunade looks for the loose threads such an attempt always leaves on the edges and pulls. With great care Tsunade unspools the genjutsu, and once she's finished Suzuki finally stirs, blinking slow and heavy. Tsunade takes him firmly by the shoulders and says in a low, urgent tone, "Suzuki, can you hear me? Do you know where you are?" Suzuki takes a minute, eyes roaming around the office before finally landing on her. Realization starts to dawn on his features and his dark eyes light up with tears, pooling and spilling over the edge. He opens his mouth and his voice comes out in a creaking whisper, "Sakura left." Tsunade tenses up, but forces herself to stay calm as she asks, "Where did she go, Suzuki?" Suzuki swallows hard and replies, "To Orochimaru." Though she tells Suzuki he doesn't need to tell her everything right now, he babbles through all of it, even the parts of it Tsunade already knew. After a certain point she can tell he's just talking to keep himself from sobbing, and she knows he's still got his pride to think of, so she lets him keep trying until he ultimately fails and falls into incoherence. She squeezes his shoulders and tells him to breathe, in through the nose, hold it, out through the mouth, slowly. The kid desperately needs a hug, but she won't force one on him. Taunton hops off her pile of mission reports to snuffle around Suzuki in concern. It takes a while, but he finally settles down. Tsunade stands up and paces the room. If Sakura left at 10 last night, then she has a 7-hour lead. The land of sound is a 3-day journey at an easy pace, a day and a half if you really push it and don't make any stops. And this is assuming she's alone. Staying behind to say goodbye doesn't really speak to someone in a hurry, but we can't take any chances. Tsunade closes her eyes and darts through some hand signs, weaving a genjutsu and cloaking the office in it. If anyone's listening in, all they'll hear is muffled, inconsequential small talk. She turns to Suzuki, "Sherry non do a sweep of the roof around the windows, check for anyone cloaked looking in." Suzuki frowns, but does as she asks, and after walking the perimeter of the room and checking every which way, he reports, "No, there's no one." She pinches the bridge of her nose and lets out a harsh sigh, "All right then. We're gonna play this shady." Suzuki furrows his eyebrows, "Wait, what do you mean?" Tsunade multitasks, pulling out the form for a B-rank mission and filling out parts of it while she answers, "Orochimaru's involvement and the fact that getting Sakura back could involve crossing national borders makes this automatically an A rank, but I can't just give an A rank like this to the first ninja I see. Technically this mission would require a jonin leading and at least 4 chunin. If we wanted to be especially thorough, we'd need more than 1 jonin." Tsunade wrinkles her nose, but with the kind of gravity and urgency this requires, combined with the fact that we currently have only the bare minimum of jonin required to protect the village in the village, I'd have to convene an emergency meeting with the council and the jonin commander and put reallocating the resources to a vote. And if I brought this to the council, they'd all sneer down their noses at me because they don't think Sakura's worth the trouble. At best they'd recommend some Umbu assassins to take her out before she can get halfway to Orochimaru. Best case scenario, I could badger Shikaku into reassigning some jonin and chunin that are already on their way back from some other A rank. Suzuki sputters, that would take hours. Tsunade snorts, try days, kiddo. Sakura would be dead by the time I actually sent a qualified team after her. So like I said, we're playing this shady. Tsunade turns around and hands him the paperwork, as well as a pen and pencil. Sign your name in ink and write down in pencil the names of any qualified genin whose handwriting you think you can fake, and if you can fake Shikamaru's, slot it into the chunin bracket. Once you have that filled in, I want you out of here and over to the Nara compound, as fast as possible. You and Shikamaru have half an hour to gather a team of qualified genin and head Sakura off. Shikamaru's in command. Listen to him. Tsunade busies herself jotting down a note explaining all of this, then hands it to Suzuki. Give this to him when you get there, it'll be faster than explaining it yourself and more secure. Officially, this mission is basic border patrol. The story is going to be that you ran into Sakura along the way. If she's alone, we'll blame Genjutsu mind control, and if she's with sound shinobi, we'll say she was kidnapped. I'll send Kakashi along 3 hours after you leave, citing an urgent call for backup from your squad. And if anyone catches on to this before I can process all the paperwork, we claim you all ran off on your own after finding out Sakura left, and I grant you leniency in your punishments because of the extenuating circumstances. The second Suzuki finishes his forgery work, Tsunade pokes him in the center of the forehead. Now go get your headband and get out of here. Take Taunton with you in case of an emergency. Got it. Suzuki blurts out a quick yes ma'am and vaults out one of her windows, Taunton oinking along behind him. Tsunade watches him go, and when he disappears she lets out a long sigh. She doesn't feel very much like her grandfather or her teacher. Playing it shady, that was her great-uncle's legacy. But on the other hand, he's also the only Hokage who actually got anything done. The only thing Shikamaru can say when he sees Suzuki and Taunton standing in his Jinkin at 5 in the morning is, "When I said I wanted bacon, this isn't what I meant." The fact that Suzuki doesn't even roll his eyes at the bad, sleepily delivered joke is proof enough that he's not here on a social call, and the note from the 5th Hokage Suzuki shoves in his face just confirms it. As Shikamaru deciphers Tsunade's classically terrible medic handwriting, he feels his stomach sink deeper and deeper into his sandals. Any remaining illusions he had of Sakura being the level-headed, strategic member of Team 7 go sinking down with it. He tosses the note back to Suzuki. "I'll get my gear, we'll split up to cover more ground. I'll grab Koji, Naruto, Ino, and Kiba. You get the Hyugas, Tenten, and Lee. We'll meet at the gate at 5:30 sharp. If you don't make it, we leave without you. Fair." Suzuki's frown deepens. "We're really taking a squad of 10 people. We're taking a squad of 9 exceptionally talented genin who've been training together since they were 6, Shikamaru corrects him as he turns on his heel. "Put a chunin who's only been chunin for a week at the lead, and I'd say that's about equivalent to 2.5 below average jonin." In truth, Shikamaru just knows these people far better than he'd like. Ino, Lee and Naruto will never speak to him again if they're kept in the dark about this. Team Guy have been working together for a year compared to the 2 going on 3 months they've known the rest of the Leaf 12, and will function better with 2 of them at least in this squad. Hinata may not be as skilled in combat as Niji, but 2 Byakugan can't hurt where someone with Sakura's genjutsu talent is concerned. She knows a bust since he's off on clan business and won't be back until mid-afternoon, and there's no point even trying to force Suzuki to stay behind. Nobody forces Suzuki into anything. And if he's being quite honest, he's not sure he could even think about pulling a mission this important and this sudden off without people he knows better than he knows himself by his side. Still, Shikamaru grumbles as he shrugs into his flak jacket. "This is gonna be a drag and a fucking half. Koji, Ino, and Kiba are easy. The Akamaiki and Yamanaka compounds are right next door, and the Inyazuka compound is only a few more blocks down the street." He sneaks into Koji and Ino's houses through the same holes under the fences he'd been using for years, and it only takes 1 pebble to each of their windows to get them to come sneaking out in full gear. Kiba's even easier. because Shikamaru literally runs right into him as he's starting his and Akamaru's morning walk. Ino seems to go through all 5 stages of grief as Shikamaru details the mission, from wide-eyed anger to clenched jaw acceptance in the course of 5 minutes. Koji tries to talk to her but she makes a noise. Shikamaru confused for Akamaru and he thinks better of it. She does take some of the chips he offers her and chews them so violently Shikamaru starts to worry about shrapnel. Kiba power walks a bit to keep from being stuck next to Ino and mutters in Shikamaru's ear, "Level with me dude, did you ever expect something like this from Sakura?" Shikamaru's sigh is long and hard. "If by like this you mean something stupid and reckless, then yeah. If you mean actively commit a crime against the village, then not in a million years." Kiba blinks a few times, looks over his shoulder to check if Ino's listening, then leans in even closer and whispers, "So you buy her as a traitor?" Shikamaru shoves his hands in his pockets and simply replies, "All I'm gonna say is that something about this doesn't smell right, but I can't figure out what stinks in specific." Kiba grins but it doesn't reach his eyes, "Then I better keep my nose to the ground." Naruto takes the news with all the grace and quiet solemnity of a train crash. How the hell he can manage that level of volume this early in the morning Shikamaru doesn't know and doesn't care. He just tells Naruto to get his shit together and get ready to hustle. The kid can definitely do that, and does it in a rush of coiled spring tension. If Shikamaru is concerned about anyone compromising this mission, it's Naruto. He's a bad listener at the best of times and too close to this, and unlike Sasuke he doesn't really have any specific skill that makes him invaluable to the mission, where Sasuke can see straight through any genjutsu Sakura tries to use to cover her tracks. Naruto's impulsive nature, simple mind, and the fact that Sakura knows him so well is a guarantee that she'll be able to play him like a shamisen. But if Naruto and Sasuke have one thing in common, it's that neither of them can be forced to do anything. At least this way Shikamaru can plan around his impulses. It's 20 after 5 by the time Naruto's ready to go, so the 5 of them sprint for the gate. Shikamaru spies Sasuke and his group dashing up the opposite way, Sasuke leading the pack but white in the face from the pain in his knee. Lee flags at the back. He's far enough out from his surgery that he's in fighting shape, but the injury set him back 2 months in terms of training. Shikamaru hopes to the sage he's just being an idiot and still wearing his weights, because if that's his real speed this is gonna be 10 times more of a drag than he was originally counting on. Shikamaru's eyes scan over everyone and all that comes to mind is an inventory of their many injuries. When everyone comes to a stop Shikamaru puts his hands on his hips and says in his best impression of his mom, "All right, before we go I just got one question. Is everyone who's here absolutely sure they should be?" Everyone jolts a bit before exchanging confused glances and shooting him affronted looks. Shikamaru keeps his tone level and his face blank. "We're keeping the worst in mind here. You all could be in for 36 non-stop hours of travel on foot at your fastest possible pace. If Sakura's not alone we could be going up against resistance that outclasses you by a factor of 3 at the least. And the quarry we're chasing is prepared to betray this village to its greatest enemy, so we have to assume she'd be willing to kill every single one of us. That's the job. If you don't think your body, mind, or heart are up to it, then turn around and go home." Doubt settles over them all like a shroud. Shikamaru waits. Hinata puts her hand over her heart, closes her eyes, and takes a few deep breaths. When she opens her eyes again they're hard as steel. Taunton makes a few concerned oinking noises up at Sasuke, but he doesn't move or flinch. Ino is trembling so much that stillness is impossible. Her face is pale, her eyes wide, her mouth pressed into a frightened line. She starts to back up, but the second she does Lee is at her side. Shikamaru blinks rapidly. He thought Koji would be the one to try and talk her down. "Ino," Lee murmurs, nearly inaudible, "I know you are afraid. But I also know you will never forgive yourself if you give in to your fear." Ino curls closer to him and hisses through her teeth, "I know, damn it I know that, but what good am I gonna be on this kind of mission?" Lee puts his hands on her shoulders and leans in so close their foreheads are nearly touching. "You are intelligent and resourceful, Ino. You will find a way to help the team and save Sakura. That is a promise." Ino shuts her eyes tight and forces a breath out through her nose, then gently cuffs Lee on the side of the head. "I'm holding you to that." Caterpillar brows. Lee beams wide before stepping back, and Ino stands up straight. She shoots Shikamaru a challenging glare and he just puts his hands up in a gesture of concession. "There's no doing this without her." He'd known that from the beginning, she just needed time to come around to it herself. Shikamaru's eyes glide over the group one last time. They all meet his gaze, unbowed and unblinking. Shikamaru nods, mouth quirking into a loose smirk. That's what I like to see. Alright, this is how we're doing it. Kiba, Akamaru, Taunton, you three are at the front following scent trails and checking for traps. Niji, you're at the back scanning ahead and behind with your Byakugan. Between them we're moving in 2 columns, one on the left and one on the right with a yard between. Shikamaru gestures to his friends as he says their names. Left column in order from front to back is Sasuke, me, Tenten and Ino. Right column is Hinata, Naruto, Lee, and Koji. Sasuke and Hinata, your job is to scan for genjutsu every minute. Middle ranks are responding to threats from all directions and back ranks are holding the line. We don't have time for objections, so just remember that I'm the Chunin here and suck it up. One last thing. Alright, time for the impassioned speech to get the troops motivated. He can barely motivate himself most of the time. What a fucking drag. Shikamaru takes a deep breath, holds it, then sighs. I'm not gonna lie and say me and Sakura were close, and I know about half of you could probably say the same. But that doesn't really matter. Sakura Haruno is one of us. She's a citizen of the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. She's a human being who's in the process of making the biggest mistake of her life, and we're the only line of defense she's got against herself. That's enough for me to put my life on the line for her. That's enough for me to put my life on the line for all of you. I don't take that responsibility lightly. I trust all of you to do the same. There's a beat of silence, then Ino grins wide and puts her hands on her hips. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, lazy bones. Shikamaru shakes his head as they get into formation. I just can't get any respect around here, can I? Kiba had been skeptical of Taunton's tracking abilities. He's far more familiar with how dog noses work than pig snouts, but she's more than pulling her weight. If it weren't for her less than ideal feat for leaping through trees, Kiba's sure she'd be slightly ahead of him and Akamaru right now. Sakura's scent is still strong, but he picks up 4 other scents flanking it within minutes of leaving the village. The trail takes them quickly off the main road and into the forest. Makes sense for a leaf ninja, with their training. Taking main roads is slower than jumping through trees and 10 times more dangerous. And it's at least twice as hard to track you by scent when you're competing with the territorial markings of animals and the myriad plants at different stages of their growth cycles letting off all sorts of pollen. Kiba bites the side of his tongue. Sakura's too smart to not have that in mind. Shit's gonna get a lot more complicated in not a lot of time. It comes even quicker than Kiba thought. The scent trail veers off into a clearing, and once there Akamaru and Taunton all have to stop and sniff around the clearing's border for a second before Kiba lets out a groan. Shikamaru, we've got a problem, Kiba calls as the rest of the team lands in their staggered columns. Niji, Sasuke and Hinata take up positions around the clearing perimeter with reflexive ease, Niji and Hinata perfectly positioned to cancel out each other's blind spots. Shikamaru ambles up to his side, eyes flicking between him and the ground as he tries to search for footprints. Let me guess, the scent trail's split. Yeah, Kiba sighs through gritted teeth. The trail was going north, but now it's split 4 ways. Kiba points out each path as it's mentioned: west, east, northwest, northeast. Akamaru comes bounding up and Kiba crouches down to hear his report, translating as he listens. Taunton and Akamaru smell a different person accompanying Sakura's scent on each trail, but Sakura's scent is a part of each one. Shikamaru nods. Alright, classic, clone holding a scrap of clothing, Gambit. Which one's got the strongest Sakura smell? Kiba grimaces. If I knew that we'd be following that trail. But Akamaru and Taunton can't even figure that out. Each trail's got an equal amount of Sakura smell, we can't be sure which one it is. So what, do we split up or something? Naruto calls, crossing his arms tight over his chest. Of course we don't, Ino snaps back, thwacking him sharply on one shoulder. That's how you get picked off and killed. Shikamaru paces the clearing, hand to his chin. He heads over to Sasuke and mutters in his ear. Anyone else wouldn't be able to make it out, but Kiba hears better than most. Shikamaru is asking Sasuke to do a sweep of the clearing with his Sharingan, looking for any genjutsu that might be covering footprints or the tiny, imperceptible remnants of covered over tracks. Sasuke nods and does his own sweep with those uncanny scarlet eyes. Even though Kiba's own sensei has eyes that red all the time, there's always something about the Sharingan that makes Kiba's hackles shoot right up. Sasuke shakes his head, no genjutsu, and whoever covered their tracks is damn good at it. There are traces, but nothing concrete enough to work with. Shikamaru pinches the spot between his eyebrows. Tenten, I need a map of the shinobi trails in this prefecture and the topography. Comin' right up, boss, she chirps, reaching into her pack without even looking and pulling out a scroll. She unspools it and taps 2 different seals with the barest effort of chakra, the requested maps falling right out and into her waiting hand. The 2 of them crouch in the middle of the clearing, Tenten explaining some of her own annotations as Shikamaru pores over the maps. The rest of the group closes ranks around them, facing toward the forest and staying on guard. Shikamaru is silent as he makes notes of his own on the map, with Tenten's express permission, then says, "All right, I've got a plan." Everyone takes turns craning their necks over their shoulders as Shikamaru starts talking details. Since they only split up 4 ways and our trackers have only picked up 4 other scents, we can assume that the lowest possible amount of people with Sakura is 4. These are sound ninja, so we can assume the terrain they're most used to traveling are wetlands and open plain. It's not advantageous for them to actually be far apart, otherwise there's no one they trust to cover their ass if they get lost or run into trouble. And comparing trails and topography, the 2 who went directly east and west, if they want to stay close together and actually get to the land of sound before the world ends, will eventually have to loop back in on the northward path. So the only trails worth pursuing are the ones heading northwest and northeast. Hinata presses her fingertips together and stammers, "So we're going to have to split up anyway." Shikamaru folds up the maps and hands them to Tenten. "That's the bad news, yeah. But it's not as bad as it could be. We're only splitting the platoon in half, 1 Byakugan per squad. For the northwest trail, Sasuke and Tenten are taking point, with me in 2nd position, Lee in 3rd position, Naruto in 4th position and Hinata on the rear. Northeast trail is gonna be Kiba and Akamaru on point, 2nd position Ino, 3rd position Tenten, 4th position Koji, rearguard Niji. Tenten, we're gonna need 2 flares per squad signal if something goes wrong." Tenten unspools another scroll and taps another seal. What look like 4 much smaller scrolls come tumbling out, and she passes them to Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba, and Niji. Kiba feels the thrum of sealed chakra as he takes the flare in his palm. Standard leaf flares do give off light, but not very much. They don't shoot off into the sky, because the dense canopy would block it off. What they instead do is send out a blast of compressed chakra for a mile in every direction, not enough to do serious harm to anyone but enough to raise the hairs on the back of even a genin fresh from the academy's neck. Ino frowns as the rest of the platoon rearranges itself into the 2 squads. "Wait, Shikamaru, you're sure you don't want me or Koji with you?" Shikamaru gets in close to her and whispers too low for the rest of the platoon to hear, but Kiba hears just fine. "What I want isn't the problem. I need to be near Naruto and Sasuke. If they fly off the handle, I can stop them, by force if I have to." Ino rolls her eyes with a little snort and whispers back, "They're still absolutely hopeless, huh?" Shikamaru smirks, "Oh no, Sasuke's worse than hopeless now." Kiba frowns over at Hinata, who catches his gaze. She smiles a tight little smile and nods. Somehow he can hear the stuttering "IILLB, I'm going to be fine," Kiba without her having to open her mouth. He nods back to her and narrows his focus down to the northeast scent trail, taking point. Akamaru settles on his right, keeping the eastern scent trail on his nose. Shikamaru gives the silent hand signal and Akamaru lets out a fierce bark. Kiba sets off, full speed ahead, Akamaru already a yard ahead of him. The scent grows stronger at an unprecedented rate. Kiba scrunches up his nose as he tries to pick the trail apart. Akamaru can do it naturally, but no matter what they do, the Inuzuka are always gonna be human. Kiba growls to Akamaru, who lets out a woof in response. Kiba translates over his shoulder, "Akamaru's having a hard time picking the 2 Sakura scents apart. The east trail is already looping back in on the northeast trail." Tenten's eyes narrow as they dart around the trees. "Do you think they caught on to us?" The universe doesn't answer that with words. It answers with a boulder the size of Kiba rocketing through the air from the east and slamming right into Ino's side. Ino goes spinning away into the trees and Koji's in the middle of calling her name when a boulder twice his size comes flying towards him from the same direction. Koji has enough warning to turn and catch it, but the momentum and mass of the rock sends him crashing into the darkness in exactly the same way. Kiba and Niji stare for another second in slack-jawed shock, but Tenten is already kicking off a nearby tree trunk and pivoting west. Niji! Pick your jaw up off the floor and get us eyes on where they landed. Tenten shouts, her voice forcing Niji and Kiba to follow her lead. Niji's veins pop out around his eyes and he inhales sharply, Kiba. Behind you, look out F. Kiba whirls around with his teeth bared as a white projectile comes sailing back towards them. Kiba makes ready to bat it out of the sky and is completely unprepared for the projectile unfurling out into a long net of what looks like a spider's silk. He's even less prepared for how it hits Akamaru instead of him. In Kiba's half-second of shock, the sticky net wraps around Akamaru and yanks him up and away. Akamaru's yelping cuts off the instant he disappears from Kiba's line of sight. Kiba stops thinking entirely. He lets out a roar and bounds forward, chakra pooling in his hands and feet as he leaps on all fours through the branches. Akamaru is his dog, his partner, packmate, brother, his. Kiba narrows his entire world down to Akamaru's scent, vision, sight, all other senses receding to the back of his mind. Fuck Sakura, fuck Ino, and Koji, fuck everything, he is getting his fucking dog back and tearing out the throat of whoever just took him with his teeth. Just as he's so close to the scent it nearly becomes a taste, Kiba finally gets a look at his quarry 4 ninja in weird-looking gear, with one near the center holding with one of his 3 sets of arms a large wooden barrel covered in seals and in one of his 4 other hands a wriggling white bundle that can't be anything other than Akamaru. The 6-armed ninja lets out a sharp whistle and his 3 companions turn on their heels, leaping back towards Kiba with various ninja tools brandished and ready. Kiba lets out another roar of challenge, kicking off the nearest tree trunk and whirling through the air towards the largest of the 3 ninja with tooth and claw bared. He strikes for the ninja and the second his nails make contact with his flesh it explodes in a flurry of pale pink flower petals. They touch his skin, dissolving into chakra that seeps into his skin. His eyelids start to droop but he shakes himself to try and keep the drowsiness from setting in. The 6-armed ninja lets out a crowing laugh, I don't think so, kid. You're a dangerous dog, and you've gotta be put down. He chews something up and pulls 2 thick golden threads from his mouth. They harden into barbed sickles and he tosses them out towards the remaining 2 ninja. He pierces right through them and they burst into a veritable petal blizzard, enveloping Kiba in a haze of pink. This time Kiba doesn't even get a moment to fight before the hostile chakra sinks into his skin. Kiba blacks out. He comes to 5 seconds later when he lands back first on the forest floor, the wind coming out of him in one loud gasp. The first thing he lays eyes on is the 6-armed ninja, several feet up, raising the barrel over his head before chucking it straight at him. Kiba's able to get his arms up to disperse some of the impact, but when the barrel hits there's a burst of white smoke, and for a split second Sakura is lying on top of him, as limp as a corpse. As if things weren't horrific enough, Sakura's form melts into a heavy mud that covers him up to his chin. Kiba tries to dig his way out, flailing and thrashing against the mud, but it hardens over top of him, solid as a brick wall. The 6-armed ninja lands at the foot of a nearby tree, the bundle of white spider silk that contains the still wriggling Akamaru in his uppermost right hand. Gotta hand it to the pink freak, the 6-armed ninja jeers through a twisting grin, her little human shell game is turning out to be a lot more fun than I thought it'd be. Before he can gloat any further there's a high, sharp whistling, and a kunao comes sailing in with a comet's tail of chakra trailing behind it, clipping the ninja's fingers and slicing the bundle of spider's silk wide open. Akamaru comes tumbling out and Tenten comes back flipping down from the treetops, a bow staff primed and ready to smack right down on the crown of the ninja's head. He whirls around and catches the bow with his upper set of arms, the middle set pulling more of his gold webbing from his mouth to form a pair of rudimentary daggers he thrusts towards Tenten's ribs. She takes a hand off the bow to form half a hand sign and the bow disappears into a cloud of white smoke. She pulls 2 kunao from seemingly nowhere and blocks both of the ninja's strikes as she falls to the ground. Niji's scent suddenly comes racing toward Kiba's flank. He comes out from behind a nearby tree and with a flicker of his Byakugan over Kiba's mud casing he strikes it with the heel of his hand. Chakra floods into the mud and it softens in an instant, allowing Kiba to finally dig his way out. Akamaru comes bounding up to him and leaps into his jacket. Kiba zips him in as tight as he can bear. Niji hauls Kiba to his feet by his hood and hisses, "Go. Meet back up with the other squad." Kiba blinks rapidly, "What? Hell no, I got us into this mess, I'm getting us out." Niji is about to give a harsh rebuttal when a glob of more white silk comes flying his way. He pivots with a wide circular motion of his feet with a sweep of his hand in a burst of chakra. Niji cuts right through the silk, sending it flying apart into tiny, useless threads. "We've been set up," Niji snaps. "Sakura's not with him or Ino and Koji's opponent. You'll be more helpful to the others than to us, now just go." There really isn't time to argue. "Don't you dare die on us," Kiba growls. Niji smirks anemically back at him, "No promises." Akamura lets out a nervous little woof, and Kiba knows his time is up. Niji rushes back into the fight and Kiba rushes away. Chapter 22. XXII Shinobi training can prepare you for a lot of things. Ino didn't expect a boulder the size of a person flying at Mach 4 and ready to smash everything on the right side of her body into pulp to be one of them. She just barely catches sight of the giant projectile from the corner of her eye and has a split second to react. Ino opens all the chakra points on the right side of her body and coats it in a messy shield of earth chakra. When the boulder hits, instead of crushing her flat, it reacts like the opposite pole of a magnet and they both go flying away from each other. Good news, none of Ino's bones are broken. Bad news, she's now spinning through the air like a corkscrew with absolutely no control over how and where she's going to land. So it's really more like none of her bones are broken yet. Ino finally hits the ground and bounces and rolls until she hits a tree in a tiny opening in the forest, not big enough to be called a clearing, until a boulder twice the size as the one that nearly hit her comes crashing through several more trees, felling them all. Ino shakes her head to clear her vision and sees Koji clutching one end of the boulder, spinning wildly along with it. With a loud grunt of effort, Koji shifts his weight and the trajectory of the boulder. His heels hit the ground and dig deep trenches as the momentum keeps pushing him back, only stopping when Koji's back hits a tree. Ino can only see his legs and one arm peeking around the edge of the boulder, but that's enough for her to spy him digging around in his pocket and taking out a familiar glass case. He opens the topmost compartment, his arm disappears behind the boulder, and then with another grunt and a burst of chakra, Koji throws the boulder back the way it came. Ino struggles to her feet and shouts over the sound of yet more trees falling, "Koji, are you nuts? We haven't even seen who we're fighting and you're already popping those pills." Koji scowls and shoots back, "They threw boulders at us, Ino. I think I'm well within my rights to at least pop one." Ino's about to give another rebuttal before a rustle in the leaves draws her eyes skyward. Three ninja, all in strange gear that marks them as unmistakably sound, leap from the canopy and soar right for them. Ino's quicker on the draw than Koji, palming three kunao and throwing one at each. The second the blades hit their bodies, they explode into a torrent of pink petals, obscuring visibility. Ino swears out loud, but her tongue turns to lead when one of the petals lands on her upper arm and dissolves into chakra. Her mind fills with fog and her eyelids start to droop. Of course Sakura wouldn't just use one genjutsu when she could layer them. Unfortunately for Sakura, genjutsu target the mind, and Ino's been learning how to protect her mind since she was 3. She bites down hard on her tongue, enough to taste blood, and forces her hands into a seal as she breaks the genjutsu with an effort of chakra. Ino's attention is drawn in two directions: to her left, where Koji has fallen like a stone under the effects of the genjutsu, and beneath her with a rumbling in the ground. What petals are left go scattering with the force of their real opponent, a boy older than them and taller and broader than even Koji, bursting out of the ground right in front of Ino. Ino doesn't even have a split second. This time he hits her with a palm thrust to the stomach and she slams back into the tree trunk she'd just peeled herself off of, hard enough to crater it and send splinters flying everywhere. As she's gasping to get her breath back, she sees him reach beneath the ground, pull up a wooden barrel with a purple rope tied around it and throw it at her. She doesn't even have time to block. The barrel hits her and implodes in a burst of white smoke. Ino sucks in a harsh breath and bites her lip to keep from screaming. Sakura is lying limp across her lap, eyes wide and glassy, staring at nothing. Holy fucking fuck, did he transform Sakura's corpse and throw it at her like a fucking ball? Before that thought can gain more traction than it deserves, the body melts into mud and nothing in the world could keep Ino from screaming bloody murder at that. The mud creeps around her and hardens faster than she can process. Ino struggles against it, but it's like struggling against concrete. The ninja stares at her for a second before giving her a shallow nod. You should know the name of who's going to kill you. I am Jirobo of the Sound 4. Stay put while I deal with your friend and I'll make your death quick. Considering she can barely move, Ino doesn't have a choice. Jirobo turns on his heel and stalks over to Koji, still unconscious a yard away. He wraps both arms around Koji's midsection and lifts him, belly to his back, with all the effort a child expends to lift a stuffed animal. He heaves him up and falls backward, bridging his arms and legs, slamming Koji shoulder first into the ground. The impact shakes the ground and snaps Koji back to consciousness with a loud cry. Jirobo rolls his legs to get back into a standing position, heaving Koji up to try and suplex him a second time, but Koji throws an elbow back at his nose. Under normal circumstances, that might have given Jirobo a black eye at best. After eating the spinach pill, that blow breaks Jirobo's cheekbone with a sickening crunch. The sudden pain forces Jirobo to let go of Koji's midsection and he kicks off of him, falling into a roll that gets him 2 feet of distance to pivot around and face Jirobo head-on. Koji grabs Jirobo by the purple rope belt in his collar and throws him across the clearing, making it even wider as Jirobo's body shoots clear through 3 tree trunks and sends them all crashing down in random directions. Koji takes advantage of Jirobo picking himself up off the ground to pull out 2 ropes with kunai tied along them and drape them over his torso in an X. He forms the ram sign and briefly meets Ino's gaze as he shouts, "I've got him. Get out of here." Before Ino can think of anything to shout back, Koji's body transforms in a puff of white smoke, turning into a ball and rolling at breakneck speed right for Jirobo, spikes glinting in the sun. Jirobo gets to his feet just in time to see Koji coming for him and braces himself. It's like watching someone get hit by a train. They both go flying through more and more trees, cutting a corridor through the forest and leaving Ino in the dust. With Jirobo's eyes no longer on her, Ino focuses on the mud covering her from toe to throat. She can feel chakra pulsing through it, reinforcing the mud shell and keeping her arms trapped at her sides. Ino wants to thrash and scream, but reminds herself that she's better trained than that. She forces herself to shut her eyes, breathe deep, and think. An image flashes through her mind like a lightning strike, her sloppy earth chakra shield that had just barely saved her life. Ino opens every single chakra point on her body and sends a rush of earth chakra surging out of her. It runs into the mud covering her. The material flies off of her in a spray, splattering out in a circle, and Ino scrambles up to her feet. Her eyes dart down the path Koji cut. He told her to run, but fuck that, Team 10 sticks together. She looks over the way they'd come and suddenly remembers that it's not just her and Koji on this mission. Tenten, Niji and Kiba just saw them get knocked out of the sky by a couple of rocks. They're probably coming to help. That can't happen. Sakura's not here, they need to stay on the trail, they can't waste time with them. But she's not leaving Koji to tell them, she doesn't have a hawk. Ino hears more crashing and Koji's startled cry from the corner of her ear. She only has one option to get a message to them, and fast. Ino's never used mind transmission jutsu before. But fuck it, it's gonna have to work. She forms the ram symbol and thinks, harder and louder than ever before, in the general direction of her squad, Sakura's not here. Go. Every chakra point on her forehead opens at once as a surge of chakra shoots out of it, carrying her thoughts at lightning speed far afield. Ino blacks out for a split second, where she feels something like water splashing against a wall and hears the faint, echoed voices of Tenten and Niji exclaiming something in surprise. Her vision comes back and she laughs breathlessly, "Ha, take that. It fucking worked." Ino's victory is short-lived as Jirobo appears at the edge of her vision, uproots another tree and swings the trunk right into her, literally knocking her out of her sandals. Ino doesn't fly far. Jirobo slams the tree onto her to knock her down to the ground and kill her momentum. Ino lets out a wheezy cough and tries to tally up how many of her ribs are broken as she struggles up onto hands and knees, but Jirobo doesn't give her time. A shadow blots out the sun and she looks up to see Jirobo, skin covered in a black arrow pattern that's far too familiar, holding an oblong boulder the size of a building over his head. Koji's nowhere to be found. Jirobo's mouth twists and he snarls, "You didn't stay put. This is gonna hurt now." Earth-style sphere of graves. Jirobo throws the sphere directly at her and Ino's instincts take over. With a yelp she drops onto her stomach, flattening herself against the ground and shutting her eyes tight. The bottom of the rock scrapes the backs of her arms and legs nearly raw, but that's not the worst of it. Everywhere the rock touches, Ino feels it siphoning off her chakra, and she's never had much to lose. It sails past her and sends yet more trees flying like kindling branches. When Ino pops back up to her feet, Jirobo advances on her. She tries to run for the closest tree line, but the clearing is now a gaping hole and Jirobo closes the distance between them easily. Ino throws up a hasty practice brick barrier and Jirobo punches straight through it, his fist connecting with her nose and smashing it flat. As he pulls his fist back, Ino feels him pull yet more of her chakra with it. She's starting to feel nauseous. Ino falls back onto her elbows and heels and she hears Jirobo sneer, "What a disappointment. I didn't want to be stuck picking off the weak links of the pack, but we all have a role to play. Yours just happens to be the sacrifice whose death helps your friends escape." Ino grits her teeth in a snarl and palms a kunao, rearing back to strike at Jirobo when she hears Koji scream, "Back off, asshole." One of Koji's fists, 5 times its usual size, breaks through from the corner of Ino's vision and barrels straight into Jirobo's side. Jirobo goes the way of his sphere of graves, flying down the path of broken trees and out of sight. Koji sprints to her side and helps her up with the hand that's not as big as her whole body, and when Ino touches him she feels his chakra buzzing around him like a cloak of static electricity. Ino's scowl is laced with worry as she exclaims, her voice nasal and flat thanks to her broken nose, "Really? The curry pill too? Koji, you're going to..." Koji's jaw is set tight and he stares her down without blinking. "He hurt you? You're crazy if you think I'm gonna let him get away with that." Ino stares at him, and he doesn't give her any time to argue before sprinting down the path Jirobo cleared, stretching out his legs with every stride so he can cover more distance. When he's within a dozen feet his arm elongates and his gigantic fist goes flying for Jirobo's head, but he's lost the element of surprise. Jirobo catches Koji's hand with a low growl, swinging Koji in circles around his head by his long arm. But before Jirobo can let go, Koji's hand and arm start to shrink, the momentum pulling Koji back in towards Jirobo too fast for him to counter. Koji pools all his chakra in his opposite hand as he rears back for another punch, his fist swelling until it's nearly the size of a small house, and he bellows a wordless war cry as he slams it headfirst into Jirobo. Chakra pulses out and over Koji's entire body, the rest of it growing to the size of a mountain so his massive fist is proportional. The force of his punch creates a deep crater in the ground, wide enough to make a new lake during the rainy season, and Ino expects Koji's fist making contact with the ground to result in a horrible pop and a burst of blood. She expects they'll have to peel Jirobo's remains off the ground with a spatula. What instead happens is that Koji stops just short of the ground. A shadow, indistinct from this far away but definitely still the size of a normal human, lifts him up by his gigantic fist, and flings him away. Koji goes tumbling through the air, spinning up and up and up until in a burst of white smoke the super expansion jutsu fails and Koji starts plummeting down from 50 feet in the air. Jirobo stalks forward, agonizingly slow, allowing Ino to get a good look at him and nearly bite her tongue at the shock of his new form. His hair has grown out into a long mane with locks like fire, and his skin has turned a deep, bloody red. All over his face, shoulders, and forehead are warts and prominent veins, making his skin look like a topographic map of a mountain range. His eyes are a bright gold surrounded by black sclerae, his teeth, and long and sharp enough to tear through flesh, and he's drooling like a rabid dog as he ignores her entirely. Ino follows his eyes, they're locked right on Koji. He's going to catch him. He's going to catch him and drain the rest of his chakra and beat his body into an unrecognizable pulp. And all she can do is remember the first time she met Koji. They had been just small enough for the academy, their first week of classes. It didn't matter to the other kids that Koji's clan was one of the pillars of He Village, it didn't matter that he was sweet and kind and cared about everyone, all that mattered to them was that he was fat. Girls and boys alike would titter behind his back and throw things and leave nasty surprises in his shoe locker. Ino didn't know that at the time. She'd just walked out to the playground and seen 3 boys and a girl in a circle around a plump little boy, jeering some song they'd made up just to insult him. Ino doesn't remember the words. She remembers the plump little boy curled up in a ball, eyes shut tight, covering his ears, rocking back and forth. And she remembers picking up a dirt clod and throwing it at one of the boys, screaming, "Leave him alone." Ino comes back to the present halfway through the hand signs and slaps her hands on the ground. It's not a dirt clod, but it'll do. A practice brick barrier comes shooting out from the ground at a diagonal and hits Jirobo in the stomach. The force stops him in his tracks, making him flinch like someone poked him. Hurting him wasn't the point. His eyes swiveling to lock on her and a furious roar bubbling out from his gaping maw was. Ino's hands are moving at a pace she can barely track and she throws up a dozen more practice bricks, one after another between her and Jirobo. With another animalistic roar he starts charging, shoulder first, straight through the bricks. They tear like wet paper and his speed and strength makes the 10 yards between them feel like an inch. While Ino still has walls between them, she drops a simple clone to stand exactly where she was and starts running around and behind her trail of broken walls. Jirobo has the peripheral vision of a rampaging bull. She skirts around him no problem. Koji hits the ground and Ino makes her clone shout, "Koji! Pin him!" Koji sputters out a "wait, what?" and Jirobo smashes through the last practice brick, hand closing around her clone's head and clamping down so hard it bursts into white smoke. As Jirobo whirls on his heel to snarl at her, Ino skids to a halt at the end of her bricks, right where Jirobo had started his charge, and partitions the last of her chakra. One half goes down into her bare feet and surges through the rubble, latching onto Jirobo's solace and pinning them to the spot for a precious second. The other half coalesces in her brain, right at the front. She yells at the top of her lungs as she forms a frame with her fingers around Jirobo's face, "Pin! Now!" Koji's hands grow to twice their size and clamp down around Jirobo's stomach and chest. Jirobo bucks against Koji's hold, his feet sucking up Ino's chakra, giving him an extra boost of strength, but Koji holds fast, pulling Jirobo tight against himself. Ino has no doubt that Jirobo is absorbing Koji's chakra. Her window isn't just tiny, it's micro-fucking-scopic. Ino's hands are shaking, Jirobo is thrashing in Koji's grip, but fuck it, this has to work. Ino fires at will. Everything goes black. Ino's vision fades in and the first thing she sees is herself, dropping limp and useless to the ground. The first thing she feels is chakra. More chakra than she could ever conceive of having in her entire body. No matter how powerful she gets is surging through her, pumping endlessly from a spot somewhere on her back and running through her chakra pathways like a torrent. It fills her and she's heady with it. Ino wants to say it's like being drunk, but to compare this feeling to alcohol would be a pathetic comparison, like comparing a genin to the first Hokage simply because they were both ninja. There's a euphoria that comes with every surge of it, with the pure strength that permeates through every part of her down to her soul. With every beat of her heart she feels a surge of wild joy, of boundless confidence and righteous anger. She wants to wrench out of the arms holding her back and rip them off the body they belong to. She wants to beat that body to death with those arms. She wants to run through the forest on all fours, she wants to hunt and kill with her bare hands, wants to taste blood and crush bone. And she pulls all of that into one coherent thought. No wonder Sakura is addicted to this. She forces herself, forces Jirobo, forces them both, to take deep breaths and relax. She tries to reach out for the curse mark but she has no idea how Sakura did it, how she found the exact origin point for the chakra's flow and sent it right back where it came from. Like this, in this monstrous form, the curse is both in one place and all over the place. It's on every inch of skin, every fiber of muscle, every cell. Fuck it, this'll just have to do. Koji's voice in her ear is wobbling with worry. "Ino? Are you in there?" "Yeah, I'm here," Ino replies in Jirobo's gruff voice. "You can let go now." Koji pauses for an achingly long second, but releases her and takes a step back. "All right, so, what happens now?" "I don't think we can do the whole make them tie themselves up then just leave them gambit with this guy." "Yeah, we can't. So we're doing something else." Ino turns to face Koji and spreads Jirobo's arms out wide. "Koji, I want you to hit me as hard as you can." Koji stares at her like she'd just spoken a foreign language. "You fucking what?" Ino grits Jirobo's teeth and snarls. "You heard what I said. I want you to beat the shit out of me. I don't know how long I can hold on to this body and like this he's not gonna fight back or guard against you or absorb your chakra. Do as much damage as you can, just please give me a chance to get back before it goes too far." Koji's shivering, slowly shaking his head. I don't Ino, it's still you, you're my friend, I can't." Ino clenches Jirobo's jaw. "I get it, Koji, I know you. That's why I trust you to not beat me to death. I know you can do this. And I know that this is all I can do. So please. Do it. Koji forces his mouth to close, pursing his lips into a tight line, his large fists shaking violently. Ino feels her consciousness shake, as though something's beating at a door she has her back up against. Come on, we don't have all day. Koji's fist connects with Jirobo's face and all Ino can think is so that's what having your jaw broken feels like. Jirobo's body goes tumbling away and Koji doesn't let up. He slams another massive fist into Jirobo's face, the angle of impact sending the body crashing down to the ground, and Koji still does not let up. He straddles Jirobo and slams fists and elbows and even the metal of his headband into the body's face, collar, shoulders, chest. Ino can see her body from the corner of her eye seizing on the ground with every impact. Koji hits her with a vicious jab to the forehead and her vision swims. She can barely hear him ask, "Is that enough?" She shakes Jirobo's head, voice coming out in a slur thanks to his broken jaw. "Keep going, he's tougher than I thought, keep going." Koji makes a choked sound in the back of his throat and responds with a ferocious strike to the throat that nearly crushes her windpipe. Koji picks up Jirobo's body and Ino resists her every instinct as he slams it back down into the ground, following the throw by pounding relentlessly on both of Jirobo's eyes until they've swollen shut and Ino can't see anymore. She marks time by broken bones. The first Koji can actually break are the fingers on Jirobo's right hand, and from there it just gets easier. Koji doesn't get creative. He just slams his fists into either arm in a staggered heartbeat rhythm, using pure brute force. Once both arms have been rendered unusable, she hears Koji speaks again, voice high and frantic. "Can I stop? Please, Ino, you have to. Can I stop, please?" Jirobo's voice comes out in a ragged cough. "No. Legs." Koji's voice breaks as he pleads, "Ino, please, I'm hurting you too, I don't want to." She tries to growl but it just comes out as another rolling cough. "Legs." Koji lets out a strangled sound and Ino feels her shin bone crack. The pain turns into a haze that encompasses her entire body, like being set on fire or engulfed in freezing water. She doesn't go numb, she just loses the ability to comprehend a world where she isn't in constant, agonizing pain. Ino bites Jirobo's tongue to keep their instincts out of this. She can't accidentally absorb Koji's chakra, can't try to roll away, can't do anything that would compromise this. She presses her back against the door of Jirobo's mind as his consciousness howls wildly, ramming at her hold. She'll die before she lets Jirobo hurt Koji ever again. Ino can hear Koji sobbing now. Please tell me to stop, please, I don't want to do this anymore, Ino, please." She rasps out a weak, "Okay." Ino can't move Jirobo's arms to make a hand seal, but she doesn't need to. She just stops fighting to keep Jirobo's consciousness in check. The last sensation Ino feels before everything goes black is a rush of air and claws grabbing for her. The second she feels Koji's weight disappear, Ino knows she's back in her own body. She hears a gurgling roar from Jirobo and an answering scream from Koji. There's a shockwave of chakra that washes over her. She hears a loud, wet crunch and a blood-curdling yell. She feels the ground shake and crack one last time. Skinny arms gingerly lift her off the ground and Ino feels the aura of chakra around her vibrating at the frequency of a hummingbird's wings. Hears Koji whispering around sobs that she's gonna be okay, he's gonna fix this, he's so sorry. She manages to force through her broken jaw, "I didn't want you to take th chili pill. I'm sorry." She feels Koji's cheek against her hair and feels the sting of his tears in her open wounds. "I'm gonna get you home, you'll be okay, we're going home." She tries to struggle against his grasp but it's more like a twitch. "Sakura." Ino feels a soft pressure against the top of her head, almost like when her dad would kiss her hair before putting her to bed. "They'll find her, I promise, we gotta go home, gotta save you now." Ino stays conscious only long enough to feel Koji take off at lightning speed. The hum of his chakra lulls her into a peaceful sleep. Tenten's reflexes are quick but these jackasses are quicker. Just as she's turning on her heel to pursue Koji and Ino, a net of what looks like spiderweb comes flying out of the darkness, wrapping around Akamaru and yanking him up and away. Her eyes go wide as she hears a low growl bubble out from Kiba's throat and she exclaims, "No wait, Kiba, it's a trap, don't." Kiba roars at the top of his lungs and goes on all fours. He leaps on hands and feet into the darkness after his dog. Tenten swears out loud, but before she can even think about which way she's gonna go next, another glob of spiderweb comes flying for her. She's leaping back and slashing for it with a kunao on instinct, but the kunao sinks into the spiderweb like gum and the bundle hits her in the stomach. Her back hits a tree trunk and the bundle of webbing explodes outward, threads falling over her like a net made of iron cables. She hears a grunt and another impact. Niji comes tumbling into a nearby tree, another bundle of webbing unfurling and covering him from neck to ankle. Tenten struggles against the hold of the web and grunts, "I can't get to my scrolls like this, Niji. Get a look, what are we dealing with?" Nobody is more surprised than Tenten herself when Niji actually listens to her. Thanks to Naruto forcibly removing Niji's head from his ass, that's been happening more and more often. Niji takes a deep breath to center himself before the Byakugan sweep over the webs carpeting them both. In the meantime, Tenten forces herself to take a cue from him and breathe deep. Panicking won't help anyone, herself least of all. Niji's mouth twitches at one corner. "I see. This'll be simple, then." There's a vibration in the air as chakra comes surging out from all of Niji's chakra points at once, sending the webbing flying off him in a burst of thread. He darts over to Tenten and releases her with two surgically precise strikes that send chakra flowing at a dissonant frequency through the webbing, forcing it to fall apart and let her go. The shock of it nearly makes Tenten pitch over forward, but Niji catches her elbow and steadies her. Tenten nods in a few quick jerks. "So these threads are made from chakra. It acts as a base for the structures." "Yes," Niji replies, "helps make them stronger." "So, which way are we going? What are we handling first?" Tenten bites at the skin around her thumbnail as she mutters, "We should probably split up. Kiba's on his own and facing down whatever made these spiderwebs by himself, so you should go to him. I'll go get Ino and Koji." Niji stares at her incredulously. "We just got split up and you want to split up even further? That's obviously the play here, Tenten. Keep us apart and pick us off one by one." Tenten rubs at her temple. "Look, we don't have time to argue. We've got two enemies, there's two of us. Let's just..." There's a hum in the air before a bundle of chakra comes soaring in and splashes over the two of them like water. Tenten braces for some kind of attack, but instead she hears a voice, loud and piercing. "Sakura's not here. Go." Tenten finds herself shouting out loud, "Ino. Where did?" Niji looks frantically around, then swears under his breath, "Damn it, she's out of my range." Tenten turns to him with a frown, "Do we take her word on this?" Niji bites his lower lip, "We don't have time not to. She and Koji are teammates, they can protect each other better than we can protect them. Kiba needs us, let's go." At this point they really don't have time to argue. Tenten pushes off the branch and goes leaping after Kiba, tracking him by the deep gouges his nails left in the branches. She doesn't have to do it for long. There's a burst of pink petals and a sound of shock from Kiba that gets cut off abruptly as he drops like a stone to the forest floor. Tenten can just barely make out a six-armed form jumping down after him, a wooden barrel hoisted over its head. She pauses and Niji lands next to her, hissing through her teeth, "I can't see to the floor, get me a visual." Niji's brow furrows for a moment, then he reports, "Kiba's stuck to the ground with chakra-enhanced mud. The six-armed guy is holding a bundle of webbing with Akamaru inside it. Sakura isn't here." Tenten pulls out a scroll and summons her bow, standard play, one on hostages and one on the enemy. Niji nods, pulling out a kunao and sending chakra surging up along the hilt to coat the blade. "I'll handle hostages. Go on my signal and keep the enemy pinned down. If he gets out to long range, discourage him." Tenten nods and holds her breath, watching Niji as he waits. Everything is absolutely still. Niji's arm flies out like a striking cobra and the kunao goes sailing down into the clearing, clipping the six-armed ninja's fingers and cutting straight through the bundle holding Akamaru. Tenten only waits half a heartbeat before leaping down after it, following its glowing trail straight to their target. She springs off a branch into a flip and strikes right for the crown of the six-armed boy's head with the tip of her staff. He whirls around with practiced reflex and catches the bow with his upper set of arms while his middle set reaches up to his mouth, pulling two thick strings of gold webbing out of it. They harden into a pair of rudimentary daggers, and one pair of his arms tries to wrench the bow out of her grip while the other pair stabs for her ribs. Tenten takes a hand off the bow and forms half a hand seal with a tiny surge of chakra. She dismisses the bow in a burst of white smoke, using the momentary cover to draw two kunao and block the daggers as she falls. She spies Niji darting towards Kiba from the corner of her eye and pushes hard against the six-armed boy as he tries to bear down on her, the muscles in his arms rippling from the effort. His lower set of arms flash up to his mouth and drag out another pair of gold daggers that he thrusts toward her belly. This time Tenten's ready for them, knocking his middle set of arms up and away before slashing down and parrying the lower set of arms. But she completely misses his upper set of arms, slashing for her eyes. Tenten moves on instinct, shutting her eyes tight and tucking her chin in, catching the blow on her headband's plate and forcing the daggers to slice in juddering lines up along the crown of her head. The cuts are shallow, but they drag right through her buns and sever the hair ties, sending her hair falling in a ragged curtain around her face. Tenten stumbles backward and frantically shoves her hair up and out of her eyes, ignoring the stinging pain in her scalp as she forces herself to look up. The six-armed ninja is leaping up and out of her reach, skittering up the trunk of the nearest tree and making a beeline for the canopy. Tenten grits her teeth and snarls as she pulls two scrolls from her pack. Niji, we've got a runner. The six-armed ninja spits a glob of white webbing toward Niji, but with a sweep of his hand and a burst of chakra, Niji cuts right through the silk, sending it flying apart into tiny, useless threads. He shares a few parting words with the now freed Kiba before they bolt in opposite directions. Niji goes racing to the trunk and up it without a second's pause. Tenten tracks him with her eyes as she drapes the scrolls around her like bandoliers, pulling a bow from the first seal on one and a bundle of 4 arrows from another. She clenches 2 of the arrows between her teeth and knocks the other 2, aiming for the six-armed ninja and willing her hands not to shake. Niji's running in to try and hit him at an incredibly close range. If her aim isn't true, she could put out one of those Byakugan for good. The six-armed ninja whirls on his heel, spitting up another huge globule of white webbing from his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, Niji breaks it down, but while that has Niji's attention, Tenten spots the lower set of arms each pulling another gold dagger from nowhere, priming to stab at Niji's belly. Tenten looses her arrows and they strike true. One knocks the dagger out of the lower right hand, the other clips a knuckle on the lower left and forces him to drop the dagger in shock. She'll give the ninja one thing: he doesn't take the bait. He keeps his eyes focused on Niji, and when he moves to hit him with a palm thrust, he brings all 6 arms up to block. As if that'll do him any good. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Tenten's not sure what it looks like from the inside, but whenever she sees the flurry of blows, all she can compare it to is a meteor shower. Dozens of blows, bright and hard as a falling star, crash into the six-armed ninja. He spins and twirls away with every impact, and Niji twists counterclockwise to complement his movement, like they're a pair of dancers in a routine so practiced it's become muscle memory, spiraling around and around each other in infinite circles. It's a thing of absolute beauty. The last strike sends the six-armed ninja flying for several yards, punching a hole straight through a tree trunk and landing in a heap. Tenten grins around the arrows in her teeth. And then the ninja shudders from head to toe, coughs a few times, and groans, "Ow." Tenten's jaw drops and her arrows fall to the ground. There's no way. There's no goddamn way. That was point blank. Niji was focused. Every single one of this fucker's organs should be shutting down at once. What the hell kind of stunt had he pulled? He peels himself off the branch, and for half a second it looks like the top layer of his skin is cracking and flaking off. But even though she didn't catch it in the moment, she knows this tactic just like Gaara. The metal webbing comes sloughing off of the six-armed ninja in chunks an inch thick. The plate covering his face falls off in one massive chunk and reveals a shit-eating grin. Niji frowns and mutters, "So it doesn't just come out of your mouth." The six-armed ninja forces a chuckle through his teeth. Any sweat gland will do in a pinch. Niji opens his mouth to say something more, but the six-armed ninja abruptly leaps to one side and falls from the branch. Tenten chokes on a swear and scrambles to grab her arrows off the ground, knocking and firing in one hasty motion. One arrow goes wide and the other smacks into another chakra-enforced line of white web flying from the ninja's wrist and wrapping around another tree like a grappling hook. He uses his momentum and swings up into the canopy several yards away, disappearing from view. Niji and Tenten move like cogs in a machine, Niji leaping down and Tenten darting to the center of the cramped clearing, stopping only when they're back to back. Tenten's eyes shift around from tree to tree. Should I stick to the bow and arrow? She feels Niji shake his head. Switch back to the staff if you can. He wants us on the defensive, and we want to be on the defensive. It's the only way to learn more. Tenten dismisses the bow and arrow and taps another seal on the scroll draped around her, drawing the bow from its depths. She and Niji slowly pivot in circles, Niji scanning all over with his Byakugan and Tenten staring down the spot directly in front of her. She's right on top of Niji's blind spot. He can see everything around this little cone, but this is all hers. She clenches her jaw and grips her staff with white knuckles. The tiniest rustle in the leaves directly in her line of sight is all the warning gets before a kunao comes flying right for the spot between her eyes. Tenten whirls the staff out ahead of her and knocks the kunao out of the sky, only noticing when it falls to the ground in a clatter that there's an exploding tag affixed to the back. Just as Tenten's about to shout a warning, Niji cuts her off. Get down. Rotation incoming. Tenten hits the deck, presses her face to the ground and shuts her eyes tight. She's only been inside a rotation once when she wasn't prepared for it, and that's as many times as she ever wants to do that. There's a howl of wind and chakra buzzes around her like a flock of locusts. The perfect sphere of chakra cuts beneath the ground and hollows it out beneath their feet. The projectiles hitting the chakra might as well be hailstones on a stone roof for all the chance they have of getting past Niji. Once the wail of wind and chakra comes to a stop, Tenten forces her eyes open and shoves herself up to one knee, just in time for Niji to hand her the tagged kunao and point nearly directly above them. Tenten spins to her feet and throws the kunao exactly where Niji's pointing. She hears it cut through leaves and land with a loud thunk in some tree's trunk, as well as the faintest gasp. She grins. Fucking found you, Spider Boy. But before Tenten can pull out another long-range weapon, there's a rustle in the leaves, and Spider Boy bursts forth. He swings down to a slightly lower branch, out in the open, and stops to hang upside down by his feet. The shit-eating grin is still out in full force, but now instead of armor covering his skin there are swirling black designs that radiate out from a single point. Just like Sakura. He throws the upper set of arms out wide as the middle makes hand seals and the lower weaves a small web. Congrats, kids. You've earned the right to know who's gonna kill you. The name's Kidomaru, and I hate to break up a perfect couple, but I'm afraid I'm gonna need the lady out of the way for a while. The middle set of hands presses down on the web woven by the lower set. A burst of white smoke covers the canopy, and if Tenten didn't know what Kidomaru was attempting before, she sure as hell knows now. She dismisses the bow and pulls a hammer as tall as she is and twice as heavy from the scrolls. Before the smoke clears, Tenten hears Niji suck in a sharp breath and whisper, "Oh fuck." Her head jerks straight up and her eyes go wide. Above them is a spider web spanning the entire clearing, with a massive spider at its heart. It's large enough that Kidomaru fits comfortably on its back with room to spare, its black, hairy body streaked with orange markings and its many eyes glowing red in what little light pierces through the forest canopy. Tenten feels her stomach lurch. Giant snakes are fine. Giant bears are fine. But a giant spider reaches out and grabs hold of an animal instinct that tells her to turn tail and run as fast as she can. To make matters grosser, the giant spider's cephalothorax pulses and ripples before a gigantic bundle of silk comes oozing out of it, filling a space nearly as large as the spider itself. The bundle writhes and Tenten's stomach flips and twists. Kidomaru swings back up into the trees, dragging a kunao across the bundle as he passes by it and sending a rain of baby spiders, each the size of a dinner plate, plummeting towards the two of them. Tenten grits her teeth and snarls, "Get back here, you cowardly piece of shit." Tenten sprints to the edge of the clearing and up the nearest tree, pivoting around to leap after Kidomaru. The spider's an obvious diversion and she's not gonna let him disappear again, not. The spider lets out a teeth-curling hiss and springs off the web. It moves faster than something that huge has any right to, launching itself at Tenten and giving her a half-second window to try and get out of the way of its massive mandibles. She tries to jump up and out of the way, but the mandibles catch her ankle and clamp down with a crunch. Splitting pain draws a scream from her lungs before the spider's momentum dragging her out of the clearing cuts it off. Tenten thinks she can hear Niji shout after her, but that quickly disappears. Tenten is flapping around in the spider's jaws like a flag in the wind, but grits her teeth and forces herself to focus. She tightens her grip on the handle of the hammer and swings for the spider, but she's the moving target in this equation, there's no getting a clear beat on it. The only steady point is her ankle, a beacon of pain pinched between steel-strong jaws. Tenten follows her instinct and shoves the handle of the hammer down toward the mandible. Tenten bites her tongue against the pain when she wedges the handle between the mandible and her shattered ankle. With a loud cry she wrenches the hammer to one side and forces the spider's mandibles open. Her body goes flying backward. The spider pulls off an impressive U-turn and Tenten throws the hammer towards one of its legs. She's moving too fast to see if it hit. Tenten goes bouncing between tree trunks like a pachinko ball and tumbles end over end into a narrow clearing, landing on her side. For a second all she can do is gasp and shudder, spitting up blood when she tries to pull air back into her lungs. Tenten takes that moment to pin her lower lip between her teeth and let out a sharp whine, pain filling her like water fills a glass. After a second to regain her composure, Tenten first pats herself down. Goddammit, of course the scrolls she draped over her torso went flying off into the forest. She has a few more general-purpose weapon scrolls, but she can't make a habit out of this. She fishes around and pulls bandages from her pack to wrap a quick, tight field dressing around her ankle. She's taping it off when she hears the spider's hiss and tenses up. Tenten whirls toward it fast as she can, but with her ankle it's not fast enough. There's a sound like a hose spraying gelatin, and webbing fills the gaps between the trees, dense and intricate like handmade lace at a pace no human could match. Tenten doesn't have time to get to her feet before she's penned in, webs blocking every path. She looks up and sees the spider sitting comfortably at the center of a web 30 feet up, watching her with all 6 of its beady eyes. Before Tenten can think of something clever to snarl up at the creature, its cephalothorax starts to pulse. Tenten's eyes go wide and she's pulling out a scroll as baby spiders come down like hailstones. She pulls a naginata from the scroll and starts to whirl in wide circles. She copies Niji's footwork and slices through the air, cutting the baby spiders down with arcing strikes, but she's not Niji. She has far more blind spots. The law of large numbers fucks her again and several get past her reach, latching on with all 8 legs and biting through her shirt with their mandibles. They hit her chain mail and keep chewing until they hit flesh. Tenten drops her naginata in a panic and starts tearing at the little spiders with her bare hands, screaming obscenities as she throws them across the clearing. They smack against dirt and wood and burst into clouds of white smoke. And just as Tenten finally throws the last one off of her, she hears the telltale squelching of the great spider's cephalothorax. Tenten lets out a loud, frustrated roar as she pulls out another scroll. Usually she'd leap into the air for this, but on her leg there's no goddamn way. She unspools it and spins it around her like a dancer's ribbon, releasing every weapon held within with a burst of chakra to send them flying blade first in all directions. The tides of flesh and steel meet and produce a bank of blinding smoke, but all Tenten can think about is her chakra reserves and how many scrolls are still in her pack. When the smoke clears and Tenten lets go of her scroll, letting it flutter away from her into the wind, she surveys the scene. Every single tree is stuck like a pincushion with everything from kunao to katana, odd-colored blood stains the dirt, and that giant spider is still staring down at her with only an errant shuriken stuck into its abdomen. The spider is wearing her down. It knows what it did to her ankle, it knows she can't meet it all the way up there, and its supply of baby spiders has to be nearly infinite if it thinks it can outlast her in this game of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Tenten had no idea that a spider could be smug, but you learn something new every day. Tenten wipes the blood from her mouth and growls, "Stupid piece of shit summon, I swear to." And it finally hits her. She's been going about this all wrong. She's fighting this thing like it's just a normal giant animal, but it's not. It's a summon, and she should know better than anyone else that anything that's been summoned forth can be sent back. Tenten grins wide and crows, "Oh, you have fucked up royal, spider boy." Its cephalothorax starts to pulse. Tenten pulls out 2 more scrolls. Its spinneret starts to widen. Tenten unspools them both as far as they'll go. And when the next blizzard of spiders comes, Tenten uses all her brute strength and a burst of chakra in each hand to throw the 2 scrolls up into the air, spiraling around each other like DNA. She breaks every seal, firing weaponry she'd had to beg, borrow and steal to get out into the ether. Much of it is going to end up lost in the forest, never to be seen again. But the rest hit the baby spiders and envelop the clearing in another smoke screen. And that's exactly what Tenten wants. She drops to one knee and rummages around until she finds her sealing kit, layering her 4 blank scrolls on top of each other in a pair of overlapping crosses, lining their ends up with the webbed-up gaps in the trees. She's in such a hurry to open her ink bottle she nearly spills it, but catches it just in time. In the middle of the chaos her brush strokes are perfect, her calculations exact. This jutsu is pure theory, entirely experimentation. She's never been able to implement in a real fight or on a test subject less amenable than Gai-sensei's tortoise, but it's going to work. Not because it has to, but because she's Guo Tenten Tiantang, and she's fucking brilliant. Tenten waits until her scrolls fall to the ground and the smoke screen clears. She spits a glob of blood into the center of the formula and slaps both palms down on top of it. And she screams over the din of her weapons falling in a ringing clatter around her. Ninja art, summon expulsion jutsu. Go back to hell, you son of a bitch. Chakra pours out from Tenten in a tidal wave, more than she's ever used at one time. The formula goes scrawling along the ground and up the webbing, following the network of interlacing threads and meeting in the center of the web, right beneath the spider. The summon has perhaps a second to start scrambling, but Chakra is faster, and it envelopes the giant spider like a coffin. With a primal scream and one final push, Tenten feels a vacuum sensation like being pulled into space, so violent that it nearly rips her up into the air. The spider starts to judder in place, shaking at the center of its own localized earthquake. There's a loud pop, and the creature leaves the way it arrived in a burst of white smoke, taking its webbing with it. Tenten stares up at where the spider once was, eyes wide, grin even wider. She opens her mouth, pitches over forward, and vomits the entire contents of her stomach out onto the dirt. Tenten comes up panting and gasping. With shaking hands she uncaps her canteen and quickly rinses out her mouth. She's never barreled headfirst into chakra exhaustion like that before. The battle's not won yet, she needs to regroup with Niji, and she's hoping to the sage that he managed to find a way to bait Kidomaru into close quarters combat because Tenten has 1 normal scroll and 3 emergency scrolls left in her pack, and nowhere near enough chakra to use them all. Tenten nearly stands before she remembers her ankle. With a roll of her eyes and a muttered curse Tenten ambles on hands and knees out of the clearing before dropping to her stomach, crawling through the underbrush on her belly. Tenten's tracking abilities are nothing to write home about, but they serve her well enough to divine a trail of broken brush, scuffed footprints, and harsh breathing in the stillness of the forest. That last one forces Tenten to drag herself as quickly as she can, ignoring the protests from her battered body as the adrenaline starts to peter out. Tenten hears him before she sees him, Niji's voice coming in a rough cough, "Tenten." For a moment, she pauses. Tenten maneuvers herself carefully so she's even with a tree, then pulls herself up on one knee, body hidden entirely behind the trunk. She bites down hard on her lip to keep from gasping. Leaning against the tree across from her, barely a foot away, is Niji, or rather, what's left of Niji. His hair is hanging limp, headband abandoned somewhere in the undergrowth, and he's leaning hard against the tree as every other breath turns into a bloody cough. There are dozens of rough kunao formed from bright gold metal sticking out of his back, blood turning his shirt from beige to deep red. Tenten's in just enough shock to think that with all those weapons sticking out of his back he kind of looks like a hedgehog. A hedgehog that's been batted around by a cat for an hour straight with no reprieve. As much as the base of her brain is screaming at her to go to him, Tenten instead whispers, "What's my full name?" Niji doesn't even flinch. Identity checks were his idea, after all, but his voice comes out in a winded rush, "Guo Tiantang. Your father is Guo Luiyang, your mother is Guo Jelan. You have 5 siblings, Shuren Mingzexi Wuying and Shui. Shuren got married in July and you were a bridesmaid. You caught the bouquet and everyone teased you about you marrying me young because I got you pregnant or something. Your turn." Tenten can't help a grin. "Your mother's name was Inko Hyuga, and she died when you were 10. You always wanted siblings, but Hinata is close enough. I made out with you for hours after I snuck out of Shuren's wedding." Niji proves he's the real thing by shutting his eyes tight, what little blood he has left tinting his cheeks pink. "Okay, I think we're both who we say we are." Tenten swallows her urge to laugh. "I took out the spider, he probably felt it. Gonna guess he's still hounding you." Niji doesn't have the strength to scowl, so he settles for a grimace, gesturing weakly toward his back. "He's figured out where my blind spot is. He tried pinning me down in the clearing with these, but once I started running, Niji's hand drifts up to a wound on his shoulder, perfectly circular and deceptively small. It's an arrow wound, and from where it is Tenten can only reason that the arrow that made it punched clean through. Tenten spits another gob of blood onto the ground, hissing through her teeth, "Fuck, if I hadn't been guarding your back he wouldn't have guessed." Niji's head twitches in a bare attempt at shaking it. "No point in that kind of talk right now. I'm nearly out of chakra, and from the looks of things you are too. I have no doubt he knows exactly where I am. We need to end this now." Tenten blows some hair out of her eyes. "Neither of us can go leaping into the trees after him, so you're gonna need to tell me where he is. I can get my longbow out and..." Niji frowns. "He's making sure to stay in my blind spot. I can't get you an accurate location. You'll miss. He'll realize you're with me, and he'll make short work of us both. He's been gathering information with every attack, and we can't give him any more." Tenten frowns hard at him. "Then what do we do?" Niji closes his eyes. "I have a plan." Niji tells her the plan. Tenten's hand shoots out and she thwops him on the back of the head, hissing, "That's the stupidest plan I've ever heard." Niji just glares at her. "If you have a better idea I'm all ears." Tenten's jaw is clenched so tight she feels like she's going to atomize her teeth. She shakes her head and pulls out a bright red scroll, marked with gold ink so she knows it's only for emergencies, and starts crawling on her stomach once again. Once she's at the position Niji indicated, at a 45-degree angle to him with a clear view of the forest from all directions, she carefully unspools scroll, laying it flat on the ground. Tenten siphons off a tiny bit of chakra, weaving it over top of her like a net, creating the image of normal, undisturbed undergrowth that she knows wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny and makes her stomach lurch. Tenten presses her hands to the seal, and in a concealed burst of white smoke the weapon that had cost her the most effort, dignity, and Ryo to obtain appears beneath her hands. The cannon is beautiful, immaculately kept and forged in the shape of a roaring dragon, and the cannonballs sit in a neat row at its side. As she loads the cannon with shaking hands and pulls out her matches, all Tenten can think is that even if this does start a forest fire that'll at least smoke out Kidomaru for the others to find and take down. She carefully tilts the cannon up to a 5-degree elevation. She waits. God, she fucking hates the waiting. It's the one thing about being their long-ranged fighter that she absolutely can't stand. Lee and Niji send her up and away, to watch from afar with her longbow or a bevy of kunao, and she can only react if something's about to go horribly wrong. Or if it already has. Tenten's eyes flick between the forest ahead of her cannon's muzzle and Niji. He reaches up behind him with one arm to start pulling the kunao out, something she'd usually scream at him for, but this is the plan. She has to trust the plan. That's what Team Guy does. No charging in half-cocked, no squabbling, no glory hogging. The plan is everything. It keeps Niji and Lee from getting in each other's way. It keeps her where she can do the most good. It keeps Guy from having to bail them out. Everything's going to be fine. The plan will work. Everything's going to be fine. Niji pulls out the last kunao and turns, leaning his heavily wounded back against the tree trunk. In the silence of the forest, Tenten hears a sound like the twanging of a shamisen string. Niji whirls around on one graceful heel. The arrow is almost too fast to track, but it's still an arrow. Better yet, it's made from that same bright gold material, and it has a thread stuck to the very end. The head is more of a drill than a stabbing point, and Tenten quickly sees why when it bores straight through the trunk and punches right through Niji, entering under his pectoral muscle and exiting his lower back. The arrow keeps going, hitting the ground and digging a trench as it thunders forward, the thread dragging Niji along with it. Tenten bites down so hard on her lower lip to keep from screaming she draws blood. When the dust clears, Niji is pinned to a tree like a butterfly in a collection, the arrow piercing it and ending deep underground. For a moment, Niji is limp and still. Then, around a hacking cough, he shouts, he's within 50 meters. He grabs the thread connected to the arrow with one hand and sends the last of his chakra soaring up the line. Adrenaline kicks in and Tenten adjusts the cannon's trajectory with one hand while lighting the fuse with the other. The fuse burns down in an agonizing few seconds. The sound of the cannon firing is deafening. The recoil sends the massive artillery unit slamming back into Tenten's chest hard enough to knock the wind out of her, but she could care less. Her eyes are wide and focused on the forest. She waits. Through the sounds of branches breaking and birds flying away in a terrified flurry, she hears a heavy, wet thump. Tenten runs through her calculations in her mind as she throws away every pretension of stealth she was still holding onto, limping through the underbrush at a steady trot. She makes a beeline for where her cannonball should have hit at the top of its arc. Lying on a system of tangled roots directly below that spot is Kidomaru, with a hole the size of a particularly large fist punched clean through his chest. Tenten nudges the body with her uninjured foot and it doesn't burst into smoke, melt into mud or water, or bust into flames. She rolls it into the undergrowth and limps back the way she came, ears still ringing. She finds Niji still pinned to the tree, breathing in shallow, short bursts. The fact that he can even do that much is heartening. It's proof the arrow didn't pierce his lung. With one last burst of chakra from his palm, Niji squeezes down on the thread, snapping it, and getting rid of the one thing keeping him standing upright. Tenten lets out a sharp yelp and scrambles in, catching Niji before he can fall flat on his face. As she rearranges him, he mutters into her shoulder, "You can't carry me in a cannon." Tenten shakes her head, "You're worth more." She feels him smile against her skin. That's demonstrably untrue. Tenten pulls Niji onto one shoulder and starts to limp on her good leg, forcing her voice into something casual. "You know what? We did our best. We beat someone way stronger than us. We deserve something special when we get home. Let's finally go out on a date." Niji tries to laugh, the sound wet and blocked. "We've been on dates." Tenten wrinkles her nose. "Going for meals after training doesn't count and you know it. Besides, every time we do we just end up at Ichiraku or Yakiniku-Q, the same old places we go with all our third-wheeling friends. We're going out somewhere special that we've never been before. Gimme some ideas here." Niji's eyelids are fluttering, and he answers in a slur, "I can hardly give recommendations for places I've never been." Tenten jostles him a bit to try and keep him alert, a nervous waver in her voice. "Come on, humor me. There's gotta be places you've always wanted to try, right? Talk to me, tell me about them." Either he's playing along or is too exhausted to notice. "There is a place. It's near where you live. I think it's run by some refugees from Mist. We've never taken a mission in the Land of Water. I've been curious about their food." Tenten plasters on a smile. "Oh yeah, I walk by that place all the time. Apparently it's kinda pricey because they gotta import some ingredients that are in everything because they're real common in the Land of Water, but this far inland it's hard to get them." Niji frowns thinly, on second thought. I believe they eat a lot of seafood there. Seafood this far inland is usually a bad idea." Tenten rolls her eyes. "Oh please, you're just being cheap." And Tenten desperately keeps talking, most of it meaningless, but it keeps them both conscious. She just has to get home. If she gets home, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Chapter 23. XXIII. The sun has nearly set by the time Shivi and Shino crest the last hill and the village gates finally come into view. Shino's body language doesn't shift, but Shivi can detect minute changes in his son's colony. They stop scrambling around at random, their wing beats slow down, all their activity slows and the hum they give off drops to a lower, sweeter frequency. The boy is glad to be home. Shivi's colony harmonizes with Shino's. It always does when he sees the gates, no matter how short the mission. Shivi doesn't get a chance to say so before there's a sonic boom that shakes the forest in an aftershock of chakra. A figure comes rocketing out of the trees like a runaway train, trips over a bump in the road and spins through the air before rolling down the hill. Shivi blinks a few times to try and get his bearings, but Shino's running after them and he has little choice but to follow. Shino moves so fast he has to skid down the hill to get to the figure's side. Shivi stays a few paces back so he can read them quickly. Wild tawny hair, a rail-thin build, and a long white scarf. Shivi nearly stops. There's no way this is Koji, and if it is something is terribly wrong. Shino turns the boy over. He's curled around the broken, bent figure of Ino Yamanaka. Her limp extremities have turned a nasty purple red, both her eyes are blackened, and her jaw is swollen on one side. Her breathing is coming in shallow flutters. Far more than something is terribly wrong. Shivi kneels down at their sides. "What's happened, Koji?" Where's the rest of your team? Koji doesn't seem to see either Shino or Shivi, feet scrambling to find purchase on the dirt as he whispers, "Hospital, hospital, gotta get Ino to the hospital, I'll save her, gotta go home, gotta save her now." Shivi takes Koji by the shoulder and pulls him so he's sitting up, looking him in the eye. "Koji, you're just outside the village. We can take Ino and you to the hospital from here. It's alright now, you're alright." Koji blinks, bleary-eyed, a few times before he gingerly hands Ino to Shivi. "You gotta, she's hurt real bad, you gotta get her there first." Koji's eyes fill with tears. "It's my fault, I did this, it's my fault." Shino drapes one of Koji's arms over his shoulders and starts dragging him the rest of the way to the gates. "What's your fault, Koji? What happened?" Koji tells them in fragments as the two Abarame rush him and his teammate to the hospital. Shivi's able to piece together there was a mission to retrieve a missing Sakura Harino that took almost every friend Shino has out of the village, and they'd run into heavy resistance along the way. The details melt into quiet, shaking sobs when Koji tries to describe how exactly Ino got injured. Shivi asks questions, but Shino listens in absolute silence. His colony starts scrambling at his chakra pathways, the frequency ratcheting up into something high and anxious. Shivi knows where this is going. When they reach the front doors of the hospital, Shivi turns to Shino and simply says, "Go." Shino stiffens. "What do you? You can't hide anything from me, son," Shivi sighs. "If I don't let you go, you'll sneak away when my back is turned. Go. I can get Ino and Koji the help they need. Your friends out there are the ones who need you." Shino's colony is practically singing. "Thank you, Dad," he murmurs, "I'll try not to be long." He turns on his heel and starts sprinting the way he came. Shivi drapes one of Koji's arms over one of his shoulders and makes his way into the lobby. He seems to have ruined one of the few quiet days at the hospital, as all the nurses, orderlies, and interns zero in on the two heavily injured genin and sprint to their sides. It's as Shivi's in the middle of relaying everything he knows about their condition and trying to keep up with the race to the emergency room that he notices the fifth Hokage herself falling in step with the procession. Her eyes are wide and her lips are pressed into a tight line as she listens. Only when the two genin disappear into an empty surgical theater does she let out a long sigh and whisper, "Fuck." Shivi turns to her, eyes narrowing behind his sunglasses. "It wasn't supposed to be this bad, was it?" Tsunade shakes her head, running a hand through her bangs. "No, I knew it could be, but I didn't think it'd get this bad this soon. I really wanted to wait before I had to send in backup." Shivi nods. "Tell me what I can do to help." Tsunade worries her lower lip with her teeth for a few moments, then turns on her heel and strides back towards the hospital doors. "Find Kakashi and bring him to me. I need to call in a favor from some of our guests." Oink oink. It takes Sasuke a few seconds, but he's able to translate. "I think Taunton's saying we're almost on top of Sakura's scent." Fucking finally, Naruto snarls, and Hinata can't help but agree with him beneath her labored breaths. Leaping through treetops used to be so much easier than this. Now it feels like her heart is caught in a cage too small for it whenever it beats, and it's beating far too rapidly. "Focus up, guys," Shikamaru cuts in, voice stern. "This is the hard part now, we're fighting in low light so we gotta play this smart." A harsh, discordant note cuts him off. Naruto's hands fly to his ears with a swear. Taunton squeals, loud and shrill. She misses her next branch and plummets toward the forest floor before Sasuke leaps in. He grabs her out of the air and tucks her tight under one arm. There's a rustling of leaves and a creaking of branches, like three great eagles just took flight and are cutting through the canopy straight for them. Shikamaru grinds out a swear and hisses, "Hinata. Eyes. Now." "Alright." Chakra rushes up to her eyes and her vision expands out in a pulse. Three chakra silhouettes are closing in on them, one on each flank and one coming up from below, 90 feet back and gaining. Up above and 100 feet back a real person is lurking in the canopy, leering down with something held up to their mouth. Hinata calls out, "WEC clones or genjutsu are coming at us fast. There's someone up in the trees behind them." Sasuke shouts over his shoulder to Shikamaru, "Double time." Shikamaru nods as he lets out a burst of chakra from the solace of his feet, giving him a boost. "Double time." "Hinata, the person moving or still?" Hinata can't answer right away. First she needs to send a jolt of chakra to her feet to keep up with the rest of the squad, then she needs to point her attention in two different directions at once as she moves forward and looks backward. How in the world older Hyuga can do this for longer than a few seconds at a time is still a mystery to her. On top of her shortness of breath, Hinata's starting to get nauseous. After a quick glance back, she reports, "They're sitting still." Shikamaru is silent for a few breaths before he asks, "Sasuke, where's Sakura's scent coming from, behind, or ahead?" Taunton snorts and snuffles before oinking up to Sasuke, who translates, "The scent's stronger ahead, but she thinks we might have." "Then that's where she's gotta be," Naruto interrupts, "they're obviously trying to keep us from catching up, believe it?" "Not so sure I do," Shikamaru mutters, "there's another sharp, dissonant note that rattles Hinata's brain in her skull." This time the whole squad lets out a cry, hands flying up to their ears, throwing everyone off course and off balance. Hinata's barely able to catch herself with a leading line of chakra magnetizing her feet to the nearest branch. The boys don't land anywhere near as gracefully, Naruto slamming side first into a tree trunk and Sasuke almost falling to a lower branch. Everyone follows the same instinct, crouching low and taking deep breaths. The leaves are still rustling, branches still creaking, the noise and its sources growing closer by the second. Hinata forces her focus backward. The silhouettes are 60 feet back now, and the figure in the trees is creeping ever so slowly behind them. Naruto hisses through grit teeth, "The hell's that sound?" "Perhaps ninjutsu or genjutsu," Lee murmurs, eyes darting around to map out the darkening forest. "It feels similar to what I experienced in the Forest of Death, but I am not sure exactly what it is doing." Shikamaru glances over to Sasuke, "Any insight?" Sasuke stares at him for a few seconds before glowering and pointing at his eyes, "I can't see sound." Shikamaru briefly grimaces, "Then we're flying blind." "All right, stick to the path. There's a break in the trees around a ravine in 15 or so meters. We're gonna drag them out into the open." Hinata's brow furrows, "Weary, so we're running." "As a Chunin, I'm obligated to say we're relocating to a more strategically advantageous position," Shikamaru snorts before his expression smooths back to professional, "Now move it." They move it, Naruto and Sasuke pulling back to the head of their line and cutting straight through the trees. Hinata has to keep her hands out to either side of herself, touching the tree trunks to make sure she isn't thrown off course as she directs her focus behind and below her. There's another stabbing note and the rustling sounds right below Hinata grow louder. She forces her focus down just in time to see one of the silhouettes come racing up towards her feet. Hinata lets out a yelp and dives forward. The silhouette bursts through the leaves, its fingers a hair's breadth from touching her heel. Hinata grabs a branch and swings to another. She glances back and finally gets a good look at what's really chasing them. The construct in the shape of a young man with 6 arms is made from pure chakra, with no network of its own meant to flow through imitation limbs. But it's not quite a flat image. The body is given the illusion of substance by being packed tight with tiny bundles of yin chakra, barely held back by a shell so fragile it would break the second it touched anything with enough force. She focuses forward, kicking off of tree trunks and swinging from branches to get closer to her squad. They regenjutsu. Don't let them touch you, they're built like they're bombs, they're full of littler, stronger genjutsu. Shikamaru shoots an incredulous look over his shoulder at her, "They're what?" "I know what she means," Sasuke calls back, "Sakura hit me with something like that when she left the village. Don't touch them, they'll knock you out if they make contact." With another flute sting, Hinata catches out of the corner of her eye the other 2 illusions banking around to flank Lee. She doesn't have time to shout a warning. They each leap out from behind a tree trunk and dart towards Lee. Lee is faster. He leaps straight up, grabbing a high-up branch and swinging all the way around it before letting go. His momentum sends him soaring past Shikamaru. He lands a yard ahead of him and pays that boost forward, darting through the trees with a speed Hinata hasn't seen since the exams. "Keep going. We are almost there," Lee calls, pulling ahead. There's a warbling, spinning note. Hinata's vision spins with it. Her stomach lurches, her left foot trips over her right. Hinata doesn't realize she's falling towards the forest floor until Shikamaru's hand closes around her wrist, and for a moment she's dangling from his grip, legs kicking out into nothing. With a grunt of effort and a jolt of chakra through his arm, Shikamaru tosses her ahead. She tumbles through the air, end over end, before Lee grabs her hood. He sets her down on a branch beside him, sparing her a quick, encouraging smile before he leaps ahead. Hinata can see the break in the trees, see past it to the open ravine. She races forward. She's trained for the forest, but right now it feels claustrophobic, like each tree makes up the bars of a cage. Hinata breaks through the tree line, Lee just ahead of her, Shikamaru on her heels, and the full moon rising above. She takes a deep breath, savoring the fresh air in her lungs as she leaps over the deep, narrow canyon. Any relief she felt is stifled by Shikamaru letting out a swear and snarling, "God damn it, where the hell are Sasuke and Naruto? Alright, we're posting up on the other side of the ravine. Keep moving." It happens so fast you'd miss it if you blinked. The three illusory forms slam straight into Shikamaru, one after another, bursting into petals on impact. The flurry of petals hides Shikamaru for only a second. His unconscious body goes plummeting down, disappearing below the canyon's edge. Hinata lets out a yelp and doubles back, stumbling to a clumsy stop at the lip of the canyon. She looks frantically around. Lee has landed at her side, but Naruto and Sasuke are nowhere to be found. The ravine is too deep for her to see Shikamaru. Hinata runs her hands through her hair as she sputters, "We have to go. We have to help him. Where are Naruto and what are they doing?" Lee puts a strong hand on her shoulder and says in a low voice, "They are following Sakura's scent. Go after them. I will try to cut this person off before they can catch up." Hinata's eyes are as wide as they can go, but Shikamaru. He fell really far and I will help him, but I cannot do that with someone kiting me around in circles with genjutsu. Lee cuts in, dark eyes meeting her pale gaze. "Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke are out of control. You need to help them regain their heads. Go." Hinata takes a breath so deep it hurts her chest, but nods, Please don't be long." Lee shoots her a grin and a silent thumbs up before leaping back across the canyon and disappearing into the trees. Hinata takes a few more breaths, trying and failing to will her heart to beat slower, before turning on her heel and rushing into the forest. Sasuke and Naruto blink into view at the edge of her Byakugan's radius. They're leaping into a small clearing, barely 15 feet across. She can see Sasuke making hand signs, see fire chakra moving up from his stomach to his mouth, and the fire chakra disappearing behind her sight. Hinata bites her lip and kicks off tree trunks, traveling in a serpentine path towards her remaining squad mates. The closer she gets, the more comes popping into view. She sees three more illusions just as they burst into petals of yin chakra. The petals are quickly burned away by Sasuke's fire, neutralizing the threat in an instant. On the ground she sees a mud clone in the shape of a boy with two heads with a barrel-shaped mud construct tied to its back, just as Naruto's heel is connecting with the side of its head. The clone and its cargo go flying, slamming into a tree. The impact disrupts the chakra, giving the mud its shape. Hinata arrives in the small clearing just in time to see them both melt into mud. Sasuke lands in the center of the clearing as Naruto stalks around the perimeter, growling, "Where is she? Taunton has the scent, right? She's supposed to be here." He takes notice of Hinata, but his mood does not improve. "There's gotta be another one of these assholes hiding in the trees, right? Hinata, look around." Hinata jolts back a bit, but nods. She scans the trees with her Byakugan, making sure to walk the perimeter of the clearing just to be sure. Sasuke isn't paying attention to either one of them, instead setting Taunton down and letting her sniff around the mud. After a few moments, Hinata turns the Byakugan off and shakes her head, if there's no one nearby anyway." Naruto runs a hand through his hair with an annoyed grunt as he turns to Sasuke, "What's Taunton saying? Where's her scent going now?" Sasuke doesn't respond. He's staring wide-eyed down at Taunton as the little pig sniffs around in frantic circles. After circling around a few times, she starts oinking up at Sasuke, distress evident on her face. Sasuke's voice comes out in a slow stream, "Taunton is saying Sakura's scent isn't. Sakura's scent was never here." Naruto jolts back, "What? That's bullshit, then what the hell were we following all this way?" Sasuke's look of blank shock suddenly morphs into seething rage, and he slams the side of his fist into a tree trunk, Sakura played us like a damn shamisen. The visual genjutsu were cover, not for her but for the olfactory genjutsu. Naruto's jaw drops open, ol wuttery. It means smell, dumbass, Sasuke snaps, whirling to level his bright red glare on Naruto. She used genjutsu to fake her own scent. Naruto stares, open-mouthed, for a moment before he grabs fistfuls of his hair and shouts, then what the fuck was the point of bringing these stupid animals? Why'd we put you in the front when you can't see smell? This is bullshit. Sasuke's knuckles are bleached white, a vein popping out on his neck. Don't put this on Taunton or on me. Shikamaru underestimated Sakura, you all did, that's why she left. Naruto's pupils suddenly shift into long slits and the night air ratchets up a degree. You're blaming us. Who was the one always calling her annoying, jackass? You don't get to. Hinata balls her hands into fists and shouts, both of you stop it. Sasuke and Naruto's mouths snap shut. They both whirl around to stare at her, eyes wide and faces pale. Taunton's ears flatten and she shrinks behind Sasuke's legs, letting out soft, nervous oinks. Hinata takes another deep breath and hisses through her teeth, you're not mad at each other. You're mad that Sakura's actually treating you like a threat. I understand that, but now isn't the time. If she's treating you like a threat, you have to do the same. Sasuke and Naruto's eyes drop to the dirt as they mutter in stilted unison, sorry. Hinata's resolve wavers. Those hangdog expressions remind her in an instant exactly what they're going through. If it were Shino or Kiba they were running after, she can't guarantee she wouldn't be going just as crazy. Kurene's voice plays in her mind, and Hinata quotes it out loud, the only apology worth making is doing better. So we're going to do better. Sasuke looks up at her with a weak smirk, alright, then lead the way. Drip. Kimimura's heard of a torture method that's quite popular in the land of water. Drip. It consists of restraining someone, putting their head under a consistent and slow drip of water, then leaving them until they break. Drip. Kimimaro can't claim to know how well the visual and tactile aspects of that torture work. Drip. But if the sound is anything like the sound of his drip, he can attest to the constant, unending, never-changing sound of water dripping. Drip. Being absolutely insufferable. Kimimaro flexes his fingers at his side and takes deep breaths. There's not much beyond his own body he can use to distract himself from the darkness and the near silence. These are the moments when he wonders why they're delaying the inevitable. He might as well be dead already. This room at the very least is more comfortable than a casket. Orochimaru might still need him, but that might is becoming slimmer and slimmer as the days pass. The constant dripping is interrupted by a bubbling sound. Kimimaro tenses up. His instincts are screaming at him to draw a blade and leap to his feet, but that's more than his body can manage on a moment's notice. It's also not particularly wise when he's hooked up to countless tubes through countless needles. The bubbling coalesces into a wet, burbling voice, hey, you awake? Kimimaro takes a rasping breath, who are you? Doesn't matter, the voice gurgles, I don't have a lot of time and neither do you, so listen up. Kabuto's playing your old teammates and Orochimaru for suckers and you're the only one who can mess up his plans. What? No, that doesn't. I don't believe you. The bubbling intensifies, we don't have time for this. Orochimaru's reached the end of his current body. What? What happened, why did he? And a new one's on the way, but Kabuto's trying to pull a bait and switch. Kabuto is absolutely loyal to Lord Orochimaru, he wouldn't. He's got everyone convinced the body they're carrying is the one Orochimaru wants when it's really someone chasing that body. Wait, I'm confused, who has the body? What does this? And both of them aren't even at the border yet, so no matter what body actually ends up here it's not gonna make it in time. Kimimaro falls silent. Orochimaru trusts you, if you go tell him what I just told you then we can get him and Kabuto at each other's throats and they'll tear this whole bunker down around themselves just to drop it on the other's head, and we'll finally be free. Come on, let's go. Kimimaro isn't listening, he's far too busy trying to sort the truth from the lies. Kabuto wouldn't betray Orochimaru, that's an impossibility, he's the one who taught Kimimaro everything he knows about unconditional loyalty. But the best lies are twisted truths. Could Orochimaru be waiting desperately on a new body? Kimimaro hasn't seen him at all since he left for the Chunin exams, and Kabuto has dodged all his questions during routine exams. It could be possible. Could that body be delayed as the Sound 4 run into resistance? The Sound 4 aren't what they were without him. Seikon is hardly a leader. Kabuto told him 2 days ago he'd be missing 2 of Kimimiro's daily exams since he had to coordinate a mission abroad. He could be directing the Sound 4. And few understand Orochimaru's purpose. Those who care for the body could be trying to get it back. It could be possible. If it's a lie, then all Kimimaro has to do is just keep lying on his deathbed, waiting for the Reaper to take him. But if it's true, then he's lying here while Orochimaru suffers. If it's true, then Kimimaro would be sitting back while Orochimaru is forced to transfer into some lesser vessel, not the prize he'd been seeking in the Leaf Village. If it's true, then Orochimaru needs him. Kimimaro whispers, "What direction are they coming from?" There's a confused bubble from his 4, "What?" "I dunno, northeast." "What other direction do you go to get from Leaf to Sound?" Kimimaro lets out a rattling sigh as he slowly sits up, needles and tubes popping out of his back, sloppy and predictable, but time is of the essence, so I can't blame them. "Wait, what are you? Are you actually gonna help Orochimaru? We have a golden opportunity to be free, you can't." Kimimaro removes the blindfold from his eyes and plucks the remaining needles from his skin. "I understand my purpose now. If I cannot be Lord Orochimaru's vessel, then I will lay down my life to bring the vessel to him." Kimimaro turns to his 4 and sees a scowling mouth connected to a line of blue fluid mixing with the green, snaking down the tube, into the greater tank of 4 fluid, and up into the pipes in the ceiling. If he survives the trip home, he'll need to make Kabuto aware of that. The mouth lets out a frustrated growl, "Should have known you were too brainwashed. Have fun dying for your replacement, jackass." Suijutsu dissolves his mouth and sends his body racing back up into the pipes. Like he always does when he goes on these excursions, he can't fight the frustration that comes from these pipes being a closed system full of confusing currents that clash against each other in the dark. Kabuto has to have redone the entire water system just to make sure Suijutsu not only couldn't escape through it, but every time he used it to get around the bunker not only would he get lost but he'd get nauseous. He wouldn't put it past that smug bastard. Suijutsu forces himself to count down from 10. It won't help anyone if Kabuto finds him still bubbling with rage. 10, 9, 8. Maybe this isn't so bad. Silver linings, Suijutsu, remember what Mainjutsu was always saying about silver linings. 7, 6, 5. So Kimimaro won't rat on Kabuto, that sucks, but he is about to go and get the vessel from the Sound 4. 4, 3, 2. A vessel Kimimiro's never seen. A vessel Kimimaro knows nothing about, beyond the curse mark procedure. A vessel Kimimaro will assume is in the custody of the Sound 4, since he only bought half of Suijutsu's story. 1. Suijutsu's body flows back into his tank, and for half a second he manifests a grin. Kabuto's plan may be going right on schedule, but Kimimiro's about to throw Orochimaru's right off the rails. And Suijutsu's more than fine with that. The one thing no one ever gives Lee enough credit for is that he pays very, very close attention. While the rest of his squad were focusing on the illusions, thinking with their eyes, Lee was thinking with his ears. Every time that flute had sounded, Lee had fought through the disorienting effects, dodged the illusions, focused purely on the sound of the instrument. He had done it all with one goal in mind. It was all to pinpoint where the flute player was. And as Lee crashes through the canopy, coming face to face with a pink-haired, flute-playing sound ninja, he can't help a grin at being right. Her eyes go wide, and Lee whips his body around to kick for her jaw. But that leg was recently rebuilt from the ground up, and today she's as quick as he is. She brings her arms up to take the brunt of the blow. Lee still knocks her off the branch, sending her flying for the forest floor at a 45-degree angle. The girl grabs a branch with both hands and starts to swing away. Lee plunges down heel first, snapping the branch. The girl falls mid-swing. She's able to change her trajectory enough to stick her chakra-infused feet to a nearby tree trunk, kicking off of it and taking a serpentine path back towards the canopy. Her back is to him, but Lee doesn't need to see her mouth to know she's bringing the flute up to it. He grits his teeth and shoves an extra burst of chakra into his feet, closing the distance. His hand shoots out and grabs a fistful of the girl's hair. He yanks her head away from her flute, grabs her shoulder with his other hand, and uses his leverage to slam his knee into her spine. She lets out a loud scream of fuck and flails wildly at the impact. One elbow gets lucky, crashing into Lee's nose. He expected her to be strong. He did not expect her to be strong enough to break his nose in one strike. The shock makes him loosen his grip for a fraction of a second. That's all she needs. The girl wrenches out of his grasp and disappears into the canopy. Lee shakes his head to clear it, then takes a moment to listen. Rustling leaves and breaking branches betray her. She's heading northwest. Lee leaps after her and calls, "Running is foolish, sound ninja. I know these lands better than you do, and I will find you, that is a promise." A harsh laugh echoes back towards him, "I don't need to get away from you for long, eyebrows just need to make a little space." Lee's rebuttal is cut off by the sound of her flute instead of a quick sting. This is a complex melody. Lee braces for genjutsu to start warping his senses, but it never comes. His stomach twists. That's even worse. He pushes himself to leap at double time. Whatever this song is for, whatever it does, he knows he has to stop her from finishing it. He knows it like he knows to breathe and to blink. The sound grows closer, louder, and just as Lee is certain he's right on top of it, the melody reaches its crescendo. There's a burst of white smoke. A gigantic metal club comes swinging through it, aiming right for Lee's head. Lee has no choice but to bring up his shin, the one that hadn't just been pieced back together, and take the blow on his weights, the only armor he has. The blow still sends him plummeting straight to the forest floor. Lee hits the dirt so hard he craters it. Lee coughs up dirt and grass. He nearly picks himself up, but then the dust clears. He sees exactly what sent him flying. 3 giants, easily half as tall as any of these trees, glower down at Lee from their perches. At least, Lee imagines they're glowering. Each has their face covered, one behind hair, one behind a blindfold, and one behind bandages. The club-wielding, long-haired ogre wears a jumpsuit similar to his own. The blindfolded ogre is shirtless, bald with scars on its head, with thorn-like weapons tied to each arm. The last, the bandaged ogre, is bandaged from head to waist with needles pinned to its head. The girl is perched on a branch just above her ogres, grinning down at him. Zigging and zagging across her skin are jagged lines, similar to the petals that covered Sakura. "Jirobo always nags me about my manners, so let's try being polite," she sneers. "I'm Tewa, and these are my boys, the Doki. You'll be fighting them, not me. Have at him, boys." Tewa leaps back into the leaves. The second she disappears, there's a note from her flute and the Doki descend on Lee. He's able to roll out of the way of an earth-shaking strike from the club-wielding ogre only to have to leap away from the blindfolded ogre's fist as it swings for him. It hits the tree just behind him, splitting the trunk. Lee jukes around their blows, so focused on the advancing guard he only notices the bandaged ogre about to fall on top of him when he blocks the spare bits of moonlight. It's a close shave, close enough that one of the needles in the creature's head scratches Lee's cheek. He needs to get some distance. There's nowhere to run in these cramped quarters. He swerves through trees, backing up through the forest, but it's like running from logging equipment. As Lee swerves around a blow from the blindfolded ogre, there's a spinning refrain from Tewa's flute. Its massive jaws fall open, and a spectral worm with a human mouth comes spiraling out of its mouth. Lee is stunned by the disgusting sight for a fraction of a second. That's all it takes. The worm darts out and chomps down on Lee's elbow. The second its teeth sink in, Lee feels his chakra being siphoned, pulled down his arm and into the worm. Lee's instincts take over. He wrenches his arm out from the worm's jaws, blood pouring from the punctures. Tewa plays a sequence of notes and the Doki drop to all fours. Each opens their mouth to release another worm. They all come surging for Lee. Lee needs a distraction for these chakra leeches, and he needs it yesterday. If he were any other ninja, he'd just fire off a ninjutsu and hope they chased after the chakra and that, but he does have the next best thing. Lee bites the inside of his cheek. He shoves a hand into his tool pouch and wrenches out a Leaf Village flare. With a silent thank you to Tenten for sharing, Lee breaks the flare over his knee. The blast of chakra explodes out from the flare with a muted flash. Immediately the worms surge towards the chakra in the air before Taewya can play a note to get them back on track. This is Lee's shot. He turns on his heel and sprints. He doesn't slow down, not until he sees a sliver of moonlight breaking through two tree trunks. Lee tumbles into a small clearing. He presses his back to one of the trees, holds his breath, and listens. He can faintly hear the crashing of the doki, the whine of Taewya's flute. They're meters away, but gaining fast. He needs to come up with a plan faster. Lee closes his eyes. He can't chance the gates, not yet. He was able to track Taewya before, but in the dark with these ogres coming after him he won't be able to focus so purely on the sound of her flute. And he's not as fast, not as fluid, not as strong as he was 2 months ago. The quickest solution would be to fight them head on, but without the gates he can't hit as hard as those monsters. Or can he? Lee's eyes go wide. He drops to the ground, tearing off his shin guards and taking off his weights. He unspools the wrappings around each hand and wraps them around his weights, creating a pair of makeshift flails. He picks them up and gives them a few experimental spins. The linen is holding for now. He'll have to work fast to make sure they don't tear at an inopportune time. But he knew that much already. Lee walks to the middle of the clearing, turns, and waits. The doki come crashing through the trees, and Lee darts away. He's not as fast as he was, but he outclasses these creatures by a country mile. Lee is a dark green blur in a dark forest, and the doki swing in large, slow arcs as they try to track him. He can hear Taewya's flute struggling to keep up with him and the doki struggle to keep up with her. Lee darts around the clearing's perimeter, stopping only long enough at each tree for the doki to get a lock on the tree. With every missed swing they knock down another tree, bringing more and more full moonlight into the forest. Once the clearing is 30 feet across, Lee finally strikes. He kicks off a tree, flying in an arc across the clearing, and swings with his weights for the bandaged ogre. They slam into the creature with a crunch, denting the side of its ribcage. Before it has time to register what's happening, Lee brings the weights around and smashes them into its sides. Lee batters the creature, bouncing it between the two flails, knocking it onto its back. He takes the weights into each hand, leaps to the creature's head, and brings them both down. The creature's head collapses. Blood and brain matter paint the soil. Lee doesn't have time to savor his victory. As soon as the summon explodes into white smoke, Lee has to use that smoke screen to avoid a strike from the club-wielding ogre. He rolls out from the smoke and darts in serpentine motions away from the club-wielding ogre, drawing it closer and closer to the blindfolded ogre. He draws them closer and closer together, waiting until the moment before both are about to strike him before darting to the side. They hit each other, and as they recoil from the blow, Lee rebounds off a nearby felled tree, kicks off a standing tree, and swings for the heads of both creatures. The weights connect with the back of each doki's skull. Their skulls collide with the sound of shattering bone and splattering brain. They disappear in a burst of smoke, and Lee takes a few heaving breaths. He turns on his heel, looking and listening for Taewya. Her flute has gone silent, but he can hear the telltale sound of rustling leaves and cracking branches making its way towards the clearing. He'll have to make even quicker work of her. Taewya's voice comes slithering out of the trees a moment before she does. Well, look at you. You've got some brains after all. Lee nearly leaps out of his skin. Taewya is perched at the edge of the clearing, but she is not the girl that disappeared into the trees seconds prior. Her skin is a deathly gray-brown, her eyes a bright yellow framed in black. Her hair has grown past her thighs, and atop her head are several gnarled horns framing her face like a crown. She stares down at him now with a predatory sneer, the moonlight glinting off teeth sharp enough to tear through flesh. "All right, asshole," she hisses, "time for round 2. This is going to be a long night." Shikamaru's eyes creak open like the shutters of an abandoned house. He can tell from the sliver of starry sky between a pair of tall, dark walls that he's fallen to the bottom of the ravine, but he could probably have figured that out from how sore he is. Shikamaru multitasks, opening up his flak jacket to check for bruised ribs while taking stock of the stars to note the time. Most of his ribs are, indeed, bruised, and the sky's indicating that he's at least been unconscious for less than half an hour. He lets out a painful sigh. No bones about it, this is his own fault. Splitting up the team, that was mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 was letting the darkness, the sound genjutsu, and how amped up Sasuke and Naruto were get to him. Mistake number 3 was letting everyone break formation, but that was really more an offshoot of mistake number 2. His first ever mission as a Chunin, and it was already shaping up to be a resounding failure. What an absolute drag. Shikamaru sits up and starts examining the rest of his injuries. His left elbow's sprained, same for his right ankle. That means climbing or jumping out of this canyon isn't an option, not unless he wants to be like Sasuke and aggravate his injuries. No, it's best to follow the river's flow for now. When you're lost in the wilderness, that's the first rule for survival. The basics are what he needs right now. Shikamaru pulls himself to his feet, leans heavy against the canyon wall, and follows the river. Progress is slow when you're keeping your weight off one foot, but steady. Shikamaru is able to reason that the river is flowing southeast, so it'll eventually feed into the river flowing from the valley of the end. He's definitely going to need to find an earlier branching point. By the time he gets all the way to that river, everyone in his team will be dead and Sakura will be in the Sound Village. He could find some way to travel via the river once it gets deeper, but that might take even longer. Shikamaru snapped out of his thoughts by a voice grousing, "Are we seriously going to spend this entire mission just sitting here?" Shikamaru lets his instincts take over, diving behind a large stalagmite and pressing his back flat to the rock. He takes a breath. That voice was coming from nearby. He wishes he could use his kunao like a mirror to get a reflection, but the moon's in the wrong spot and at the wrong angle for him to have any light to do it with. Shikamaru swallows hard and peeks ever so slightly out from behind the rock. Sitting a few yards downriver is a large wooden barrel with a purple rope tied around the middle of it. Sitting atop the barrel is a young man dressed in typical Sound uniform, shaggy silver hair covering one eye and an identical head sprouting from the back of his neck. He's drumming his fingers on his knee, the other hand propping up his chin. He looks positively bored. Before Shikamaru can dissect any of that information, he hears the boy reply, seemingly to himself, "If the voice is any indication, we need to be patient. She's no good to Orochimaru in an incomplete state. Besides, she's making good time, all things considered." The head facing away from Shikamaru bobs ever so slightly as it speaks, "Yeah, what's the deal with that? I thought she was some clanless civilian kid. How is she ripening up this fast?" Shikamaru ignores how uncomfortable the word ripening in this context in favor of listening to the front head's reply. "If I had to guess, Kabuto did mention her exceptional chakra control. That could have something to do with it." Shikamaru grits his teeth. Of course it was his luck to stumble onto Sakura while he was alone in a death funnel. If she's been sitting here the entire time, going completely unnoticed by Taunton and Akamaru, Shikamaru has to guess there's been a genjutsu covering Sakura's real scent this whole time. Unless he remembered to bring a flare of his own, there's no way he can signal for help. The only choice he has is stealth. There's not even a sliver of moonlit ground in this ravine, so if he wants to use his tried and true technique, he's gonna need to make some light. And that's risky as all hell. Before Shikamaru's plan can get any further than that, the boy suddenly sits up straight. Both heads jerk up towards the top of the canyon. There's a distant rustle of leaves and scuffing of sole on dirt. In an instant, another silhouette comes plunging down to alight on top of the barrel. The two-headed boy scrambles off the barrel, turning to face the figure with his front head. This figure also appears to be a boy, only a few years older than Shikamaru, with pale hair, pale skin, and a sickly look. Long sleeves hide his hands, and the large purple rope around his middle marks him as decidedly sound. The two-headed boy stammers, "Wh what the? Kimimaro, what are you? You're in no state to be. You were taking too long," Kimimaro states flatly, hopping off the barrel, "I'll take it from here." "Like hell you will, you're at death's door," the backhead spits, "We'll come with you, you need backup." Kimimiro's mouth twitches at one corner, "No, I don't think you will. I don't need backup from someone who hasn't even realized he's being watched." Shikamaru's blood freezes in his veins. His reflexes are fast, but the two-headed boys are faster, the backhead snapping up and locking eyes with Shikamaru right as he's pulling his head back behind the rock. Shikamaru purses his lips. He's not getting out of here with Sakura. He's maybe not even getting out of here with his life. But if his hypothesis about Sakura's scent is correct, there's one thing he can do. Shikamaru runs through the hand signs and creates a basic clone, sending the sacrificial lamb limping as fast as it can back the way he came with a few tools and some basic instructions. He drags himself back to the canyon wall. From this vantage point he can see the two-headed boy sprinting after the clone. Kimimaro is in the process of hopping off the barrel, but the second he lands he has to bring up one of his long sleeves to cough into it. This is his only shot. Shikamaru pulls a Suzuki and runs on his injured ankle straight for the barrel. His hand touches the side and he can feel the telltale static shock of chakra coating the barrel, exactly enough for a concealing genjutsu. Shikamaru forms half a seal and breaks it with an effort of chakra. The burst of chakra immediately draws Kimimiro's attention, the boy whipping around to glare down his nose at him. Kimimaro opens his mouth, but Shikamaru grins and cuts him off. "Don't you worry about me, I know when I'm outmatched. Go ahead and run off with her, it's not like she's my teammate." Kimimiro's eyes narrow. "What did you do?" Shikamaru shrugs. "Broadcasted who you've got and where they're going to a radius of about, I don't know, 7 miles at least, 3,000 miles at most. Good luck with the rest of my team, buddy." Kimimaro processes that information for a moment before his expression smooths over. "Then I hope you feel secure in your decision to doom your friends." He lifts the barrel effortlessly and leaps away, kicking off the ravine walls and disappearing over the canyon lip. Shikamaru swallows his anxiety. He has to compartmentalize. For the sake of his own sanity he chooses to believe that was a bluff. He reaches into his pack and rifles around. No flare, but there is a matchbook. Plan B's still on track. The two-headed boy has just turned on his heel, the front head's gaze following Kimimiro's trajectory. He's not getting out of here anywhere near that easy. Shikamaru opens the matchbook and strikes the whole book against the canyon wall, shoving an effort of fire chakra down his arm with the motion. The matchbook blossoms into a blaze of flame far bigger than it could ever attain naturally, threatening to burn the skin off Shikamaru's fingertips, but that's a sacrifice he's willing to make. The matches light up a 30-foot radius, catching both himself and the two-headed boy in the area. Shikamaru drops the matchbook onto the ground behind him and makes the rat seal. His shadow races across the ground and grabs a hold of the two-headed boy's feet. He freezes in place, eyes darting between Shikamaru, the shadow, and the matchbook, before sneering, "This can't be the entire plan. That matchbook's going to burn down to nothing in seconds." Shikamaru just shrugs. "Call me desperate. I've got 2 sprained bits on me, at this point I'll settle for just delaying you. This entire mission's a bust anyway." The two-headed boy grins. "Considering you're rescuing someone who doesn't want to be rescued, I'd have to agree. Your mission was doomed from the start." Shikamaru can't fight a scowl. "Yeah, why see, that's the thing about friends, you can't just let them do whatever they want. Because people are idiots, and they sometimes wanna do really stupid shit. So you stop them. That's the difference between loving someone and enabling them." The two-headed boy's grin twists in an odd way. "Please, even I know that much. I'm not an idiot." Shikamaru finally lets his own grin loose. "Then you should know I've been stalling, and you should have taken that bait I threw out." The boy's visible eye goes wide. His head whips around behind him to see Shikamaru's clone planting the last of 4 explosive tags, 2 on either wall at hand height, 2 up near the lip hanging off of Kunao. And all of them have burned down to their last scrap of paper. It's just before the explosion, just as Shikamaru is breaking the jutsu and the boy is turning to him with murder in his eyes, that he notices he only has one head. An explosion rocks the ravine, but Shikamaru can't enjoy the sight of falling rocks and a plan coming together when a hand is fisting itself in his ponytail. Shikamaru wrenches out of that grip, the hand only taking his hairtie, but as he whirls on his heel he only gets to see the mirror image of the two-headed boy covered in leopard-like spots for a split second before he grabs him by the collar and changes. In the dying light of the matches Shikamaru can see his skin turn from pale to red, his features sharpen and elongate, his eyes turning gold with black sclerae. A horn sprouts from his forehead, and before Shikamaru can process that, this mirror image rears back and headbutts Shikamaru. He makes contact with the base of the horn, the hardest part of the skull. Shikamaru sees stars. The mirror image lets go of Shikamaru's shirt and he goes tumbling out of his grip, falling onto his back. The mirror image rolls his neck, looks to the pile of rubble and calls, "You all right, Seikon. Shikamaru wants to make a smart remark about how of course he's not, but of course the rebel starts to move. A similarly demonic figure comes crawling out of the rocks, a hard, armor-like chitin covering his right arm and leg. I've certainly been better, Seikon grouses, you couldn't have grabbed him before that trap went off, Yukon. I barely had time to switch forms. Yukon shrugs, strolling around to pick up the matchbook, ends and means, Seikon, he throws the matchbook into the river, putting out the fire with a loud hiss, ends and means. Shikamaru shuts his eyes and lets out a long sigh from between clenched teeth. What a fucking drag. Kiba sniffs the air, frowning hard. This can't be right, there's no way that Sakura's scent just stopped. Honestly, he'd lost it a while ago, but Akamaru had kept on the northeast path anyway. He had to hope Akamaru was smelling something he wasn't. Because if not, they were flying blind and alone after literally nothing. It's just as that thought's starting to seep in and Kiba's processing the implications of being lost in the woods this close to the border with a hostile nation that a scent hits his nose, strong and real and close. It smells like cherries, soap, and sweat. It's Sakura, through and through. You smelling that too, Akamaru? Kiba calls, and Akamaru barks out an affirmative. Kiba sends more chakra to his hands and feet, moving double time. He takes a deep breath, breaking down the scents surrounding Sakura. First, he smells wood. Rich wood, the kind of wood someone would use to age wine in a cellar for hundreds of years. Second, he smells a combination of bleach, antiseptic, marrow, and chakra. A shudder runs down his spine and Akamaru starts to whine, high and sharp. We can't take that guy, can we? Not by ourselves, Kiba remarks, looking to Akamaru. Akamaru shakes his head. Kiba frowns, biting his lip. He won't turn back. That's not an option, not now, not ever. But he's not gonna run in like Naruto and get himself killed, that's also not an option. He pulls the flare Tenten gave him from his tool pouch. This could attract as much negative attention as positive, but fuck it, it's an idea. Kiba breaks the flare over his knee. Chakra bursts out in a mile radius. Kiba speeds up and Akamaru lets out a hunting howl as they follow their quarry into the dark. Sasuke looks up at her with a weak smirk, all right, then lead the way. Just as Hinata's wondering how in the hell she's supposed to do that, two things hit her at once: a tremor beneath her feet, and the distinctive static charge of a Leaf Village flare coming from a point slightly more east than northeast. Naruto and Sasuke's heads whip around every which way, trying to track the source of both. Tauntaun's sniffing in the direction of the chakra pulse with a renewed fervor. Hinata's mind works fast. That flare has to be from the other squad, and if Tauntaun's sniffing that way. Hinata scurries over to Tauntaun and asks, "What are you smelling, girl?" She looks up and starts insistently oinking at Hinata, who does her best to interpret it. She has trouble with Akamaru on the best of days, but that's not going to hold her back. She listens, carefully and quietly. Once she's certain she's heard her right, Hinata pops back up to her feet and declares, "Tauntaun's getting Sakura's scent again, in the direction of that flare. Come on, let's head that way." Naruto grins, wide and fierce, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." They race into the darkness, Hinata taking point. Chapter 24. XXIV Tewa grins, predatory and wide, "My turn now, eyebrows. Let's make this a party." She brings her flute to her lips. Lee bites down a mild swear and takes off in a dead sprint. He's not faster than sound. The notes hit Lee's ears and his knees buckle. He goes skidding to a stop in the dirt, landing heavy on hands and knees before his arms splay out wide. There are chains around them now, but they've always been there, but they just appeared from thin air, but they're pulling Lee's arms so hard they're straining to stay attached. Lee's head whips this way and that to see what trees they've attached themselves to. The chains melt into the trees, which melt into each other, which melt into steel bars and spikes. It's genjutsu, it has to be, a tiny part of Lee's brain insists. The rest of it is screaming with pain as his shoulders pop from their sockets. That's the problem with having no talent for genjutsu, you also don't have any talent for breaking it. Lee's flesh starts to melt from the bone, sloughing to the ground and wriggling in the dirt. The meat from Lee's arm starts to twist, shift, and coagulate. The bone of his arms dissolves and the flesh grows scales. His muscles are now a cobra, rearing up and flaring its hood. It strikes, and at the last possible second the genjutsu falls away. The cobra is Taewia's palm, thrusting for his sternum. Lee doesn't have time to block. He takes the full force of the blow in the center of his chest. Nothing breaks, but Lee is sent flying end over end. He soars out of the clearing, crashing through branches and bouncing off tree trunks. All he can do is keep a tight grip on his weights. They pinwheel around him, smashing anything in their way. Lee hits the dirt and skips like a stone. He skids to a stop and takes a second to lie in the dirt, eyes wide, hands shaking. It hurts to breathe. He doesn't have time for this. Lee takes this brief moment of lucidity to tie the linen strips connected to his weights around his hands, knotting them tight. The second he's finished, Taewia starts to play. The dull blue-black of a forest at night melts into bright, kaleidoscope color. The trees with their pomegranate red trunks and cyan into yellow into magenta leaves twist, stretch, slithering and slaloming around each other like a pit of mating snakes. The earth shifts and bobs beneath Lee's feet like a boat in rough water. A pair of ripe lemon-yellow eyes sprout from a nearby branch and peer curiously down at him. Lee swings wildly with one of his weights. The branch flows out of the way and comes back down. What a curious little creature, the tree remarks, an imperious lilt to its garbled voice, a ninja that cannot do ninjutsu. What a charming paradox. A gecko crawls out from beneath a log, one half of it black, the other white, and it chortles, "Oh, make no mistake, this is no ninja. This is a broken doll, held together by bubblegum and dreams." Lee tries to shout a rebuttal, but his words come out as bright pink bubbles. When they pop, they release a scale of notes in minor key. A set of bright green bubbles float above Lee's head, popping to release Taewia's voice, a word at a time, "Eyebrows, you are an absolute gift." A stampede of footsteps shakes the ground. Lee whirls around. Taewia, her hair a pink to purple to red and 30 feet long, comes running out from behind every tree, each and every one of her rearing back to throw a right cross. Lee clenches the muscles in his core and swings with his weights in a wide circle. They punch holes straight through the line of Taewia's, and each blow away into puffs of colored mist. The music stops. The colors snap back to darkness. Taewia's real, physical heel connects with the back of Lee's head. He has no idea if the stars he's seeing, the feeling of careening in a corkscrew through the forest, is real or fake. All he knows is that seconds later he's lying in the dirt, staring at the roots of a tree. Every joint in his arms feels like the lightest tug could pull them all out of their sockets. Lee wants to curl up into a ball and cry for the next 20 years. Taewia starts to play. Lee rockets up to his feet and starts sprinting away from the sound. He can't fight her alone, not like this. He has to go, has to get help, has to run before she starts turning his own senses against him again. He races through the forest, pure instinct driving him forward. He trips over roots and runs headfirst into branches. He starts swinging his weights out in front of him, clearing a path to the tree line. Fresh air tastes like heaven, but there's only a brief break in the forest before more trees clog the landscape. He can lose her in there, he just has to keep going. Keep running. Lee sprints ahead. His foot hits empty air. Lee's eyes go wide and he bites down hard on the inside of his cheek. His vision clears. Where he'd last seen solid ground is now the deep, dark ravine Shikamaru had fallen into not even 15 minutes before. Lee tries to throw himself back, but the weights tied to his right hand pull him sharply down. He yelps out loud, frantically shoving as much chakra as he can grab hold of down his left leg. He falls until he's all the way upside down, the weights pulling him towards oblivion, his left foot and almost all his remaining chakra his only tether to life. And he has a lot less than he'd thought. Taewia's snickering accompanies footsteps heading right for him. "Yeah, the flashy stuff's fun, but these are the real killers. I honestly thought that'd get you to jump to your death." The gears of Lee's brain are grinding against each other. His right shoulder's dislocated. His ankles twisted at a painful angle. With only one foot secured to the canyon wall he has next to no leverage against the weights. The ravine is narrow enough to jump across, but he can't do it like this. If he lets himself fall, his only option is to throw himself back the way he came, right into Tawia's path. He grits his teeth and swings his weights around, using their momentum to help himself pivot so he's facing up. He swings them again, up to the lip of the canyon, and uses that momentum to pull himself up and over. He pops right in front of Tawia, inches away from her hand as it grabs for his face. She's too close to dodge. Lee squeezes his eyes shut. Tawia's hand has almost closed around his skull when three hands grab Lee, one on each wrist and one taking a hold of his collar. The hands whisk him up and out of Tawia's grasp, pulling a yelp from his throat. The linen attached to Lee's right bundle of weights tears in two. Lee goes flying across the ravine, over the bank of open ground, and up into the canopy. Lee flies through branch and leaf until his back hits a hard wooden surface. His head whips up. Three eyes and a sharp-toothed mouth stare back down at him through shaggy hair. Lee starts to swing for it, but a distantly familiar voice snaps from nearby, "Oi. Crow's expensive to maintain, don't go smashing his head in." Lee's eyes dart to the source. The young man's black garb renders him nearly invisible, but dappled bits of moonlight illuminate his painted face, sand headband, and wry grin. The faint, flickering luminescence of chakra strings pulls the puppet cradling Lee back to his side. Lee blinks, bleary-eyed. "You're real." Kankuro looks over to Crow and snickers, "Depends on who you're asking." As Seikon comes shambling out of the rubble and Yukon sneers down at him, Shikamaru does what he does best. He thinks. Though an outside observer would assume as much, it's not like Shikamaru has no options right now. It's just that all his options suck. Option 1 would be to stall these guys until the moon is high enough in the sky to actually shine into this ravine, then choke them out with their own shadows. He probably doesn't have to explain why that one's bad. Option 2 would be running. Less bad on the face of it, but worse when one considered his injuries, the narrow terrain, the fact that his hair is in his face, and that leaving his team to die would be a hell of a way to end his first ever mission as a Chunin. Option 3 would be to try fighting without the use of his clan's signature technique. The injuries and terrain also factor into making that one a bad idea, as well as the fact that it would be bad for his clan's brand, and we simply cannot have that. Shikamaru purses his lips. Being sarcastic at himself isn't anywhere near as good for his nerves as being sarcastic at other people. There's an idea there. Shikamaru looks up to the stars and wonders out loud, weird time for me to think of it, but I just realized I don't actually know what Orochimaru wants Sakura for. Yukon rolls his eyes, "Oh please, this isn't a movie. You're not going to get us to spill the evil plan just by making conversation." Shikamaru waves them off, Nah, don't worry about me, I'm talking to myself. Just thinking about how it doesn't, make sense that he'd want her, Yukon shakes his head, "Let's just finish him, Seikon." His voice is starting to grate on my nerves. Seikon doesn't reply. His brow has furrowed, his eye narrowed. He's staring down at Shikamaru with an expression somewhere between annoyed and puzzled. That's where Shikamaru thrives. So he keeps talking, "Think about it, what does Sakura have to offer really? She's smart and she's got a lot of potential, but Orochimaru doesn't really strike me as the type to see past the surface. He's a collector of rare and weird things," he gestures loosely towards the twins, "like you guys. I read about him, guy was banished because he just had to figure out why the first Hokage was a freak of nature, and he wanted his own freak just like him. Why would a guy interested in freaks want a tailor's daughter?" Seikon grits his teeth and stomps on Shikamaru's sprained elbow, "It's not our place to question. Orochimaru wants her, so we bring her. End of discussion." "You're right, Yukon, he's talked too much. Let's end him." Now Yukon's brow is furrowed, and he mutters, "But remember what was on the info card? She is just some ordinary girl. Why would Orochimaru want that? He can't just want some normal little girl for his new body, that doesn't make sense." Seikon pinches the bridge of his nose and groans, "What did I just say? That's not our place. Orochimaru ordered her brought to him, he ordered her curse mark brought to stage 2, that's all we need to care about." "But did he?" Yukon shoots back, turning to look Seikon in the eye, "We got that order from Kabuto, we've been getting all our orders from Kabuto. He's just been saying what Orochimaru wants, we don't know." Seikon throws his hands out to his sides as he exclaims, "Why the hell would she have a curse mark if Orochimaru didn't want her body?" Shikamaru, for a moment, can only gawk. He didn't expect that to actually get him anywhere. He blinks himself back into the moment. He's only made himself the tiniest of openings there, still standing directly above him, pinning one of his arms. Shikamaru shuts his eyes and searches around for his clone. When nothing comes up, Shikamaru bites down a curse. Poor guy probably got crushed in the rock slide. So he's got no backup. Not great, but he can still work with that. He just needs Seikon to step off his arm. Shikamaru cuts back into the conversation, "You got me, why take her body when a body with the Sharingan is basically glued to her hip?" Seikon and Yukon fall silent. For a split second, Shikamaru is certain he's fucked up. Then Yukon snarls and slams his fist into the canyon wall. God damn it, that's it. She's a mistake. Seikon jolts back slightly, his heel rocking on Shikamaru's elbow and sending a jolt of pain up his arm. "What the hell do you mean she's a mistake? Her teammate's one of the last Uchiha," Yukon fires back. "He must have been going for him and gotten her by mistake." Seikon looks away. "You don't know that. None of us know that. We can't go making assumptions." Yukon grabs Seikon's collar and drags him closer, leaving him with only his toes on Shikamaru's arm. "The hell we can't. He wants to master every single jutsu, why wouldn't he want the Sharingan? Teiwa's been saying the exact same thing since we got the mission, she was right. We've been set up." Seikon wrenches out of Yukon's grasp, rolling back onto Shikamaru's elbow. "What does it matter? What do we even do about it? It's our word against Kabuto's. He probably has snakes all over the route back to Sound. He'll send assassins to silence us before we can cross the border." Yukon takes Seikon by the shoulders and leans in close, whispering, "I'll tell you what we do, we grab Uchiha. We've still got the time and the strength to do it. We take him, get ahead of Kimimaro and Sakura, get back to Sound first. If we bring Orochimaru the Sharingan, that's not just a job well done. That's a bargaining chip. We can barter for our freedom, Seikon. What's the point of us if he has Uchiha? We can finally get these brands off our backs." Shikamaru almost loses track of his plan as he looks at the twin brothers, staring at each other with a spark of faint hope in their eyes. These kids are barely older than him. Shikamaru blows a lock of hair out of his eyes and clenches his jaw tight. He'll have time for empathy when he's out of this mess. Seikon stares into Yukon's eyes for a few seconds longer before he turns on his heel and stalks towards the rebel. "I need to think. Keep him pinned." "Not gonna happen." Shikamaru's right hand flies into one of the pockets of his flak jacket and comes back out with a flash bomb. He throws it directly in Yukon's face. The last thing Shikamaru sees before he rolls away from the flash is his yellow eye go wide and his mouth begin to form the word fuck. The canyon lights up, impossibly bright. Shikamaru shuts his eyes. He can feel Yukon's hand clawing at his ankle, but he keeps rolling. Shikamaru rolls on his side until he hits the river. He tucks his hands over his head and neck and lets the rapids carry him downstream at breakneck speed. He keeps his eyes shut tight and holds his breath. Only when he can't feel the riverbed scraping at his back does he bother opening his eyes. His last explosive stunt cut the river off from its source. He won't be able to maintain this pace for long. Shikamaru waits out the current. The second it starts to slow he reaches for the bank. The river's still narrow, so it's not far. He drags his hand along the riverbank, slowing himself down until he can grab hold of it. Shikamaru drags himself out of the water with a loud gasp, finally taking air into his burning lungs. He pushes his drenched hair out of his eyes and looks around. Good news, no sign of Seikon or Yukon. Bad news, the ravine still hasn't widened out, and there's still no moonlight. Shikamaru multitasks, using a simple fire-style technique to dry himself off while he maps out this part of the canyon. The bottom of the canyon's about the same width as the last area he was in, but the top is slightly narrower, with great big overhangs of rock nearly blotting out the night sky. The river's much wider, too, but that isn't going to matter. The water level is rapidly decreasing, thanks to him. Shikamaru arches a brow, then shrugs. If at first you don't succeed. Shikamaru runs through the hand signs and a pair of clones appear on either side of him. He rifles through his pack and checks his explosive tags. 6 of the 10 he had left are dry enough to work, damp enough that it'll take longer than average. Under normal circumstances, not great. Tonight, he can live with it. He hands the clones each 3 tags, some twine, his last 2 shuriken and his last 2 kunai. You guys know the drill, Shikamaru mutters, 1 at hand level, 1 midway up, 1 up on the overhangs. Don't give me that look, I know it's not a great plan. The clones leap off to do as they're bade. Shikamaru calculates angles and volume as he slowly backs out of the blast radius. He backs up 90 feet, keeping close to the canyon wall. He bites the inside of his lip, and waits. His eyes slide along the row of explosive tags, down to the riverbank. Any second now, they'll come out of the darkness 10 meters down. The tags will go off. There's the sound of movement in the water. Shikamaru's eyes zero in on the tip of a bright red horn, poking up out of the river. A horn. Just one. Where the hell is the other one? His eyes go wide and he swears under his breath. He reaches for his tool pouch on instinct, realizing a second too late that there's nothing there. Seikon has breached the river. He rolls up onto the bank, quickly taking stock of Shikamaru's position and the placement of the tags, before sprinting to stand even with Shikamaru on the other side of the river. He bites into his thumb, and out of nowhere Shikamaru feels a sharp pain in his gut. Seikon makes the snake seal and calls, "Now, Yukon." Shikamaru's mind is reeling, eyes darting every which way, but it all turns into blind panic when he feels his back start to stretch. He can feel fingers, palms, wrists, whole arms growing from his back. It's every growing pain he's ever felt all folded into one horrific moment. He feels the hands make the snake seal in perfect concert with Seikon before slapping them flat on the canyon wall. And as if things couldn't get worse, Yukon's head sprouts out of Shikamaru's left shoulder. Yukon and Seikon call out in unison, summoning Rashomon. In a burst of white smoke the sky disappears. In the sudden, complete darkness, Shikamaru can't make out any features of what they've summoned. It just looks like a pure black slab, mounted to the walls just beneath the mid-level bombs and tilting down towards the canyon. The bombs go off. The rubble that was supposed to block the canyon, supposed to buy Shikamaru more time to run to somewhere with moonlight, goes rolling down the summon like a ramp. It pours in behind him, blocking him off from the rest of the canyon. Seikon and Yukon wait until all the rocks have fallen, until the earth stops shaking, until the last pebble has rolled to a stop, before they dismiss the summon. One of Yukon's arms slides up and around so now it's sprouting out of Shikamaru's chest, reaching up for his throat. "Congratulations, Chunin. You're trapped in here with us, now." Shikamaru's mouth is working faster than his brain. "When did you?" "When I grabbed your ankle," Yukon snickers. "Let me guess you thought I could only hitch a ride with my brother." "Don't worry, you're not the first to make that mistake." Shikamaru's brain starts to catch up. Only now does the moonlight hit his eyes. Plan B was a bust, but Plan C forced the canyon to widen and let in more moonlight miraculously fell into place. Shikamaru starts to bring his hands together to form the rat seal, but Yukon's other arm sprouts from his hip and grabs his arm, holding it in a white-knuckled grip. He clicks his tongue against his teeth. "Nah, you're not trying anything funny on my watch." "Sorry, Chunin, this is checkmate, and I'm gonna enjoy every second of it." There's a whistle in the air. Shikamaru sees Yukon's arm fly off his hip, a clean cut, before he feels the pain and hears Yukon scream in his ear. Shikamaru follows the trajectory. There's no blade buried in the stone. He grins, just as the feminine voice he never expected to hear again drawls, "Your head's next if you don't cut whatever this is out, freak." Shikamaru looks up. Tamari is perched atop the wall of rubble, her fan open wide and a night breeze rustling her 4 tails of hair. Her smirk is smooth and self-assured. She hasn't changed a bit. Yukon snarls up at her, "Who the hell are you?" Tamari's smirk widens out into a grin. "Back up." "All right, give me the lowdown," Kankuro mutters. "The whole flute music bad thing I've got, what else is she bringing to the table?" Lee blinks a few times before sputtering, No, I am not Shikamaru. He fell into the ravine a few meters away. He needs your help far more than I do. I can." Kankuro waves him off. "No, yeah, we know. Tamari's got him." I've got you. Now chop chop, I need details. We're burning moonlight. Lee swallows hard. She uses the flute to perform genjutsu, powerful genjutsu that likely use up a lot of chakra. This transformation has made her quite strong physically as well. She has been using the genjutsu to stop you in place so she can kick the shit out of you. Kankuro cuts in, basic tactic for anyone who can mix it up with both gen and taijutsu. Alright jumpsuit, keep your head on a swivel. I need to think. Lee frowns, but is apparently above grumbling under his breath. He moves to Kankuro's back, eyes scanning the trees, and Kankuro puts a hand to his temple. He taps his fingers on his skull as he thinks. Easiest solution to this problem is to plug his and Lee's ears, but that's as good as blinding them both. But considering that girl was able to make Lee take up cliff diving with a little flute music, it's more than a necessity. His eyes flicker over to Lee. He's still alert and on guard, but with what Taewia's been putting him through, the kid's more than likely near his limit. Using the weights as a weapon was smart. He saw how much damage they could do to a stone floor. Curse or no curse, one strike would likely put Taewia out of commission. So they've gotta win this fight in one blow while cutting off their one useful sense. Great. Easily doable. No pressure there. He starts reeling Crow in, chakra strings barely visible in the low light. Kankuro's eyes go wide. Of course. Kankuro smacks Lee's back to draw his attention. I've got something. Lee's brows furrow, but he turns to face Kankuro. I am listening. Yeah, you're gonna need to stop doing that. Kankuro begins, rifling around in his tool pouch and pulling out a roll of gauze. Tear off some of this, ball it up, and make some earplugs. Fill that cavity as much as you can. After that you're gonna need to hop a little ways northeast and post up above this tiny clearing with a big lump of mud on one of the trees. If this works, Flute Girl's gonna run right in there in, let's say somewhere between 2 and 5 minutes. The second you have a clear shot, take it. That weight's gotta drop right on her. One hit, she's out. Get me. Lee starts tearing off lengths of gauze, but fixes Kankuro with a suspicious look. What will you be doing? Kankuro grins, using a fuck ton of chakra and putting my incredibly expensive and difficult to replace puppets in harm's way to help a kid I barely know get a girl who tried to kill my siblings to come back home, that's what. Lee winces, but purses his lips and nods. He finishes making his earplugs and puts them in. He gives Kankuro a weak smile and a thumbs up before darting northeast. Kankuro plugs his own ears, unspools the bandages securing Blackant to his back with a pittance of chakra and draws him around to hang beside Crow. He stares down the two puppets, making calculations in his mind. This isn't gonna cover a huge area, but it'll do. Kankuro drops a simple genjutsu on the puppets, just a soft blur, making them difficult to identify from afar in the dark. Kankuro whispers, "Time for work, boys." He leaps forward and sends the puppets back. They go weaving up, down, around tree trunks and through branches. He moves opposite to them, the chakra strings zigging and zagging and looping around anything in their path. Kankuro makes sure to move himself and his puppets around the kill zone in a wide circle, around and around and around until the chakra points in the tips of his fingers are starting to ache. Once he's gone as far from his puppets as he can go, once the chakra threads are pulled so tight they've nearly snapped, Kankuro stops at the base of a tree. He goes down on his knees. He closes his eyes. He waits. Kankuro doesn't hear it when Taewia starts to play. He feels it. The sound waves hit the furthest edge of the web of chakra threads, the vibration weak. She's coming from the southwest, several meters away and gaining. The threads she's hit connect to Crow. He could get the drop on her right now. No. Patience. She's still moving. She just needs to come a little closer. The vibrations get stronger and stronger, closer and closer, until they're coming out in a circle right beneath the threads. Now. Kankuro takes his left set of fingers through the precise motions necessary to open Crow's mouth and fire off a volley of poisoned senbon. He feels the vibration of them passing the strings, but he doesn't know if they hit her. It doesn't matter. That wasn't the point. The sound waves abruptly focus in the direction of Crow. Time to move. He starts reeling Crow in, making the puppet leap back along the path it took. The vibrations grow fainter, going in the opposite direction of Crow, but they don't disappear. They hit the strings on the opposite side of the web, heading towards Black Ant. Black Ant doesn't have a lot of projectiles, but he has enough to keep her from getting too close. Kankuro waits until the vibrations are perpendicular to Black Ant, with Black Ant further out than Tewa. He flexes his fingers on his right hand. Another sharp, passing tremor in the web. The melodic vibration darts in and away. It's like a dance, with Kankuro leading and Tewa forced to follow. Around and around she goes, the vibration of her song against the strings moving deeper and deeper. She's a fly in his web, and like any creature about to be eaten, she starts lashing out. She's halfway to the kill zone when Kankuro feels the vibrations hit the chakra strings with a harsh, grating force. He bites the side of his tongue, clenching his jaw tight. She can't see the strings, she's only guessing the frequency that would disrupt his chakra flow, but goddamn did she come close. Probably did her research on sand for when that alliance with sound would inevitably break bad. The problem isn't the note. The problem is that she's stopped playing. Crow is the closest one to her. That's a minor blessing, he supposes. That'll make what comes next slightly easier. He lets out a harsh breath through his nose and mutters, "All right, let's play offense." He brings Crow swooping down towards where he assumes she is, firing off Kunao. The strings closer to the center waver as something passes by, quick and frantic. He brings Crow up and has him dive towards that motion. On Crow's heels the motion continues, skittering further in. He can't keep this up forever. Sooner than later, she'll figure out he's flying blind. He has to call his own bluff. Kankuro brings Black Ant towards them with no regard for what's in the puppet's way. That's plenty of broken branches and rustling leaves, more than enough to announce his presence. The melodic vibrations start up again, wavering and wobbling, the notes intentionally faltering and wrong as they back away from the puppets. Kankuro locks onto the source. He brings his right hand down in a swiping motion, feels Black Ant dive towards the target. The vibrations fade out for a terrifying second. Kankuro doesn't blink. He sends Crow diving for the same spot, unsheathing the blades on its arms. The vibrations start up again, a hair's breadth from the clearing. Kankuro almost pulls Black Ant and Crow up and away. The next note hits the threads. It's like nails scraping up his bones. The threads don't exactly snap. It's more like a razor is shaving away at them, grinding them down to nothing. It's an immensely uncomfortable feeling, but it does leave Kankuro with a half-second window before his puppets drop like stones. He swings wide with both arms. Crow and Black Ant go swinging like pendulums right for the source of the vibration. The strings snap before they hit. Kankuro is blind in the dark. His eyes snap open. He leaps to his feet and races towards the clearing. Before he's even halfway there, he hears a pair of screams cut off by a sound he's very familiar with. You never forget what the sound of a human body being crushed sounds like. Kankuro slows his run to a jog. He finds Crow and Black Ant at the edge of the clearing, fallen in a line. At the end of that line is the body of a girl, with a set of weights wrapped in linen sitting in the slush of meat and bone that was her head. Rock Lee is the last man standing in this fight, eyes wide, body shaking. Lee falls hard to one knee. His breath heaves. All he can do is stare at the mess that is Tewa's head. Kankuro walks over to his side and takes a long look at the carnage before settling down, cross-legged. That your first? Kankuro asks, gesturing to the sight before them. Lee nods. Kankuro lets out a long sigh, then remarks, I'm not gonna give you the whole "it gets easier" spiel. Mostly because I don't actually think it does. If my brother wasn't really used to it, I don't think anyone is. Lee's brows furrow as he murmurs, your brother. Gara. Kankuro nods, yup. He hasn't changed, not all the way yet, but he's changing. He tenses up a bit and lets out a nervous chuckle. Don't get me wrong though, I'm not trying to get you to forgive him or anything. Spirits no, how do you ever forgive someone for doing something like that to you? I dunno, honestly. Guess I'm just making conversation. Lee stares at nothing. I had thought your brother had taken my future from me. but here it is again. So, who knows? Kankuro's eyes go wide for a second, but he quickly looks away and gives Lee a soft punch on the arm. Only do it if you want to. No matter what anyone says, that's who forgiveness is for. Not them, not the world. You. Got it. Lee nods, slowly, heavily, before falling backwards. His eyes are shut before he hits the ground. Kankuro snorts and starts drawing his puppets back towards them. Alright guys, time to pull your weight. Crow picks Lee up in his segmented arms. Kankuro and his puppets start the long walk back to Leaf. As I was saying, cut this shit out, Tamari growls, taking her fan in both hands. I won't ask a third time. Yukon twists his mouth into a painful sneer. You don't want to do that. Tamari looks up and to the right as she pretends to think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. This technique breaks me down to a cellular level, Yukon snarls. If you killed me, my cells would stay in his system, and like a transplanted organ I'd fester and attract the attention of his immune system and his chakra. They'd tear his body apart to get me out. The Hokage is a once-in-a-lifetime medical genius, but even she can't do surgery on the level of proteins. It's all or nothing. Tamari stares him down for a long moment before meeting Shikamaru's eyes. Do you believe that? Shikamaru shrugs his uncolonised shoulder. I sure as hell don't wanna risk it if it's true. So long as I'm in here, I can take over his body piece by piece until it's my own. Yukon hisses. Face it, Sand, I'm holding all the cards. Yeah, you were, Shikamaru cuts in, forming the rat seal, until you let go of my arm. Shikamaru's shadow races out from him, across the dry part of the riverbed, and hooks onto Seikon's feet. Yukon's in the process of sprouting another arm to stop him, but Shikamaru's hands are faster. He runs through Dragon Tiger Rat faster than he can track. The shadow winds up and around Seikon's body, binding his arms to his sides. A hand settles around his throat, squeezing down. Seikon lets out a choked yelp. Yukon's eyes go wide. You little. I can make that thing choke the life out of him faster than you can destroy all my cells, Shikamaru snarls. We call that cross-check, asshole. Tamari's smirking again, a glint in her eyes. You might have all the cards, but cards don't mean much in chess. Yukon swallows hard, eyes swinging from his brother to Tamari and back, before spitting. A deal, then. We're at an impasse. Let's negotiate. This should be good, Tamari sighs, rolling her eyes. Shikamaru scowls at her. Maybe be a little less flippant with my life, Tamari. I'm offering a truce, Yukon continues. I step out of him. He goes back to you. You let my brother and I go, we let you go. You go back to the Leaf Village and we go back to Sound. Fair. Tamari doesn't answer. Her eyes swing from Yukon to Seikon to Shikamaru and back again, like the pendulum of a grandfather clock. Her fingers drum out a staccato rhythm on the base of her fan. Decide quickly, Yukon jeers, hand reaching up to grip lightly at Shikamaru's throat. Every second you dawdle means I take up more and more real estate in his body. Shikamaru shouldn't bluff. It's taking a huge amount of his chakra to hold Seikon as tightly as he is, but he squeezes down just a bit harder. Seikon's strangled cry is all the intimidation he needs. A bead of sweat rolls down Yukon's temple. Tamari arches a brow and looks Shikamaru in the eye. How's that sound to you? Shikamaru can't help a smirk. Fine with me. Standard hostage procedure. Nobody makes a move until both are completely out of harm's way. That means you, he wags his head towards Yukon, get at least 2 yards away from me before I let Seikon go. Can you live with that? Yukon spits a swear in some hinterland dialect of the common tongue Shikamaru can only vaguely understand before grinding out, deal. I'm going to step out if she so much as twitches. Tamari groans and puts her hands up, letting her fan drop to the ground in a clatter. We get it, you're strong and can kill Shikamaru without breaking a sweat. Let's get on with it, shall we? Yukon slowly draws out of Shikamaru's body, a singularly disturbing feeling that defies metaphor and simile no matter how many Shikamaru tries to cook up. Shikamaru turns, turning Seikon with him, to watch Yukon walk backwards with his eyes locked on Tamari. He doesn't stop walking until he's exactly 2 yards away, down to the centimeter. Yukon's lip lifts in a sneer. Your turn now, Chunin. Shikamaru purses his lips. In this split second, he has plenty of options. It's just that all of them suck. Option 1, uphold his part of the bargain. These are sound ninja, terrorists from a village that spits in the face of all the rules and conventions of ninja warfare. The chances of Seikon attacking him the second he lets go are 50-50 at best. Option 2, kill Seikon right now. He puts a stain on the Leaf Village's reputation for treating captives with relative respect and obeying the rules and conventions of warfare, and screws over someone who was willing to go along with those rules up to this p. There's a whistle on the wind. Yakon's eye goes wide in the second before his head is blown off his shoulders, a clean cut straight through his neck. The body crumples to the ground and the head rolls into the stagnant water pooling downriver. Shikamaru can't even form a coherent thought before he hears Seikon let out the scream of a deer whose fawn was carried off by wolves. His eyes dart to the surviving twin. Despite being bound from ankle to neck, he's straining against his bonds, thrashing at the shadow. Shikamaru can feel him moving. How is he that strong? No one can. Tamari's voice is harsh on his ears. If you don't finish him, I will. Shikamaru's reflexes work faster than his brain. The shadow hand squeezes down on Seikon's throat with the main strength of Shikamaru's chakra reserves. There's a crunch, a sputtering sound, and the slow, antique bellows wheeze of the last breath being forcibly squeezed from someone's lungs. The silence is deafening. Shikamaru draws his shadow back. He takes deep breaths, and on the third exhale he has to double over and dry heave. He distantly hears Tamari hop down from the rubble and start using yet more wind blades to dismember the bodies, like he's at the bottom of a lake. He watches her use a simple earth-style technique to dig shallow graves, fill them up, and cover them back over with a practiced hand. Once she's done, she looks over her shoulder and says, "You're welcome." Shikamaru narrows his eyes and replies dryly, "Yeah, thanks for the save. There definitely weren't a million better ways we could have gotten out of that." Tamari turns away. "There weren't, and you know it." "And that's not what I meant." Shikamaru's brow furrows. "What should I be thanking you for, then?" Tamari's posture is stiff, and her voice comes out clipped and hard, "For putting another war crime on Sand's head instead of Leaf." Shikamaru's shoulders sink. He stares at her back for a long moment. "When all your options suck, you don't just have to take one," he mutters, "you can look for others." Tamari finally looks back at him. Her smile is small, thin, and weary. It's only now that he realizes just how much older than him she is. She closes the distance between them and offers him a hand, spoken like someone who's never had to choose between eating locusts or nothing at all. Shikamaru takes it. Fair enough. Chapter 25. XXV Kimimaro has barely cleared the tree line when the barrel explodes. The force throws him further into the open plain, and he rolls through the grass before coming to a stop on his back. A plume of plum-black smoke drifts through the air, blocking the moon and stars. A form comes arcing out of it, bouncing as it hits the ground and rolling to land a few yards away. Kimimaro sees, for a fraction of a moment, gray skin and long hair. Both retract. The smoke blows away with the night wind. The girl turns, hiding the torn back of her dress, and looks wildly around. The petals are still creeping back towards their source, and her eyes are still a bright, luminescent gold. They alight on him and she quickly crawls on hands and knees to his side. She gently nudges his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Kimimaro bites down a bitter smirk and just replies, "Relatively speaking, yes," before getting to one knee and taking her elbow to help her up. "We have to keep moving. There are people on your tail from the Leaf Village, tracking by scent. If we push we can get to the current bunker by morning." The girl's lips are pursed, her brows furrowed. "Should you be pushing? You look sick." Now Kimimaro can't help the harsh cough of a laugh that bubbles out of his throat. "Am I that obvious?" "Yes, I'm ill. Quite ill. But that doesn't matter if I'm going to die. I want it to be in service to Lord Orochimaru." He takes the girl's hand in a tight grip, looking her in the eye. "He needs you. If you don't get there by morning, I need to make sure you get to him, even if it's the last thing I do." The girl bites her lip, eyes dropping to the grass as she thinks, before she asks, "Do you know how many are after us?" Kimimaro shakes his head. "I've only seen one, a Chunin I believe from the Nara clan." And you said they were tracking by scent, she mutters under her breath, pausing for another moment before meeting his gaze. If I'm right, I know who's after me. I know how to shake them. And I know you want to sacrifice yourself for Orochimaru, but I don't want to run you to death, that's just... It's not right. Kimimaro frowns. He examines her under the light of the moon. This girl is, not what he expected. There's nothing obviously strange about her. If that circle on the front of her dress is a clan crest, it's not a clan he knows, and under the moonlight he can't tell what color her hair is beyond pale. It's not his place to question Orochimaru's judgment. He sighs through his nose. Well then, what do you have in mind? She smiles slightly, and it's a perfectly ordinary expression in these extraordinary circumstances. First of all, I'm gonna need to know how to get where we're going. What's left of the Leaf platoon comes tumbling through the trees from two different directions. Hinata gasps out loud at the sight of Kiba and Akamaru across the stretch of grass. They both look worn down, as nearly 20 hours of constant travel will do to you, but neither are injured. Thank goodness. The small relief in the midst of this train wreck of a mission fills her with a jolt of newfound energy, a jolt that fizzles out the second she looks out to the open plain. On the upside, the barrel, hopefully, holding Sakura is right there in the open. On the downside, it's not alone. The young man sitting in front of it, legs crossed and eyes closed as if meditating, is excessively pale and thin with a strange glyph on his sternum. His white hair hangs past his chin and his clothes hang loose on his skinny frame. Even the purple rope around his waist can't be tied tight enough not to sag. Hinata knows she should turn her Byakugan back on, but she does not want to see what's on the inside if he looks like this on the outside. She can't contemplate the young man for long, as all the boys around her start talking over each other all at once. Kiba grins his fierce grin and calls out, "Good, you guys are here. Sakura's in that barrel, let's take her and go home." Sasuke and Naruto aren't paying attention to him, eyes locked on the young man, and Sasuke shouts, "You! Step away from the barrel." Naruto's hands are already halfway into the sign for multi-shadow clone jutsu as he yells, loudest of them all, "If you don't let Sakura out of that barrel right now, we're gonna paint the walls with you. Step off, now." Hinata can't help a sigh. They'd been doing so well. Regardless, she shifts into her ready stance. She isn't in the mood for negotiation either. Sasuke and Hinata both activate their dojutsu at the same time, and if their harmonized gasps are any indication, they see the exact same thing. The barrel is worse than empty. It's a construct, mud held together with chakra and covered over with a thin shell of yin chakra, a simple visual genjutsu, taking advantage of the low light to be even simpler. But if Kiba's saying Sakura's in the barrel. Hinata calls over to Kiba, "What are you and Akamaru smelling right now?" Kiba frowns and sniffs the air a few times. "Sakura, the barrel, some hospital smell that's probably slim here, you guys, and grass pollen. Gonna guess my nose is being duped." Taunton oinks a few times from near Sasuke's feet, and he glances over to Hinata as he hisses through his teeth, "Unless she's hiding nearby, that's too olfactory genjutsu. She knows it's us. She should have known better than to try tricking your eyes." Naruto scoffs, "Alright weirdo, cough it up. Where'd she go?" The young man speaks slowly, voice smooth and dry, "It's not a trick. It's a message." Sasuke's lip lifts in a light sneer, "Really? And what's it supposed to say?" "The usual thing the edge of a map says to keep foolhardy travelers from going too far into the unknown," the young man replies as he rises gracefully to his feet. "Turn back, abandon all hope, yeah, who enter here, here there be monsters, take your pick." Kiba's barking laugh soothes the tremble in Hinata's hands, helps her pretend this is just another mission, and you're supposed to be the monster. The young man smiles, the expression as pale as his skin. "What do you think?" Naruto's grin is starting to brighten, a ferocious kind of confidence coming off of him in waves. "I think it's 5-on-1, and you look like you'll keel over if a light breeze hits you. We won't even need my clones to take you down, believe it." The young man dips his head in a mocking half-bow. "Very well then. You may call me Kimimaro for as long as you still draw breath. Let us begin." With a flash of movement, Kimimaro hooks his leg around the false barrel and kicks it right at Hinata. It's going faster than her reflexes can catch, but Sasuke is faster than her. His Sharingan spins. The hard roundhouse kick he uses to send the barrel flying off towards the trees is borrowed straight from Lee. The Sharingan blinks out as he darts towards Kimimaro, then back to life as moves his feet in a wide circular motion and strikes with an open palm right for Kimimaro's sternum. Sasuke is fast. Kimimaro is faster. Hinata sees what's happening beneath Kimimaro's skin and her stomach lurches. Chakra surges along his arm, and from the cluster of bones in his wrist a spike comes piercing through his flesh. He grabs it with his other hand and draws it out, the bone growing longer and longer until it's the length of a sword. He blocks Sasuke's strike with the long spike of bone, swatting his hand away and knocking Sasuke off balance in one smooth motion. Kimimaro throws the bone sword in the air. His arms lash out and grab Sasuke, hip-tossing him into Kiba as he lunges for his right flank. The two boys go tumbling away, but Kimimaro's attention is already elsewhere. He strikes blindly to his left and hits Naruto in the throat with a brutal chop, stopping his charge dead. He grabs Naruto's collar and flings him towards a second Kiba. The two forms collide in a burst of white smoke. Naruto is gone, but Akamaru falls back into the grass in his regular, canine form with a yelp. Kimimaro's bone sword comes falling back down. He catches it just in time to swing it around and catch the real Naruto across the gut as he attempts to jump him from behind. Naruto goes hurtling end over end, landing in a heap by Kiba and Sasuke. All of this before Hinata has even started to move. Kimimaro's eyes zero in on her and he cocks his head to one side, a Hyuga. I've never faced the gentle fist before. This should prove interesting. Hinata's heart is racing faster than thought, sending shots of pain through her chest with every offbeat. Her breath is coming in rapid gasps. She wants to stand firm, wants to find that well of resolve she tapped into against Neji, but that was before Neji himself put her in this condition. The old, cowardly urges growl in her father's voice that the only way she gets out of this fight is in an urn. Her left foot starts creeping rebelliously backward. Naruto's voice is like a bullhorn, "You brought this on yourself, asshole." White smoke blankets the grass in a burst of chakra. When the night breeze clears it, clones of Naruto have turned the area into a field of poppies. The clones surge towards Kimimaro, who stares at them with a cool disinterest. The first one that gets within range suffers the bone sword going straight through its gut. Kimimaro doesn't even bother to watch it explode, moving on to the next clone, and the next, and the next. They break against him like waves against a rocky shore. Hinata can still see him through the cloud of white smoke as he takes down clone after clone. He moves with all the grace and precision of a dancer, allowing nothing to break his focus. She needs to regroup with the others. Hinata shifts her focus, looking around in the crowd for Sasuke, Kiba, Akamaru, Taunton, and the real Naruto's chakra signatures. It seems they all had the same idea. They've all dropped low, creeping through the grass towards the outer edge of the clone mob. Hinata drops onto her belly and leopard crawls through the grass, weaving around the legs of Naruto's many clones. If Kimimaro has proved anything, it's that he's sharp. Any false move, anything that reveals her as a spot of white and purple in the sea of orange, he'll see it. She takes deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down as much as she can. After what feels like an age but was probably only seconds, Hinata breaks through the crowd. The boys are a second ahead of her, and Kiba beckons her over to them with his whole arm. Hinata pops up into a crouch and creeps the rest of the way, dropping to one knee and completing the circle. "Okay, this guy's serious," Kiba whispers, "he hits like a train." "Yeah, he's tearing though my clones like they're nothing," Naruto hisses, eyes darting between them and the ever-thinning crowd. "We gotta think of something and we gotta think of it fast. If we keep trying to wear this guy down we're gonna lose Sakura's trail, believe it." Sasuke bites the inside of his cheek. "We could use the clones as cover to escape but that's not worth much if that olfactory genjutsu's still up. We'd just be running blind until he got through the last of the clones and caught up." Hinata frowns before looking to Kiba. "See, could you do you think? Now that you and Akamaru know there's a genjutsu, could you sniff it out and break it?" Kiba's brow furrows and he looks to Akamaru, who cocks his head to one side with a low whine. "I mean, we could give it a shot." She looks to Sasuke next. "How is your knee still feeling alright?" Sasuke looks down and away. "It'll hold." Hinata purses her lips as she struggles to say, alright." Then I have. Naruto, Sasuke, WELL break the genjutsu. Taunton can lead you two after Sakura, and we'll stay behind with the clones and draw his attention. Sasuke and Naruto simply nod, but Kiba's eyes go wide and he snaps, are you serious? Our platoon's already been split up enough, if we split up again that's just asking for trouble. Hinata shakes her head, this is it's not. It's the only thing that makes sense. Sakura won't listen to us, and Kimimaro wants to fight me. If we use the clones as cover, we can. We'll make this work. Sasuke reaches into his pocket and pulls out Tenten's flare, handing it to Kiba, be careful. The second things get bad, make a break for the village. Naruto elbows him with a grin, come on, jackass, this is Hinata we're talking about. She'll be fine, believe it. Now Kiba. Hinata relishes in the feeling of her heartbeat speeding up for entirely safe reasons while Kiba shoves Naruto and mutters, shut the fuck up, do you want me to break this genjutsu or not? Naruto rolls his eyes, fine, get on with it. We've gotta get going. Kiba grumbles something more under his breath before closing his eyes and forming half a seal with his right hand. He sniffs the air, taking long, deep breaths. Sasuke and Naruto both exchange glances and raised eyebrows. Hinata just watches. With her Byakugan she sees Kiba channeling chakra into his nose, stimulating it to work with the precision that comes naturally to a canine. From the corner of her eye she can see Akamaru and Taunton doing much the same. After an agonizingly long 6 seconds, Kiba's eyes snap open and he whispers, release. There's a wave of chakra and the telltale static snap of a genjutsu falling, something that can't be heard but can be felt in the hairs on the back of one's neck. Hinata sees Kimimaro pause through the crowd of Naruto's clones. He stands up straight and looks this way and that, nearly missing the next volley of clones jumping in for an attack. Nearly. Hinata turns her attention back to Sasuke and Naruto, hissing through grit teeth, he felt that too. Go. They don't need to be told twice. Both run in opposite directions around the buffer of clones, keeping as low as they can without slowing themselves down. Kiba gives her a soft shove, drawing her attention. He makes a few quick hand signals, conveying a simple message: we take the front, you take the back. Hinata gulps, nods, and hops up to start moving through the clones. She keeps her head down so her black hair doesn't stick out in the sea of orange and blue and keeps her eye on her teammates. As Sasuke and Naruto close in on the tree line, Kiba transforms Akamaru into a clone of himself. They move in perfect sync, each strafing through what clones are left to line up with Kimimiro's left and right flank. They crouch low, waiting, watching. Hinata keeps creeping along the outer rim of the clone field. Sasuke and Naruto are still a good 15 meters from the forest. Kimimaro almost turns towards them, but 2 clones strike at his back and he pivots to swat them down. Fang over fang. Kiba and Akamaru are whirling blurs in the low light of the moon. They each strike for his unguarded back. Kimimiro's eyes go wide, but Hinata sees his reflexes kick into gear. Chakra floods into his back, saturating his ribs, spine, and shoulder blades. The ribs extend backwards. The knobs on the vertebrae shoot up and out. Spikes of bone burst out of Kimimiro's back to greet Kiba and Akamaru. Some of the spikes break on impact, but far louder than shattering bone are Kiba and Akamaru's screams of pain. The clashing momentum sends them both flying backward, and when they land Hinata can see gashes across their faces, hands, and arms. They don't let it faze them. As the bone retracts into Kimimiro's back the two of them retreat into the clones. Kimimaro spins on his heel, eyes tracking where Kiba disappeared to, but before he can get a good bead on where he went 2 more clones leap out, one throwing a punch for his face and the other aiming to kick him in the spine. Kimimaro hasn't even started his counter-attack when there's another cry of, fang over fang. He's faster this time, but only just. Kimimiro's hands lash out, grabbing one clone by the collar and the other by the ankle. He spins in a circle and throws the clones. They both hit Kiba and Akamaru right as they break through the clone field, stopping their momentum in its tracks and destroying both clones. Still no hesitation. Kiba and Akamaru dive back into cover. Kimimiro's eyes narrow, I suppose it falls to me to break you of this bad habit. He rolls his shoulders, and Hinata has to shield her eyes as a bright bloom of a sickly purple chakra explodes from his chest. It creeps up and around his body in straight, geometric lines, suffusing his body with it and passively generating more as his body leeches it away. And leech it does. Hinata has the snap of a finger to see him open all his chakra points, to see small spikes grow off of any bone close to the surface, before they all fire off at once. Look out! Hinata's not hit by a volley of sharp shrapnel, but by an orange weight. One of Naruto's clones tackles her, taking the brunt of the spikes and bursting into smoke before they hit the ground. The rest tear through the remaining clones, popping them like balloons. Kiba and Akamaru both hit the ground, but they do it quite a bit slower than the clone that saved Hinata. They both yelp at the sharp, stabbing pain as bone spikes clip their legs. Hinata falls back first into the grass, mercifully unharmed, but too frightened to move. She breathes in sharp, quick stabs. Kimimaro isn't taking any more time to breathe. He darts so quickly through the dispersing smoke that he cuts a clean line in his wake, stopping right above the Kiba-shaped Akamaru. He spins the bone sword in one hand as he brings it up, point aligned with the base of his skull. Hinata pushes herself up onto her hands and shouts, "Akamaru! Above you!" Akamaru's already flipping around onto his back before she's finished saying his name. He reads the situation in the blink of an eye and acts just as fast. He spits a glob of blood right into Kimimiro's eye, making him flinch with a grunt of shock. In that half-second of distraction, Akamaru's already dropped his Kiba shape with an effort of chakra. Kimimaro strikes for him, half-blind. He's a much smaller target now. Akamaru dashes between his legs, disappearing into the taller grass. Kimimaro brings a hand up to wipe the blood out of his eye, glaring at Hinata all the while. "Congratulations, Miss Hyuga. You've bought them 10 more seconds of breath." From the corner of her eye, Hinata sees Kiba going through some familiar hand signs, and she chances a smirk. That's all they're going to need. Transformation. Two-headed wolf. Chakra and smoke burst from the spot where Kiba and Akamaru were seconds before. The ground shakes as 4 enormous paws hit the ground. The massive canine shakes like it's just come out of the water, dispersing the last of the smoke. A white wolf with 2 heads looms above Kimimaro, red eyes near glowing in the moonlight. Kimimaro stares up at it. His eyes are wide, his mouth hanging half open, his arms limp at his side. The wolf bears both sets of razor-sharp teeth, and Hinata feels its harmonized growls in the soles of her feet. The massive wolf bounces back on its heels, putting a few meters between it and Kimimaro, before sprinting right back towards him. Kimimaro starts jogging backward, brandishing his sword like it isn't outnumbered by every fang in both of the wolf's mouths. The wolf keeps sprinting, building up speed, before it leaps in the air and starts spinning. Now Kimimaro starts running. He shows his training by running in a serpentine pattern, never staying on one path for longer than a second. The blur of silvery white hits the ground where Kimimaro had been and kicks up clouds of dirt and grass, leaving a crater 3 feet deep in its wake. It bounces along Kimimiro's path, tracing his steps perfectly. Hinata grins to herself. They're tracking him through Akamaru's blood on his sleeve. Good boy. Suddenly, Kimimaro switches direction. He starts running right at Hinata. He's going at a dead sprint, green eyes laser focused on her. Hinata springs to her feet and starts to swerve out of his path, but he just changes course to match her. He's faster than her. Hinata starts to bring her hands up, starts to channel chakra to them, starts to get into her stance. But it's all for nothing. Kimimaro gets 3 feet away from her before he swerves suddenly, running away at a right angle. The giant wolf is nowhere near as nimble. It stops spinning in midair and uses its tail to land awkwardly on its left legs, missing Hinata by less than a foot. It scrambles to put distance between itself and her, stumbling in clumsy circles. Hinata bites her lip. That technique doesn't just leave them dizzy, it leaves them exhausted and low on chakra. Kimimiro's trying to take advantage of that somehow, but she can't tell how. They need to drop that form, they need to regroup and come up with something else. Hinata's mind always outpaces her tongue. She doesn't have time to call out to the wolf. It's already sprinting, springing, spinning. She swings her focus around to Kimimaro. He's not moving. He's staring the spinning form down. Hinata whirls on her heel and starts running towards him. Kiba and Akamaru are faster than her. And Kaimamuro's reflexes are faster than them. Every chakra point on his body opens at once. A layer of bone grows just beneath his skin, an inch thick. And out from that come shooting dozens and dozens of needle-sharp spikes. Kimimaro crosses his arms in front of his face. The two-headed wolf slams heads first at Mach speed into a brick wall covered in spikes. There's a burst of smoke and blood. Hinata wishes she couldn't see through it. Breaking the transformation kills some of Kiba and Akamaru's momentum, but not enough of it. The only saving grace is that the spinning motion spreads the damage out evenly, keeping the spikes from piercing or severing anything important. It doesn't keep them from shredding Kiba's face down to his chest, and Akamaru's, everything. They both crumple to the ground covered in inch-deep gashes, blood obscuring their features. They're breathing, but they're not moving. Hinata can't even scream. Kaimamuro's bones retract. He turns from the downed forms of Kiba and Akamaru. His eyes lock onto her. He bows slightly at the waist and holds out his free hand, as if she's to take it. "May I have this dance, Miss Hyuga?" Hinata's heart almost stops. Kiba and Akamaru are in no shape to get up. Anyone else who could help is either too far away, or indisposed. Her eyes are aching from how long she's been using her Byakugan. She has no backup, and no one is coming to rescue her. There's something oddly freeing about that. Hinata feels a wobbly smile come to her lips, and in a fit of pique she mimes a curtsy, "Only one. I have other dance partners waiting for me." He shifts with liquid grace into a fencing stance, pointing the tip of the bone directly at her. "I won't keep you long." Hinata takes a deep breath, draws chakra into her palms, and darts out. She thrusts a palm at his sternum. Kimimaro parries Hinata's first strike with his bone sword and flows into a riposte. One Hinata dodges by a centimeter. He stabs for her throat, forcing her to parry and pushing her further away. Hinata shifts her backward momentum to one side, sweeping around to his left flank. She strikes for his ribs. Chakra flows through his body to meet her and spikes shoot out of his side, almost piercing her hand. Hinata pulls back. Kimimaro thrusts the bone sword in. Hinata leans out of the way, but only gets far enough to keep the blade from stabbing. It cuts a deep gash along her cheekbone, the pain forcing Hinata to jolt back. Kimimaro brings up his free hand and cursed chakra flows up to his fingers, splitting the skin on the tips. The distal phalanges shoot out towards her like bullets of bone. Hinata drops. She rolls backwards, the little bones flying over her head. The moment she pops up, eyes focusing on the chakra in Kaimamuro's hands as it reforms the phalanges and heals the wounds on his fingertips, Hinata connects the dots. She shifts into her defensive stance and starts strafing around Kimimaro, mind working all the while. He's forcing her further and further back, not even bothering to bait her like he did Kiba and Akamaru. He knows enough about the gentle fist to know a Hyuga by sight, so he has to know how it works. And he has to know she's realized how his bone technique works. If she's able to hit any of his chakra points and shut them down, that's an area he can't send chakra to or release chakra from. That's bone he can't shape. And if she hits that curse mark and blocks it off, Kaimamuro's stuck with his own chakra reserves. Hinata's smirk widens out into a grin. Kind of him to give her a big, glowing weak spot to aim for. She whirls back in. She jukes to the left, striking with two fingers for his eye. The bone blade flashes up to block her. Her right hand swings around and down. She's inches from the curse mark when Kaimamuro's bones react. His ribs come jutting out. Spiked tips jab into her arm like claws and stop her strike in its tracks. Instinct makes her yank her arm back, tearing fissures down to her wrist. As Hinata pulls her right arm back and Kimimaro swats her left away, his free palm splits open. Another bone blade shoots out of the wound and Kimimaro wraps his hand around the hilt. He shifts his stance, one bone sword held out and the other held above his head. With practiced ease, it's not going to be anywhere near that easy. Hinata grits her teeth. Instead of responding with words, she darts back in and throws two diversionary strikes that he easily parries before dropping down and sweeping a kick at his legs. Kimimaro somersaults over the blow and over her. Hinata can't let him make up the distance. She twirls up and around, darting in as he lands and striking for his momentarily open back. He blind blocks with his left-hand blade, spinning on his heel and thrusting the right-hand blade towards Hinata's gut. She swerves away, but the point still clips her ribs. Kimimaro twirls the left-hand blade around so the blade is pointing away from her and jabs the hilt into the bottom of her chin. Hinata's teeth clack together painfully, some chipping with the impact as it rattles her skull. She stumbles backward and Kimimaro takes advantage of her dazed state, following on her heels with both bone swords held hilt forward. He bashes them both into her temples. Her Byakugan sputters out and her vision spins. Kimimaro doesn't let up. He twirls the swords twice more before swinging the left-hand blade around and cracking her across the jaw. Hinata feels a molar come loose and fly out of her mouth as she cries out in pain. He twirls the swords around and around, the ghost of a smirk playing on the corner of his mouth. He toys with her for just long enough for some of her sense to come back. When he strikes with the hilt of the right-hand blade, Hinata's reflexes kick in. Her hands come up to block her face. She catches the hilt in both hands. This is her opening. She opens the chakra points on her palms and sends a surge of chakra down the hilt. Kimimiro's eyes go wide and he lets go of the blade, leaping back like it's boiling hot. He dropped it before her chakra could reach him, but she still has the blade. Hinata redirects that chakra back into her arms, giving her the strength to lob the sword back at Kimimaro like a javelin. His eyes somehow go even wider, and he brings his other blade up to parry. He keeps the blade from skewering his eye, but it still cuts a deep gash from the corner of his eye to the back of his skull. Kimimaro falls into a defensive stance. Hinata falls to one knee. Coughs rack her body from toe to throat, blood coming up with every rapid heartbeat and splattering across the grass. Her chest feels like it's 3 sizes too small for her heart. She can barely see Kimimaro relaxing, shooting her a look far too understanding to be piteous, through her blurred and strained vision. I see, Kimimaro murmurs, you're also fighting a war on 2 fronts. The veins on her temple bulge as Hinata meets his eyes and growls, I'm nothing like you. And in the split second when her Byakugan turns back on, she sees Kiba and Akamaru getting up. Kiba meets her eye and holds a finger to his lips. Hinata keeps quiet by talking, why your villages? It's not a village, your terrorists being used by a criminal. The pity leaves Kimimiro's eyes and his lip lifts in a sneer, really? You think you can sit in judgment, Hyuga? Your village profits from wars and your clan used genocide as a stepping stone to greater power. I fight for something, for someone, while you languish on a mountain of corpses. Hinata's hands ball into fists around the long grass as she sputters, we didn't. The Hyuga had nothing to do with the Uchiha massacre. That was Atake. I must be mistaken then, some other clan with a powerful dojutsu must have filled the power vacuum they left behind, Kimimaro muses, idly twirling his sword, you may not have killed the Uchiha, but you did use their bodies as rungs on a ladder to climb to greater power. Every powerful clan is the same. If they don't kill, they scheme. And if they don't scheme, they get killed by a clan who will. Hinata grits her teeth, grinds their chipped edges, and surreptitiously shifts her focus to Kiba. He's dragged himself up onto his feet. Akamaru is wobbling up to join him, leaning against Kiba's shin. Kiba reaches into his coat pocket and, slow enough to be silent, draws the flare Sasuke left him. With his other hand, he holds up 3 fingers. 3. Hinata shoves a breath out, hard through her nose, and snaps up at Kimimaro, and what about your clan? Why you have never seen a technique like that, it's a Kekii Genkai, right? Was your clan any better than mine? Kimimaro scoffs, hardly. If anything, they were worse. They killed for no other reason than to prove they could. 2. Hinata pushes herself up to her feet and shoots back, then how can you sit in judgment of me? You come from bad stock, too. Kimimaro narrows his eyes, mouth twisting into a scowl, like I said, Hyuga I fight for something, someone. I'm not an insecure whelp trying to prove myself to an uncaring world. I know my worth. 1. Kiba breaks his flare over his knee. Kimimaro is knocked briefly off balance by the sudden surge of chakra hitting his back. It won't be enough. Hinata's hand darts into her jacket and comes out with her own flare. With a grunt of effort, Hinata breaks the flare in her hands. The chakra buffeting him from both sides sends Kimimaro stumbling backward, dropping the bone sword as he staggers. Kiba's hand flashes in and out of the tiger seal, the last of his chakra flooding into Akamaru. There's a burst of smoke. Two Kibas come running out of it, each one grabbing Kimimaro by the arm and clamping down. Kimimaro shakes his head to clear it, quickly reading the situation. Bone starts to ripple under his skin. Kiba meets Hinata's eyes and shouts, "Now!" Hinata takes a deep breath. She blocks out the world, imagining only a dark void surrounding her and Kimimaro. She pictures the 8 trigrams symbol beneath her feet. Kimimaro's eyes go wide. Hinata sprints in, 2 palms. Chakra follows her strikes in arcs, like the tail of a comet. Bone spikes rise up to meet her. Hinata lets one pierce through her palm and breaks the other one, prodding the chakra point at its base. 4 palms. 2 more strikes, aiming for his neck and his right shoulder. His bones prioritize defending his neck, piercing her left wrist. 8 palms. 4 strikes. She's faster than him now, and spikes only rise to block half her blows. 16 palms. 8 strikes. His bones shred her arms while she peppers his torso with bruises. 32 palms. 16 strikes. He rattles in Kiba and Akamaru's grip, but the two of them hold fast, heels digging into the ground. Kimimaro's jaw is clenched tight enough to chip his teeth. Hinata's vision has tunneled down to his curse mark, glowing like a star in the center of his chest. She's never pulled the full combination off before. Time to make it count. 64 palms. She aims all 32 strikes for the curse mark. Kimimaro lets out a scream. What bones he can still reach come jabbing out of him at harsh angles, gnarled and sharp. They tear into Hinata's arms, face, throat, torso. She doesn't care. Any chakra point she can reach, she hits. Any chakra she has she sends flooding into his. She spins and whirls, building up centripetal force so she can send it all crashing into him like a meteor hitting the surface of the earth. Her last strike sends Kimimaro flying backward, Kiba and Akamaru still holding onto his arms with what strength they have left. She doesn't wait to see him land. The instant he's out of her reach, Hinata drops to hands and knees, heaving blood onto the grass. Her Byakugan fizzles, sputters, and dies. Once all that's going to come out of her has made its way out, Hinata stays where she is, breathing in hitching gasps. Her heart is beating faster than she can track. Sending Sasuke away was a bad idea. Her heart and lungs feel like they're both about to implode. Hinata's call to Akamaru and Kiba to get up so they can run is cut off by them both screaming bloody murder. Her head whips up. She chokes on a cry. Kiba and Akamaru are strewn across the ground like broken toys. Akamaru reverted to his canine form, Kiba now with a jagged bone spike 3 feet long and 6 inches thick rammed diagonally through his gut. Standing between them, crouched so low its hands scrape the ground, is a patchwork creature Hinata can only assume was Kimimaro. Blotches of his skin have turned a dark gray. Sections of his hair are shaggier, longer, darker. Cruel spines of bone come jutting out of these patches, as does a long, thrashing tail. He looks up and fixes her with a glare from one yellow eye. "Fine," he rasps, "no more dancing." Hinata doesn't see him move. In between heartbeats he's above her. She flails back on her heels. He rears back and bone comes spiraling out from his arm, forming a massive, spiraling spear point that covers it hand to elbow. He shoots forward, thrusting the spear point for her head. She's spent. All she can do is scream. The bone spike stops a centimeter from Hinata's eye. In an instant, all of Kimimaro's limbs have been encased in sand. Sand that's defying gravity as it streams around her to grasp Kimimaro. Gaara's voice, rough as the desert sand, drones from behind her. That is more than enough of that. Shino knows what's coming miles before he sees it. He's sent more of his colony ahead than he should have, and everything they smell, see, feel, it all comes back to him. He picks up his friend's trail in seconds and follows it doggedly until he gets to the clearing where it splits. The colony fans out around him in a wide circle, tasting everything their feet touch. After a few seconds Shino picks up a faint scent of cherries, soap, and sweat. It's an old scent, faint, faded, and covered over by the smell of yin chakra. The genjutsu is complicated, made for a complicated nose instead of simple chemoreceptors. He smirks behind his collar. Of course Sakura counted him out. She'll regret it. He flicks his wrist in the direction of the scent trail and murmurs to his colony, "Go." They coalesce back into a dark cloud of buzzing wings and shining carapaces, then zoom on ahead. Shino waits until they're 2 yards away before racing along on their heels. He can feel the rest of the colony scrambling at his insides, wings beating frantically. He breathes as even as he can to calm them, but he knows it won't work. Their moods feed into each other. If he's nervous, so are they. "It's going to be all right," he murmurs. There's a burst of searing, stabbing pain in the front of his skull. Shino lets out a loud cry at the sudden shock. The insects inside him buzz around in 1,000 panicked directions. He loses his footing on the branch he'd just landed on and plunges towards the forest floor. Shino pulls enough of himself together to reach out and grab a branch, but it snaps in his grip. Shino lands hard on his back and bounces, rolling a few feet before coming to a stop against a root. His mind is racing in time with the thousands of little legs inside his body. He reaches out with his senses and gets nothing back. He swallows hard, his throat suddenly lined with sandpaper. Something up ahead just killed nearly a quarter of his colony in one fell swoop. He doesn't have time to consider what before he hears the rustling of paper and the squawking of birds. He scuttles up to his feet and whirls on his heel. Over a dozen hawks, no, not hawks, drawings of hawks come diving down from the canopy. Shino ducks into a roll. Their beaks clip his collar and the back of his head, but don't leave any marks. As soon as they've passed him they swoop around again for another strike. This time Shino isn't as lucky. He swerves under the main force of the hawks, but 6 sets of claws catch his scalp. Shino blinks the blood out of his eyes as it comes dripping down his forehead. The hawks are circling overhead now. The cacophony of paper wings and avian shrieks is drowning out Shino's thoughts. He bites his lip and forces himself to take deep breaths. He can't panic. He has to gain more information, and he can't do that if they dive bomb him again. He lets out a hard breath through his nose and mutters to his colony, "Sorry about this." He spreads his arms out wide. His colony comes flooding out of his sleeves. Shino splits it up into 6 different groups and sends them spiraling in 6 different directions. The birds take the bait. They go scattering after the clusters of bugs, with no rhythm or rhyme beyond following the nearest moving target. He can work with that. Shino reaches into his tool pouch and comes back with 2 fists full of kunao. Time to put his aim to the test. Shino takes a moment to steady himself, then opens fire. He skewers 2 with 1 kunao as they dive for his insects, the birds bursting into clouds of ink on contact with the blade. 2 more, 3, 4, 5, 6, Shino strikes quick and true, taking each and every one of them out of the air in one swift strike. But by that point the birds have caught on. They wheel around and turn their beaks on him. Shino flings 2 more kunao, hitting one of the birds but missing the others. There are 5 hawks left and only 2 blades. Shino brings them up to block the incoming claws, but only blocks 2 sets. The other 3 rip and tear at his arms, his shoulders, his head. Shino realizes the upside of that through the pain. They're focused on him. And not his bugs. Shino sends his colony spiraling around through the air. They outnumber the hawks 10 to 1 now. The beating of their wings drowns out the sound of rustling paper as Shino engulfs the paper hawks with his colony. The bugs pull the hawks away, shredding them with their mandibles. A rain of ink splatters onto the soil and leaf litter at Shino's feet. Twigs snap and leaves crunch, louder and louder, closer and closer. Shino didn't expect that to be the last of it. But he also didn't expect reinforcements immediately. He's barely called half of his colony back into his body before 2 great paper shapes come bounding out of the trees. They're quadrupedal, Shino can see that much, but their features are so stylized he's not sure if they're dogs or lions. One of the creatures opens its fanged maw and devours the bugs Shino couldn't get back in time in one swift gulp. This time the pain explodes from the base of Shino's skull and blossoms throughout his whole body. His colony's frequency ratchets up in what can only be described as a scream. Shino staggers backward, heel catching on a root and forcing him to stumble. The other creature takes advantage of his lapse in balance. It leaps for him and slams into his chest, knocking Shino to the ground. He clumsily brings his arms up to block whatever's going to come next. The creature's claws dig into his forearms and wrists, shredding his sleeves and splattering blood across his jacket. It rears back and bites into the meat of his forearm, drawing a scream from Shino and another shriek from his colony. If it tears off part of his arm, it gets every bug inside. Shino reaches for one of his fallen kunai with his other hand and finds it in a puddle of still wet ink. He quickly palms it and thrusts it into the neck of the paper creature, dragging it up and around. The sound of paper tearing harmonizes with the creature letting out a leonine roar of pain. Shino takes that opportunity to clamber to his feet, tripping over himself to put any distance he can steal between himself and the two beasts. He vaults over a large log and ducks behind a tree, quickly running through the signs for a basic clone. He sends it running the way he'd been going. The beasts follow, Enki spittle flying from their large mouths. He barely has a full moment, but he has something. Shino raises his arms and sends the remains of his colony out into the forest. He guides them up into the darkness of the canopy, having them attached to the bottoms of the branches and look down at the forest floor. He waits. Shino feels the chakra signature of his clone flicker out. He hears the rustling of paper and panting of the beasts. They've turned around. In seconds they come bounding out from the trees, focused solely on him. He waits. Once they're a yard away, he strikes. Beetles fall like hailstones. There aren't enough to cover the beasts, but there's more than enough to sniff out the chakra animating the constructs. The colony feasts. The beasts let out crumpled, torn cries as the beetles devour the chakra, keeping them alive. The creatures warp and buckle. They collapse into puddles of ink on the leaf litter. Shino can almost taste the rejuvenating tang of the chakra as the colony comes flying back to him. Once he absorbs it, he'll be back in fighting shape, ready to get back on the trail. Light. Burning. Flame. That's all Shino has time to process before pain akin to being dunked in the mouth of a volcano blossoms out from the center of his brain. It flares out along his entire nervous system. Shino is on fire, because the last of his colony is burning. Shino falls to the ground, catatonic from the shock, and only comes back to himself when he feels a pittance of his colony's former numbers humming in his chest. He blinks rapidly. The heat that was inside is now outside. Shino shoves himself into sitting up just in time to see fire jump from the leaf litter to the trunk of a nearby tree. A yard away, another goes up. Then another. Another. Yet another. In the early autumn dry season, this whole forest is a tinderbox. The world around Shino is quickly turning into an endless expanse of bright orange heat. Shino is a shinobi. He's a trained killer. He's a loyal soldier. But he's also a 13-year-old boy. So he panics. Shino sprints blindly in a direction that he hopes will take him back to the road, but if he runs far enough in any direction, he's bound to reach the edge of the forest. The forest can't go on forever. The fire can't burn forever. He can make it. He can make it. He has to make it because his colony is nearly gone and he'll die if he doesn't. He has to go, 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 go. Shino doesn't see it coming. He barely feels it. Something heavy and blunt slams into the base of his skull. He doesn't get any final thoughts before everything goes dark. Gaara's mouth twitches as he tries to frown. You're finished here. Stand down and I'll make it quick. The Hyuga girl, Hinata he thinks her name is, looks between him and Kimimaro with wide swings of her head. From the look on her face, he imagines she's having a hard time telling who's the enemy. Well, he supposes that makes sense. She did see him try to murder at least 2 of her friends. His scar also doesn't make him look particularly friendly. Trying to reassure her would be a waste of breath. Kimimaro doesn't banter. He wrenches one of his discolored arms out of the sand, a feat that makes Gaara's eyes go wide, before slamming it palm first against the dirt. His skin ripples. Thorns of bone as tall as Gaara himself come surging out of the ground. They zoom straight for him. Gaara retracts his sand, pulling it under his feet and using it to slide away from the spikes. He may have bought himself some distance, but it came at the cost of letting Kimimaro go free. Kimimaro sprints after him. Even half transformed, he's fast enough to keep up with Gaara, trailing him by a yard. He snarls and reaches up to the base of his neck, one of the areas Hinata wasn't able to block off. Skin parts and bone cracks. Through a hole at the apex of his shoulders, Kimimaro draws a long spear of bone. For all he's seen, Gaara can't keep his stomach from turning. That's his spine. This person just pulled his spine out of his back and is still running right at him. As if that wasn't enough, Kimimaro strikes with the spine and reveals it not to be a spear, but a whip. The cord loops to grab Gaara and he quickly dissolves his gourd, forming the sand into a shield around his torso. The vertebrae constrict around the sand, squeezing down tight, but Gaara's sand holds fast. Gaara's mouth twists into a frown as Kimimaro grins at him, wide and feral. They've realized the same thing. Gaara's protected, but immobile. Kimimaro stomps a dark gray foot. Bone spikes break through the ground, cutting a jagged line towards him. Gaara splits his focus. He sends the sand around him surging outward in a wave, breaking the spinal cord's hold on him, while channeling Earth Chakra directly into the ground beneath his feet. The soil turns to fine sand. It surges up and drags Gaara down below ground, the rest of his sand quickly following. Gaara shuts his eyes, narrowing his senses down to the magnetic forces coursing through the earth. He gets a clear picture of Kimimaro, the leaf ninja, and Kimimiro's spikes of bone. Gaara forms the sand around him into a drill and bores through the ground, cleanly maneuvering around the spikes. He tunnels until he's 3 meters behind Kimimaro, then comes bursting up from the ground in a whirlwind of sand. Kimimaro doesn't miss a beat. He looks over his shoulder and sends the spikes curving around to follow Gaara's trail in the same breath. Gaara reforms his gourd and brings sand up from the ground to hang around him in whirls, ready to bring the material together and block the bone's advance. He is not ready for Kimimaro pressing his palm to the end of the spikes near him, melting into it, and then melting out of the bones 6 feet away. Gaara's eyes go wide. In his shock, he can't reach out to the sand around him. Kimimaro whips his spine out and wraps it around his neck before pulling it like a ripcord. The vertebrae shred the sand armor around Gaara's throat. The most Gaara gets are thin, hairline scratches, but it's still enough to make his heart start beating triple time. Gaara's instincts take over. A jet of sand comes blasting out of the whirls floating around him and hits Kimimaro right in the eyes. He recoils with a loud swear while Gaara brings all the sand together under his feet. He zips backwards and out of Kimimiro's reach. As he rebuilds the armor around his neck, Gaara presses his lips into a thin line. It wouldn't be easy to get to the edge of this clearing and terraform it right on top of this freak of nature, but it would end the fight in one stroke. But Kimimaro is fast. Too fast for Gaara to take his eyes off of for even a moment. And if the look on his face is any indication, at some point in this fight he threw all his qualms and inhibitions out the window. All the strongest weapons in Gaara's arsenal would necessitate him leaving the Leaf Ninja alone, unguarded, and too far away for him to focus on or grab quickly. Gaara sighs hard through his nose. Naruto failed to mention that helping people instead of just callously sacrificing them is incredibly inefficient. Gaara's shocked out of his thoughts by bone spikes jutting up from beneath him. They hit his sand platform with speed and force enough to send Gaara flying through the air, tumbling end over end faster than his reflexes can catch. By the time he's about to hit the ground, Gaara has enough sense to bring some of his sand in to cushion his fall, but it isn't enough. Gaara slams back first into the ground. All across his body he feels his sand armor crack. Just in time for the bone spikes to judder to a halt right in front of him and Kimimaro to come phasing out of the nearest one. Through his teeth he hisses, "Fuck." Kimimiro's grin is near mad as he strikes with the spinal whip. Yet again, Gaara is not fast enough. The whip wraps around his stomach and Kimimaro ripcords it, disintegrating the armor covering Gaara's gut. Just as Gaara starts bringing his sand up to grab the whip, Kimimaro stomps his heel into the ground. Bone spikes go scrawling across the ground backwards, not towards Gaara, but towards the Leaf Ninja. Gaara acts before he thinks. He's already thrown a hand out towards them, sand surging as fast as it can. It outpaces the bones and scoops up the Leaf Ninja, dragging them out of the way and tossing them onto the ground several yards behind Gaara. Gaara doesn't even have time to think why the fuck did I do that before Kimimaro whips the spinal cord against the ground, straightening it out into a rigid spear. He doesn't gloat. He stabs right for Gaara's gut. The sand surges in. It's too far away to block the whole blow, but it knocks the spear just off its trajectory. Instead of impaling Gaara through some important organ or another, it simply cuts a deep furrow between Gaara's lowest two ribs. The sand wraps around Kimimaro's spine and Kimimaro grits his teeth as he tries to wrench it free. Gaara takes the brief moment to stagger to his feet and gather his sand, bringing it back into a whirling shield. He clenches his jaw tight, willing himself not to scream. He's getting used to pain, but the sharp, animal fear it brings hasn't disappeared. He can't panic, he can't, but that's hard not to do when Kimimaro seems to counter him as easily as breathing. He needs a plan, needs to come up with something Kimimaro can't anticipate, can't counter. Hinata's voice is louder and sharper than he's ever heard it as she screams, "Duck!" Gaara's reflexes find that to be a sounder course of action than his brain. He's dropped to a crouch before he can even think of asking why. He looks over his shoulder to find the answer. Hinata's in the process of hurling Kiba's little dog straight at Kimimaro, and is too far along for him to stop her. He doesn't know what her plan is. He does know that Kimimaro is snarling, bones poking at his skin as he tries to form some sort of defense. Well, this is the plan now. Gaara's learning that he's supposed to go along with those. As the dog flies through the air, Gaara's sand shoots out, wrapping around Kimimaro and pinning his arms to his sides. He shoots a poisonous glare at Gaara and snaps, "I don't need my arms to." He doesn't get to finish that sentence. The little dog's jaws clamp down on Kimimaro's windpipe. His eyes go wide. Gaara can see bone rippling beneath his flesh, but the shock has turned his reflexes to mud. The little dog growls and shakes its head before tearing its teeth from Kimimaro's throat. Most of the throat goes with it. Blood comes spraying from the pierced arteries, splattering across Gaara's face. Kimimaro only has a moment to let out a final, confused wheeze, before going limp in the grip of Gaara's sand. Gaara can only watch as Kimimaro's features shift back to that of a pale, thin, sickly young man. The little dog, no longer attached to Kimimaro, falls to the ground with a soft thump. Gaara glances over to Hinata. That last-ditch effort had apparently been all that was left in her. She's lying on the ground, breathing in fits and starts, unconscious. It takes Gaara less than a second to determine that there's no pressing on for these Leaf Ninja. It takes him 10 seconds to determine that he's going to have to be the one that brings them home. Gaara purses his lips. He moves his sand beneath Kiba and Hinata, forming small hammocks that cradle them as he picks them up off the ground. Gentle, gentle, gentle. He has to remind himself over and over, between deep breaths held for seconds at a time, not to cover them over and not to squeeze. Gentle. These are his allies. He doesn't kill his allies. He doesn't kill anyone who isn't trying to kill him, no matter how the younger version of him in his mind jeers and cajoles and snarls that they're weak and right there. He lifts Kiba, then Hinata. Good. He'll be able to carry them. He will make it back to the Leaf Village and bring them to safety. That's the order he was given. He has to follow those now. Gaara turns to the little dog last. Despite having just seen the creature tear a man's throat out with his teeth, despite that man's blood still staining his white fur, the dog looks far too fragile. Gaara stands there, staring at him. He's almost certain he can carry the two people. He talked himself through the process, he fought his reflexes and he won. He doesn't know yet if he can trust his sand to hold something so small, soft, and easily breakable. He looks at his hands. He's not sure if he can trust these, either. But at the very least, there's less harm they can do. He scoops up the little dog, tucking him awkwardly into the crook of his elbow. The little dog whimpers from the pain of being moved, but doesn't fight him. He's probably too tired to do much of anything. Gaara looks at the dog for a few moments before delicately, reverently, reaching out, and stroking one of his ears. It's soft like the silk velvet the border tribes sell. Gaara has never had a pet. Before he broke, father had forbade them, and after he broke, animals were just more lives to snuff out. Tamari had tried to keep a rat once when they were quite young, but father disabused her of that notion. He remembered her crying that night far better than he did any tender moments she got to have with her little friend. But he does remember one thing she would say to it. Gaara whispers to the little dog, "You are a good boy." He's barely 6 hours out from the village when Kakashi runs headlong into a roaring wildfire. Kakashi skids to a halt, eye wide. The fire has already eaten several acres of forest and is only growing in the dry September heat. He wants to be horrified by the devastation, but with what's at stake, he can only think of it as yet another hurdle in his path. He turns to the Ninken and calls, "Fan out, see if the scent trail continues on the other side. Bull, pack on, with me. We're cutting through." "The hell we are," Pakun barks, wide eyes reflecting the blaze. "Do you want us to burn alive before we find the kids?" "I want to find Shino," Kakashi snaps back. If he was following the trail he must have come this way. Pakun quickly shuts his mouth. Kakashi takes a deep breath, thankful once again for his mask, before darting into the flames. Pakun and Bull show their prowess by quickly picking up Shino's scent beneath the smoke, taking charge, and following its winding path. They find him in the center of the chaos, collapsed on a patch of unburned ground. Kakashi's at his side in an instant, reaching down his collar to feel his pulse and bringing his mouth up to his ear to listen for breathing. His pulse is weak and he's breathing in wheezes. He's been knocked out for who knows how long and inhaling smoke for who knows how much longer. There's no getting back up and carrying on for him. Kakashi shakes his head and turns to Bull and Pakun, "You two, get him back to the hospital. If they haven't already seen the fire from the wall, don't stop barking at them until they do something about it." Bull wordlessly maneuvers Shino onto his back while Pakun looks around the burning forest. "Should I tell them the sound ninja did this?" Kakashi frowns, and all he says is, "No." The dogs dart back the way they came with the unconscious boy in tow, and as Kakashi makes for the edge of the wildfire he takes these tactics apart. This isn't sound technique. Ninja born and bred in the country are used to fighting in their terrain, to using wide open wetlands to their fullest advantage. Orochimaru probably imparted to them the basics of dense forest warfare, but definitely nothing like this. If he had, the forest around the Leaf Village would have been up in smoke the second the attack during the Chunin exams started. This isn't something Orochimaru would do. This is something Kakashi would do. There's no time for intrigue. He has to prioritize the kids. Kakashi stores that worry somewhere deep and dark, and forces himself to carry on. Chapter 26. XXVI Sasuke's knee feels like it's about to implode, but he forces himself to stay a yard behind Taunton and a yard ahead of Naruto. And really, after 20 hours of hard travel at the fastest pace he can manage, the rest of Sasuke's body is starting to catch up to how his knee feels all the time. Naruto and Taunton are panting like racing dogs. Sasuke knows he's not much better. A part of his mind whispers that in this state, there's no guarantee that they'll hold their own against Sakura, let alone win. And that's assuming she doesn't rendezvous with sound backup even stronger than what they've encountered so far. Taunton oinking frantically forces Sasuke out of his own head. She stops on a nearby branch and he touches down at her side. Naruto overshoots it and lands a yard ahead of them, turning to glare at the little pig as she sniffs at the air. "Furfu, what is it now?" Naruto hollers, running a hand through his hair and raking the nails across his scalp. Sasuke frowns and tries to tune him out. It's either listen to him or focus on deciphering Taunton's oinking. After a moment, he translates, "Sakura's apparently really proud of those olfactory genjutsu." According to Taunton there's a couple hanging in the air, one faking Sakura's scent and one that's probably covering it. Upside is Taunton's gotten used to the smell of Sakura's chakra. We nearly avoided another long detour. Naruto shoves his face into his hands and drags them down it with a loud groan. "It's like she's trying to annoy us off the trail." Sasuke's mouth quirks up at the corner and he quickly pushes it down as he replies, "I mean, considering how well it's working, that was probably the point." Naruto folds his arms tight over his chest. "So what now? How do we track her with her scent covered in the dark?" Sasuke shakes his head. "Nothing else for it. We're not going any further without Taunton's nose. I'm gonna try and break it." Naruto's brow furrows. "Didn't you say you can't see smells? And you don't have a nose like Kiba does. How are you gonna even find the genjutsu?" Sasuke shoots his teammate a glare. "By concentrating. That means you have to shut up until I'm done." Naruto scowls, but keeps his mouth shut. He pivots so he can keep an eye out on the surrounding forest, leaving Sasuke to it. Sasuke forms his right hand into half a seal, takes a deep breath, and shuts his eyes. Behind his eyelids, he activates the Sharingan. He visualizes Kiba drawing the chakra from his extremities and bringing it up into his nose. He can feel the tomo in his irises slowly start to spin as he mimics the technique, down to how Kiba had taken deep, long breaths and held them for seconds at a time before slowly letting them go. Sasuke loses track of exact minutes and seconds. He thinks he can hear some scuffling nearby and feel Taunton snuffling at his hand, but he blocks it out. He can't afford any distractions. After what feels like thousands of long, slow breaths, Sasuke's auditory and tactile worlds fade into the background as his sense of smell suddenly sharpens. He can tell the different leaves on the forest floor apart by their scent. He can smell 5 different kinds of mold, 3 different species of squirrel, and a small band of wild boar tromping through the leaves a mile to the west. Sasuke smells his own sweat and wrinkles his nose. No wonder Kiba doesn't do this all the time. He needs to get a lock on the genjutsu before he throws up. Sasuke takes one breath, another, 3 there. In the midst of the natural scents of the forest is a sharp, harsh smell, acrid like a newly opened bottle of bleach. They hang in the air, one veering off to the west while the other keeps along the northern route to sound. Sasuke focuses on the scent of chakra, blocking out everything else. Release. Chakra comes off him in a wave. The scent vanishes in a burst of clean, fresh air. Sasuke lets the chakra in his nose flow back into the rest of his body as he stands up and opens his eyes. He turns to Naruto. Well. He turns to where Naruto was. Now there's only an empty branch in a quiet forest with moonlight shining through the leaves. Now it's Sasuke's turn to shove his face into his hands and scream. He throws his hands down at his sides and whirls around to snap at Taunton. Okay, which way did he go? She cowers even lower, low enough to make Sasuke feel a pang of guilt, before she explains. From what Sasuke can gather, Taunton is 90% sure that Naruto is heading in the same direction that Sakura's scent trail is pointing. Sasuke grinds out another swear before leaping ahead. Taunton squeaks and struggles to keep up. Sasuke pulls back and lets her lead. The Sharingan just puts a red filter over everything. Darkness is still darkness even with it active. Sasuke's panting is turning to wheezing when the trail takes a sharp turn towards the forest floor. Sasuke lets himself fall, kicking off a tree trunk at the last possible second to offset some of the momentum. He still hits the ground hard enough to rattle his teeth. A spike of pain shoots up his bad leg. Sasuke's conscious, thinking mind wants to press on. His instincts force him to take a moment to lean against a nearby oak and breathe. He squeezes his eyes shut and presses a hand to his aching side. Everything hurts. His knee, his eyes, his lungs. In the silence, without the rush of the wind and the sound of his teammates to distract him, Sasuke finds his mind drifting back to Sakura. He can see his hand inches away from her, her body bursting into petals, as clearly as if he was back there. Now his throat hurts, and his eyelids hurt as he squeezes them tightly shut. If he gets back on the trail, he can find Sakura, and he can make her come back. He can fix this. Sasuke is back to sprinting along the forest floor before Taunton can even catch up. The trees get thinner and thinner, shorter and shorter, as the land starts to slope upward. The flat forest floor turns to rolling foothills, and before he knows it, Sasuke is at the foot of the low mountain range that marks the border with the Land of Sound. Sasuke grits his teeth, glaring up at the sliver of sky between the trees and the mountain tops. He is not in any mood to go mountain climbing. He scans the rocky terrain. If the moon wasn't full, Sasuke is certain he wouldn't have spotted it. A darker patch of shadow catches Sasuke's eye and he turns to see a man-made cave entrance carved into the mountainside. He creeps over to it and examines the stonework. The carving is old, smoothed somewhat by years of rain, but not so old that the decorative elements have been lost. Looping branch and leaf designs swirl around faux columns, growing in an arch. At what would be the keystone of this arch is a clan crest Sasuke hasn't seen since Tsunade's inauguration. The words slide from Sasuke's mouth in a whisper, the Senju crest. He purses his lips, and remembers the other landmark on the border of the Land of Sound. The Valley of the End. Another ghost story Sasuke was never told but always overheard. Another cold, anxious loop spirals into the coiled mass in Sasuke's gut. He's footsteps away from where his great-grandfather died. This isn't an omen, Sasuke hisses, stepping into the cave. This isn't an omen, this isn't an omen, this is not a fucking omen. Sasuke lets his Sharingan flicker out. Not because he's afraid of there being old traps in this cave meant to kill any Uchiha it senses, absolutely not, of course not. His eyes just hurt. That's the only reason. This is not an omen. Naruto's lungs burn, his feet ache, and his vision blurs at the edges as he sprints up the steep, winding path carved into the mountain. Sasuke was so busy following his nose he didn't hear the obvious sounds of snapping twigs and rustling branches. Naruto still wouldn't have followed it, it could have just been some kind of possum climbing through the trees, but then he'd seen that flash of pink hair and red dress in a spot of bright moonlight. Nothing in the world could have held him back. So he ran. He ran, and ran, and ran until he hit the base of the border range and saw Sakura slink into that cave with the Uchiha symbol carved at the top of the entrance. He's been calling after her the whole time as he runs up through the cave, but from her complete lack of response Naruto has to think she's either gone deaf or is ignoring him completely. For his own sake, he's pretending it's the former. He can't see Sakura anymore but he can see light. It's high up, easily another 10 minutes of running away, but the fact that it's close sends a jolt of newfound energy through him. He can't waste those 10 minutes running. Drawing on chakra from his own well and that deep, dark thing he still doesn't like naming, he summons a clone. The clone grabs him by the collar and the back of his jacket, swings him around in big circles, then throws him with all its strength up to the next landing. The second Naruto lands, he repeats the process. Over and over again Naruto throws himself up the dark path through the mountain until he tumbles to a stop 5 feet from the entrance. He doesn't even take a breath to see where he's going. He's up and out in a flash. Naruto comes sprawling out onto a massive head. The moon perfectly illuminates the scene. He's at the top of the waterfall marking the Valley of the End, standing atop one of the 2 monumental carvings on either side of it. From the fact that he's standing across from the statue of the first Hokage, looking perfect as any photograph or engraving of the site, Naruto can only surmise he's perched on the crown of Madara Uchiha's head. Naruto's in the middle of looking between his spot and the bottom of the waterfall, trying to do some mental math to figure out exactly how high up he is, when he finally notices Sakura standing parallel to him on the first Hokage's scalp. The blue moonlight washes out the reds and pinks Naruto's used to, casting Sakura in shades of black and white. She's cocked her head to one side, arms crossed over her chest, one brow raised as she studies him. But none of that matters. What matters are the petals swirling across her face, spreading into the whites of her eyes. Her eyes have turned from green to a metallic gold that catches the light, nearly glowing. Naruto gulps down his nerves and grins, waving wide with one arm as he calls out over the sound of the rushing water, "Hey, Sakura! I finally caught up. Come on, this place totally blows, it's cold and wet and boring. Let's go home." Sakura just puts her hands on her hips and shakes her head with a long-suffering sigh. "Seriously? I knew you were stupid, but not this stupid." Naruto's pulse stutters. Before he can say anything else, Sakura leans in and cups one hand around her mouth, calling, "Earth to Moron. I left the village under cover of night. I dropped illusions all around town to give myself an alibi. I'm heading to Sound under my own power with no one around to make sure I'm following orders. Has it sunk in yet? Do I need to spell it out any more clearly? I'm jumping ship, dumbass." Naruto's pulse stutters again, then finally drops into his stomach. The reality he was denying finally rears its ugly head. "You're, really?" Naruto swallows hard, balls his hands into fists, then shouts across the cavernous gulf, "I don't get it. Why? Your life is perfect. You have a mom and a home and tons of friends who love you. What's the point of leaving? You have everything." Sakura slits her eyes in a glare and sneers, "Of course that's what you think. Have you ever once, for even a fraction of a second, thought about how the world looks through any eyes but yours? You're not just stupid and simple-minded, you're selfish." Naruto feels the air around him grow hotter and his canines ache as they start to grow, but all he can do is scream, "Selfish? Where do you get off calling me selfish? You're the one throwing away your home for power you don't need. Sakura squares her shoulders and clenches her fists. See? That's exactly what I mean. You think the Leaf Village was any kind of home to me? You think I could have just gotten exactly as far as I wanted with my natural potential? Your head's so far up your own ass all you can see is your stomach. You're just like all the spoiled clan heirs, you've never worked for anything. Naruto's vision starts to sharpen, shapes becoming more distinct in the dark. Screw you, I never worked for anything, I had to train until night to master climbing up trees. I spent all month between the exams learning how to summon toads. I worked myself half to death to learn the raise non. Don't you dare say I haven't worked hard. I've fought and bled for everything I have. Sakura's lips twist into a wicked smirk, and how do you think a genin has enough chakra to summon giant toads? How do you think you can make so many shadow clones? Face it, Naruto, the only thing special about you is that monster sealed inside you. Naruto sees red. His voice comes out in a throaty roar, shut your fucking mouth. I'm bringing you back to the village whether you like it or not. Naruto leaps across the waterfall in a single bound, straight for Sakura. Her eyes go wide and she jukes out of the way a second before Naruto's arms would have closed around her. Naruto skids to a halt on his feet and his hands snap into the sign for Shadow Clone Jutsu. A flying V of 5 clones burst into existence between him and Sakura, sprinting towards her like an arrow loosed from a bow. There's not much room on the head of the Hokage. Sakura is forced to double back, diving off the statue and onto the very edge of the waterfall. She breaks into a loping run across the water to Madara's head, slowed only by the choppy water forcing her to watch her step. The deep, dark, sickly rage in Naruto's belly bubbles and boils. She's not running away. He won't allow it. Naruto reaches for that infernal chakra and molds it, throwing out 5 more clones to pursue her. 10 of him bound across the water, closing in on her like hounds on a fox. Sakura whirls on her heel, hands racing through rat tiger dog ox rabbit tiger, before 10 fireballs the size of Naruto's head come blazing out of Sakura's mouth. They soar through the air and punch holes clean through his clones, dismissing them all, but Naruto doesn't care about that. His eyes zero in on Sakura, catching the moment after she lets the flaming blossoms fly when her concentration falters. One of her legs sinks down to the knee in the rushing water. She just barely pulls it back up in time, narrowly avoiding being dragged down the waterfall. Naruto sprints to the edge of the first Hokage's head and leaps off, summoning 10 more clones mid-jump. They come crashing down in a ring around Sakura. She doesn't have any time to react before one of the clones grabs her shoulders and stabs his knee into her spine. Sakura's eyes go wide and she lets out a cry through gritted teeth. Another clone slams his shin into her stomach and forces her mouth open, her breath coming out of her in one loud wheeze. Naruto and his clones shower her with blows, knocking her back and forth, giving her no room to breathe. Elbows crash into her temples, feet crack across her jaw, fists bludgeon her stomach. Sakura tries and fails to block. She tries and fails to counter. Naruto boxes her ears, and she tries, and fails, to maintain the flow of chakra to the soles of her feet. The waterfall sucks Sakura down, sending her tumbling and crashing towards the lake below. Letting the waterfall push her down and drown her is too easy. Naruto and his clones leap down after her, careening down alongside her choppy silhouette in the rushing water. The waterfall explodes in a burst of flame and steam. Naruto and his clones are blown backward by the aftershock of chakra, scattered to the wind but not destroyed. Sakura goes flying out from the momentary opening, spinning through open air towards open water. Naruto hits the water first, his clones following quickly behind, and all of them dash after Sakura as she hurtles end over end. One of the clones grabs another end, with a mighty swing, throws them up to intercept Sakura. They collide in the air and knock Sakura down to the water, Sakura just barely managing to coat the front of her body with chakra to keep herself from going under. The clones dogpile on top of her, grabbing her arms and legs, pressing down on her back and shoulders. A part of Naruto considers just knocking her out with a hard hit to the head or a choke hold. A bigger part that's growing by the second makes his vision tunnel on Sakura's head. The clones follow his instincts. They grab Sakura by the hair and shove her head beneath the surface. Naruto blinks rapidly as Sakura thrashes against the clones, bubbles coming up in a torrent from where her head is. There's a scratching at the back of his mind, but his vision blurs at the edges and his stomach twists. He'll just keep her under long enough for her to pass out. That's all he needs. And she deserves it, doesn't she? Naruto feels a deep growling in his bones harmonizing with his heartbeat. Sakura's thrashing grows more and more violent. She throws elbows and knees and heels in every direction until one catches a clone in the throat and he lets go of her arm. She brings the hand up and lightning crackles around it, bright as the sun and loud as 1,000 birds. She slams her fist onto the lake's surface and the lightning fans out in a ring. The inner ring of clones all burst into smoke with screams of pain cut short, hiding Sakura from view. For a split second, Naruto's brow furrows. Sakura's smart. She remembers everything. That easily explains the fire-style techniques, but the Chidori? Her chakra nature is earth, right? Can she even learn lightning-style techniques? He feels a sharp burn at the base of his skull and the anger comes flooding back in. It doesn't matter what she knows, it doesn't matter how she learned it, all that matters is that she. Naruto doesn't get to finish that train of thought. Sakura comes rocketing out of the smoke, her heel connecting with his chin in a sweeping kick and sending him whirling away. Naruto staggers to a stop in time to see Sakura close the distance between them in an instant. She rears back and hits him with a jab to the throat, nearly crushing his windpipe. She uppercuts him hard enough to take him off his feet. Sakura kicks high and slams her foot into his stomach, launching him further into the air. He sails upward and she crouches, pooling chakra in her feet, but before she can join him in the sky the remaining clones grab her out of the air the second she takes off. One of the clones grabs her around the chest, tucking his head beneath her arm, before body slamming her down onto the water. He pins her with his full weight as the last 4 clones run in and just start kicking her while she's down. They punt her in the head, the arms, the stomach. Naruto's vision starts to clear again. Why is he doing this? This is what every group of bullies would do to him on the academy playground. Sakura is his friend, he loves her. Why is he? Sakura lets out a loud grunt as she picks her lower body up off the water's surface and spins. She whirls around like a breakdancer, her feet catching 2 of the clones and bursting them both. She somersaults to her feet, carrying the clone that had been pinning her along for the ride, before hefting him up over her head with a surge of chakra through her arms. She swings him around her twice before, with a roar, throwing him right at Naruto. Naruto can't even get his arms up to block. The full force of his own weight hits him and knocks him off his feet, sending him skipping across the lake like a stone. Sakura kicks right through his last 2 clones and surges forward. She's in front of him in an instant. Her hand closes over Naruto's face. Between the gaps in her fingers he can see her forming half a hand seal, her eyes narrow and focused. She shouts in Sasuke's voice, "Release." Chakra surges through Naruto's skull and washes over his brain. His vision swims and tilts, then clears all at once, like rain being wiped from a window. The Nine-Tails rage is still there, but his own drops from a boil to a simmer in an instant. The rough leather of Sakura's glove becomes warm flesh. Through the gap in his fingers he sees not a determined and intense Sakura but a panicked Sasuke, breathing heavy, Sharingan spinning slower and slower. Naruto gapes at him as Sasuke takes his hand away, running it through his hair with a heavy sigh. Dozens of different emotions loop and thread around each other in Naruto's stomach, tangling into knots. It should have been so obvious. She'd been using taijutsu, she hadn't used any earth or water style, she'd played defense the entire fight, for fuck's sake she was limping. How did he fall for that? When did she even drop it on him? When did she get that good at this? When did she get so mercenary that she'd force Naruto and Sasuke to take each other out instead of just facing them head on? Where is she? Fucking finally, Sasuke mutters, wiping the sweat from his brow, "Can't you stay still for even a second?" Naruto doesn't get to hear the rest. Chakra leaps up from the lakebed and envelopes him, sealing tight to his skin. He can only process for a second the singularly alien feeling of his weight increasing tenfold, like his bones and muscle have turned to lead, before that weight drags him swiftly beneath the surface of the water. Naruto tries to thrash against the pull of gravity but his own limbs are too heavy for him to lift. The silhouette of Sasuke reaches down for him, but Naruto is far out of his reach. Trapped in his own body, All he can do is watch as the light disappears and the water fills his lungs. Fucking finally, Sasuke mutters, wiping the sweat from his brow, can't you stay still for even a second? Sasuke doesn't get to finish his thought. With his Sharingan he gets a half-second glimpse at a jet of sickly green chakra bursting up through the water and wrapping around Naruto like a second skin. In an instant Naruto drops beneath the lake's surface. Sasuke swears through his teeth and reaches down in a blind grab for his friend. His hand closes around nothing. Sasuke takes a deep breath and pushes head through the water. The only trace of Naruto is a trail of bubbles leading to the distant, dark lakebed. Sasuke comes back up and looks wildly around. Sakura has to be nearby. She's gotten good but not so good that she can work jutsu this powerful from a distance. Sasuke's tired of running around. He lets sparks crackle over his hands as he shouts, "I know you're here. Show yourself." There's a pause. Sasuke's heart thunders over the sounds of night birds and crickets. Bubbles rise up to the surface of the lake, then foam, then a jet of water. Sasuke shields his eyes. When he brings his arm down, Sakura is standing on the water, 3 feet away and real as the lake beneath their feet. Her curse mark is already active, with petals nearly covering her skin and leaking into the whites of her eyes. Her eyes have turned a bright, wild gold. And she has the gall to look upset. She puts her hands up in front of her and says, voice wavering, "Sasuke, please, just turn around and go home. I'm begging you, please understand, I don't want to fight you or Naruto." Sasuke's eyes slit into a glare, "Really? You don't want to fight us? Is that why you made us fight each other? Is that why you're drowning him?" Sakura's eyes dart down and away and she draws her shoulders up to her ears. No, listen, I promise I can let him up, Sasuke, you have to let me go." Sasuke's spitting fire and smoke now as he cuts in, "You know what, tell me something. What'll happen, Sakura? What'll happen if I don't let you go? What'll happen if I just let you send Naruto all the way to the bottom of the lake? Tell me, Sakura." Sakura chews on her lower lip for a long moment before muttering, "He'll drown." Sasuke's blood runs cold. He grits his teeth and growls through them, "I'm done talking." Sasuke rushes in. He strikes, borrowing the elbow to her cheek and knee to her ribs from Lee and the 2 palm thrusts she blocks with her forearms from Hinata. Sakura flows with the impacts but remains firmly rooted to the spot. Nothing breaks. Sakura retaliates. She throws a right hook that nearly spins Sasuke's head all the way around when it connects. Her heel wheels around into his ribs. He gasps for the air she knocked out of him and feels a stabbing crack in one of his ribs. It's one thing to see Sakura fight while under the curse mark's power. It's another thing entirely to be on the receiving end. Sakura starts to backpedal. Sasuke grits his teeth like hell. Is she gonna get away with running again? He's not even halfway through his first step forward before Sakura's racing through hand signs and Sasuke's vision tilts and spins. His stomach spins with it. Sasuke stumbles, tripping, and staggering along the water like a drunkard. His mind gets to work immediately. Sakura's not stupid enough to use genjutsu, I can see, so this is definitely working on some other sense. Fuck, that's it, my sense of balance. She's giving me fucking vertigo. He shoves his hands together into a tiger seal and hisses a release. The vertigo washes away and Sasuke pulls himself upright. Sakura's yards away and gaining. Sasuke's jaw clenches. If she wants to play the range game, 2 can play as well as 1. His hands flash snake, dragon, rabbit, tiger before he brings one up to his mouth and blows, pouring more chakra than he needs into the effort. A straight line of dragon fire blazes through the air toward Sakura, bright red in the blue light of the moon. Sakura whirls around and chakra surges out from her feet into the lake's surface. A ring-shaped wave surges up around her and collides with the dragon fire. Without the Sharingan, there's no way Sasuke would have been able to see the dragon fire punch a hole straight through the water wall and explode, singing the right side of Sakura's body. Anything more is hidden in a burst of steam. Sasuke sprints forward. His knee screams in protest and Sasuke bites the inside of his cheek to silence it. He knows the signs by heart. He brings his hand up to his mouth, and he fills his lungs with so much chakra they strain at the effort of containing it all. They won't have to hold it for long. Fire-style Grand Fireball Jutsu. It's like conjuring the sun. Sasuke is pushed back by the aftershock of chakra, the heat scorching his face and arm guards. He strains to look around the fireball and catches sight of Sakura. Her water wall shifts and he can just barely see her falling to one knee, hands slapping against the lake. Her chakra glows within the water, washing out the bright orange of his fireball and casting her in turquoise. The water swirls up and around, forming into a sphere just as big as the fireball, before with a loud cry Sakura sends it slamming right into the fire. The collision sounds like the hissing of a massive snake. Steam laced with chakra bursts forth from where the two jutsu meet and blankets the battlefield. Sasuke whirls around in the damp and the heat, but his Sharingan is still maturing. He racks his brain at every tiny movement in the steam, trying to tell the difference between Sakura and the wind. If she's cast a genjutsu he can't tell it from the residual chakra sticking to every molecule of steam. Sasuke grinds his teeth and rubs at his eyes as they ache in his sockets. His eyes won't help him, not right now. He needs to play defense, but he needs to hit hard. Sasuke starts kneading the lightning chakra in his chest and slowly sending it down his arm as he waits for Sakura to reveal herself. Ripples on the surface of the lake hit Sasuke's foot. He can feel movement on the water's surface, running footsteps dashing around him. They're coming from his left, barely 3 feet away. He spins on his heel, lightning chakra gathering into a screeching bundle in his palm, and slams his hand against the lake's surface. Electricity crackles out in a circle from his hand, hitting him and sending another jolt through his body. He convulses, keeping his teeth tightly grit so he doesn't bite his own tongue. There's no shriek from Sakura as the lightning hits her. There's no sound of a body hitting the water and going under as she goes unconscious. Of course she got him again. Sasuke swears under his breath and pulls himself back to his feet. The wind has blown away some of the steam, but still no Sakura. He's smarter than this. He has to be smarter than this. He's nearing his limit, he can't afford to be stupid. Carefully, methodically, Sasuke pulls what little lightning chakra he can muster into his hand, shaping it into a razor-sharp blade. This has to count. Sasuke takes a deep breath, holding it for a few moments before letting it out. He waits in utter silence. He feels movement, not from beside, but below. Sasuke slowly follows it with his eyes. Something is swimming beneath the surface, strafing in a wide arc around and behind him. Moonlight cuts through the clearing steam, revealing a feminine, familiar silhouette. Beneath the water, that far down, in the dead of night, maybe that would fool any other shinobi. But Sasuke can see the soft glow of yin chakra at the very edge of the silhouette. And when Sakura, the real Sakura, bursts up and out of the water in front of him, Sasuke is ready for her. His hand shoots out like a whip, slashing across her ribs with the lightning scalpel. Sasuke feels himself slice clean through one of her ribs. The lightning chakra disperses into her nerve endings. Sakura seizes up, eyes going wide and body freezing completely. She nearly falls backward, but Sasuke grabs her by the front of her dress and pulls her forward so he can knee her in the stomach. Sakura coughs up a glob of blood, splattering it across Sasuke's cheek. She doesn't stay stunned for long. Sakura wrenches out of his grip and punts his left knee. The second she kicks his bad leg out from under him, Sasuke feels a crack, then stops feeling anything at all. His eyes go wide. He wants to scream, but the only thing that comes out of his mouth is a hoarse, terrified wheeze. Sasuke drops to one knee, his bad leg swept beneath the water. Sasuke can't feel his chakra network, can't send chakra to the sole of that foot. His heartbeat ratchets up, his breath starts coming in quick bursts, his eyes dart around, passing over his bad leg and... Wait. Sasuke forces his eyes to focus. Yin chakra glows bright and hot in the nerves of his bad leg, blocking off his ability to feel anything at all from them. Sasuke feels a spike of white-hot rage. That Sakura would do this when she knows he can be angry at her later. He needs to break this now. He slaps one hand on his bad leg and forms half a seal with the other. He sends a burst of chakra into his leg, disrupting the jutsu. Pain comes flooding back in and Sasuke feels his stomach twist. His hands are shaking. Chakra exhaustion is looming over him, waiting to leap out from around the corner any second now. He shoves himself up to his feet. Just in time for Sakura to kick him square on his brace. Suzuki staggers and Sakura stays in his face, hitting him over the head with a double axe handle. The blow forces him to double over forwards, shoving his nose right into her waiting knee. That blow forces him back up. Sakura dives low, wrenching Suzuki's bad leg out from under him and knocking him to the water. Suzuki's shoulders and head start to sink as Sakura twists his leg the wrong way. He smashes his free foot into her chest and breaks her hold. He whirls up and into a crouch, sweeping a kick at Sakura's ankles. He knocks one out and sends her flailing forward. Suzuki shoves himself all the way up and grabs the falling Sakura's head under his arm, wrapping his arm around her head so her face is shoved into his forearm. He falls backwards, forcing Sakura to dive forward onto her head. Her head goes under the water. The second it does, she wriggles and thrashes like a fish on a line, her elbow hitting Suzuki in the cheekbone and forcing him to break the hold. They both leap to their feet, Sakura making it up a second before Suzuki. She takes full advantage of her head start. Suzuki doesn't get a chance to breathe before Sakura's hitting him with a left hook, then a right cross, then a body blow right on his broken rib. He doubles over and Sakura stomps on his bad knee, sending another lightning bolt of pain from his toes to the crown of his head. Suzuki reaches up, grabs Sakura's collar, and pulls her in to slam the hard metal of his headband against her open forehead. The impact rattles them both, breaking the skin on Sakura's forehead and sending her stumbling backward. She's dazed, she's breathing hard, he knows he broke one of her ribs. Her guard is broken. He can get her in a chokehold and squeeze down until she's unconscious, but it has to be soon. It has to be now. Suzuki surges forward. His right leg complies. Something in his left leg pops, and in an instant, it's dead weight. His Sharingan sputters, the world flickering between clear red and muddy blue. The chakra in his solace dissolves into the water. Suzuki topples forward, hits the water, and falls down into it. In shock, all he can do is stare at the darkness below. He doesn't stare for long. Sakura's grabbing his wrists and pulling him, gentle but firm, back up to the surface. Suzuki's vision shivers back and forth, growing clearer and clearer in red and blurrier in blue. In his moments of clarity he can see Sakura's face twisted with remorse and shame, see tears pricking in the corners of her eyes. He hears her whisper, "I'm so sorry," before pulling him up just enough to kiss the top of his head. Fog immediately starts seeping into his brain, the fog she put there when she left the village, the fog that almost took him during the third round of the Chunin exams, and he could break it. He knows he could if he could muster up the chakra and form a seal. But she's holding his hands as they shake with exhaustion and he can't feel his leg, and she looks so sad, and Naruto's still at the bottom of the lake and he's just so tired. Suzuki can barely hear his own voice as he tries to reach for Sakura, slurring, "Sakura, please, I just don't go, please, I'll." Then, there is only silence. Suzuki's eyes slide close and his head falls into Sakura's lap. Sakura listens to his breathing, watches his body bob in the water, stares at the crown of his head. She bites her lip, swallowing a sob. Her body is racked with pain, from her burning lungs to her cleanly broken rib. The petals covering her skin are like fire ants, burning and biting her skin wherever they touch. She doubles over, pressing her face into Suzuki's wet hair. She wallows in her own remorse, in her shame, in everything that can distract her from the twists and curls of pride that she beat Suzuki in a one-on-one fight. Sakura takes a deep breath, slowly sitting back up. She has a mission. Her mission will protect her, protect Suzuki, protect the whole village. He can hate her forever, that's his right. Just so long as he's alive to do it. Sakura gets to her feet, gingerly dragging Suzuki along with her. She forms the tiger seal and pours her chakra into the lake, pulling a clone of herself up and out of it. Wordlessly, she passes Suzuki to the clone, who sprints for the lake shore. Sakura closes her eyes and takes a deep breath before forming half a seal and whispering, "Release." A gout of water erupts from the lake's surface. Naruto comes soaring up and out, landing on all fours a yard away from her. He whirls around, eyes wide and red, teeth long and sharp. He snarls at her like a rabid dog, the heat he brings with him drying him off in an instant. His claw-like nails break the water's surface as he roars, "You greedy, insecure, selfish asshole! How could you? Suzuki loves you. I loved you. And you try to kill us. For power. Who the fuck do you think you are? Sakura's shoulder burns like a branding iron. Her vision tunnels. Tell him exactly who the fuck you think you are, sweetie. Chakra comes pouring off of Sakura in whirling streams, whipping the water around her feet into white-capped waves. The petals spread, fast and hot, and start to merge into a second skin made from flame. Sakura's mouth twists into a snarl, and she screams, "Yeah, alright, fuck it. You want me to be greedy? You want me to be selfish? Fine. You don't want to understand, I won't force you to. You won't let me go, I'll make you let go. You are gonna lie there and watch my back disappear if I have to break all your bones to do it. You don't get to hold me back anymore." There's a burst of sickly green chakra, bright as a supernova. The force of it blows Naruto back onto his heels. Within the light, Sakura feels her insides simmer, burn, and boil over. Her fingernails harden and lengthen into ink-black claws against her now ashen-gray skin. Her hair pulls and stretches itself, straining against her scalp as it gets longer and longer. She feels the flesh of her back split open, the 6 delicate, insectoid wings unfurling through the tears in her dress. The wings start flapping, slowly at first, faster, faster, soon so quickly they're near invisible and sound like electricity flowing through a cable. Sakura slowly lifts off the lake. She catches a brief glimpse of her own reflection in the water's surface. A monster stares back at her, with gray skin and long, nearly white hair. A diamond of scar tissue fills her forehead, the lowest point terminating above the tip of her nose. And her eyes, black with irises of gold floating in their center, gaze up at her in terror. Only now does Sakura finally feel cursed. Sakura is 30 feet off the lake and gaining, but that hardly matters. Naruto just wants her down. He bounds across the lake, building up speed, before leaping up into the air to tackle her. Sakura's wings glitter in the moonlight as she whirls around, intercepting Naruto. She grabs him by the arms and spins him, around and around, before throwing him at the canyon wall. Naruto hits the wall with a loud, earth-shaking crash. Sakura doesn't let up. She flies in and grabs his face, forcing it against the stone. She starts to fly, dragging Naruto's face along the wall as she presses down hard. Naruto pushes back against her, forcing his head off the wall. He braces a hand against it, then a foot, then both feet. Chakra flows down to his solace and now he's running along the wall, keeping time with Sakura. Sakura's eyes go wide. She swoops away from the wall, but Naruto holds fast. He dangles from her arm and she flies in heavy, drunken corkscrews, Naruto throwing her balance off. Naruto heaves, swinging, and tossing her back down into the water. Sakura hits it with a splash and disappears below. Naruto watches her like a hawk as he falls, tracking her silhouette as it flies through the water. He throws his hands out behind himself and, instinctually, shoves chakra out through the palms. His chakra turns to jets of air that send him shooting down towards the shadow of Sakura. He breaks through the surface and punches right through Sakura, scattering her form into dozens of pink petals that float to the surface. Naruto gets no warning, no scent, no sight, no sound, before something slams hard into his stomach and forces his mouth wide open. He sucks in a lungful of water. He doesn't have the luxury of swimming to the surface. He can only feel the quick shifting of water, then a hard blow to the back of his head. He spins through the water, kicking up bubbles. The water ripples and another blow nearly caves his chest in. Naruto grits his teeth and closes his eyes. He focuses on the motion of the water, on how it shifts and flows around the invisible presence in the lake with him. He feels it turn around, then dart right for him. The second before it hits, Naruto throws one hand back behind him and lets out another blast of compressed air chakra. He holds the other arm out to his side and clotheslines what is definitely a real, warm body. There's a gout of bubbles, then the greater invisibility jutsu falls away to reveal a wide-eyed Sakura. Naruto loops his arm around her neck in a chokehold and rides the air up and out of the water, dragging her back to the surface. The second they break through, Sakura grabs his arm and wrenches it off, tossing him away. He catches himself on the water, chakra channeling to his feet before he can tell it where to go, and looks up to see Sakura flying up, higher than he could possibly jump. She stops, hundreds of feet above, and forms a handful of indistinct seals. Duplicates of Sakura, dozens and dozens of gray-skinned creatures with dragonfly wings and snake eyes, blossom out from her. Naruto's eyes dart between them, trying to count, but that's a fool's errand. None of them pause before diving down, right for him. If Sakura thinks she can beat him at this game, then the curse mark really has made her crazy. Naruto forms the seal and lets chakra flood out of him in a torrent. Clones, as many as he can manage to match her, pop into existence in bursts of smoke. They meet the duplicates in the air, dispersing them into clouds of petals as they collide. Still they come, the tide of clones and the tide of illusions crashing against each other, until the air is more petal than oxygen. Naruto's just starting to think that maybe he got conned into this when there's a rush of air and a whole line of his clones go up in smoke. Naruto doesn't have time to blink before the air rushes through again and 3 more clones burst. He grits his teeth. This is a game of chicken. Naruto's never lost a game of chicken in his life. He drops into his low stance and waits. More and more clones explode, smoke mingling with the petals, until Naruto is alone. He takes a deep breath and holds it. He brings his hands up. There's a rush of air, then Sakura comes flying out from the petals. Naruto grabs her arms like a bull by the horns, heels dragging through the water as the force of Sakura slamming headlong into him pushes him along the surface. Sakura grits her teeth and quickly changes her trajectory, dragging him back up into the air. She pulls him up, so high they're nearly back at the top of the waterfall, but Naruto isn't cowed. He clings to her like a monkey clinging to a branch with one arm and pummels her with the other, kicking at her shins and punching doggedly at her eyes. Sakura gives as good, no, better than she gets. Her blows come fast, so fast Naruto can hardly see them. He knows she's getting more offensive than he is, but fuck if he cares right now. Sakura lets out a loud, frustrated grunt. She grabs Naruto by the front of the jacket and forces him off of her. She whirls around, swinging him in wide circles, faster and faster, before letting him go with a loud cry of effort. Naruto has only a second to hear the waterfall before he goes careening into it. The last thing he sees before he's sent crashing down is Sakura's eyes going wide, her hands flying to cover her mouth. And then everything is chaos. The roar of the water fills his ears. All he feels is pressure, like a giant hand punching his entire body, before his back smashes right into the jagged rocks at the bottom of the waterfall. In the confusion, in the pain, Naruto thinks he sees a massive cell, with an equally massive paw reaching out from between the bars. A voice, deep and obscure, rumbles, "If you won't save your own skin, I guess it falls to me to save it for us." Naruto comes bursting out of the waterfall, cloaked in red chakra forming a silhouette with claws, long ears, and one long tail. The cloak of chakra stretches its massive paw and grabs Sakura out of the air. It winds up and pitches Sakura like a baseball. She sails through the air, hits the wall of the canyon, ricochets off to the other side, and bounces around until she manages to catch herself on the far end of the basin. She shakes her head once, glances over her shoulder, then takes off, flying for the forest at the top of the canyon wall. Naruto has been reduced to a single instinct, hunt. And he isn't letting his prey get away. He grabs for the canyon wall and pulls himself to it, running along the wall on all fours. He sprints until he's even with Sakura, then leaps for her, claws extended. They grab for her and wrap around empty air. His vision swims for a moment, then clears. The girl is a foot further than he thought she was. The second his vision clears, the girl makes a sharp turn down, diving for the water. His arm stretches to grab the wall and swing his body down towards her, cutting across the lake. Right before he would have landed right on her, Naruto smashes face first into the canyon wall. He grits his teeth and peels himself off the wall, vision clearing again to reveal the wall several feet closer than he thought. He shifts this way and that, looking wildly around for the girl. She doesn't make him look far. The buzz of her wings draws his eye straight up to see her diving down for him, clawed hands primed to strike. He springs off the wall, tackling the girl out of the air and plummeting towards the lake. She bursts into pink petals in his arms the second before he hits the water. The cloak of chakra hits the water with a sizzle and makes Naruto bounce a bit when he hits. He doesn't have time to find his balance. Sakura breaches out from the depths of the lake. The claws of the chakra cloak strike like cobras, snatching Sakura out of her arc and wrapping tight around her. They squeeze, then stretch. They tear her into two perfect halves that burst into two perfect clouds of petals. Naruto growls deep in his chest, grinding his teeth. One of the ears on his chakra cloak twitches and Naruto turns toward the sound. There's another jet of water, this time at the base of the waterfall. Sakura is flying up from the lake towards the top of the waterfall, making a break for the river. Naruto lets out another feral roar. He bounds across the lake, arms and legs of the cloak stretching to make his strides longer and longer. He makes it to the base of the waterfall and grabs onto two of the jagged rocks with his claws, his tail wrapping around a third. Naruto pulls back against the limbs, stretching the chakra as taut as it will stand before letting go. They slingshot him right at Sakura. They crash together in the air. She bursts into yet more petals. Naruto drops back down to the base of the waterfall and drags his claws through his hair, tail thrashing, eyes wide and dry. Naruto's ear twitches at a sound, high-pitched and unnatural. He looks straight up. Perched on the head of Madara Uchiha is Sakura. One hand is pulled back, a whirling ball of white light spinning faster and faster in its palm. He thinks if he squints he can see feathers and petals streaming off of it. The white light makes her yellow eyes glow in the near dawn. A clone appears at Naruto's side in the blink of an eye. Naruto throws a hand out and the clone starts gathering chakra, mingling blue and red into a swirling vortex. He bundles the chakra tighter and tighter, denser and denser. The clone grabs Naruto by the collar and the back of his jacket, swings him around in a wide circle to build up momentum, then hurls him up towards Sakura. Sakura leaps down from Madara's head, wings pressed flat to her back to help her fall faster. They meet in the air. Naruto thrusts the raise-non directly into her face. It does not grind flesh and bone into a spiraled mess. It instead turns a girl into a cyclone of petals. Naruto's ear twitches as he hears the sound of a bowstring being pulled taut. He uses his tail to turn in the air. In a split second, he sees Sakura hovering below him. In her hands is a bow and arrow, all formed from bright green chakra. He swears he sees petals and feathers falling from the arrow's fletchings. She lets the arrow loose. It flies true. The arrow of chakra hits him in the heart. Everything goes dark. The second the arrow hits, Naruto's eyes slide shut. The cloak of chakra fizzles out, dispersing into the air around them. He starts to fall. Sakura's eyes go wide and she shrieks, "Oh shit!" She dismisses the bow and darts through the air, just barely catching Naruto before he falls back into the water. The sudden weight makes her twirl off to one side, nearly falling into the lake herself, but she drags herself back up. She flies to the lake shore, retracing the steps of her water clone. Sasuke is exactly where she left him, unconscious and waterlogged. Sakura carefully lays Naruto down next to him, then settles between them. She closes her eyes and breathes, deep and heavy. With each breath she can feel the cursed chakra pulling back, creeping back into the mark. Her wings, her hair, her nails, all of them retract. In an agonizingly long moment, she's Sakura again. She opens her eyes. She stares down at her teammates. When the sobs start to crawl their way up, she's too exhausted to push them back down again. Sakura presses her forehead into the muddy lake shore and lets her body convulse, her tears run, her face turn red and blotchy as she wails. It's loud. It's messy. It's unbecoming of a shinobi. She does it anyway. Between breaths she can't quite catch, Sakura chokes out, I'm sorry, I promise I'm sorry, I swear, I'll be back, I promise I'm coming back, I love you both so much, I promise I'll come back, I. She repeats it, over and over, like the words of a magic spell. If she says it enough, it'll become true. Eventually, Sakura has to drag herself to her feet. She pours the last of her chakra into two practice brick walls, leaning against each other like a makeshift tent, shielding Sasuke and Naruto from the elements. Sakura turns and walks into the forest as the first drops of rain fall from the dawn sky. Chapter 27, End of Part I. Zero dawn breaks behind a curtain of storm clouds. Rain pours in from the north, soaking the parched land of fire for the first time since spring, yet still arriving 2 months too early. Animals rush in a panic to their burrows and birds stay grounded in their flocks. Plants bend, nearly snapping beneath the force of the falling droplets. The ground melts into a slurry of mud and leaf litter that flows slowly but surely downhill. And in the middle of it all, Kakashi is shoving himself forward, chasing frantically after Sasuke and Naruto's scents before the rain washes them away. "We're almost on top of them," Pakun calls over the drum roll of the rain, "the scent's strong, and still pretty fresh." "They're not far." Kakashi doesn't reply. His jaw is clenched tight, brows furrowed hard, heart beating too fast for him to track. Sakura's scent has come and gone, blinking in and out along the trail blazed by her friends as they chased after her. There's not even a question of if she's been using olfactory genjutsu to send her pursuers off on tangents and down dead ends. The question is if she's still covering herself. If he's lucky, he'll break through the tree line to find the three of them in the midst of battle in the Valley of the End. Kakashi's never been very lucky. Despite expecting the worst, when he comes skidding to a halt on the lake shore and sees only a shelter made from two practice brick walls covering two bodies, Kakashi's heart nearly stops. He should hurry, Pakun certainly is, but his legs feel like they're melting as he drags them through the mud towards his students. With a shaking hand he pushes his headband away from the Sharingan. The first thing he catches is Naruto and Sasuke breathing, shallow but steady. Yin chakra glows lime green around their brains, wrapping around them like tissue paper around a gift. Curled up on Sasuke's chest, shivering in the cold and the damp, is Taunton. She perks up the second Pakun gets close, hackles rising, and tail twitching to one side, but relaxes as Kakashi draws nearer. Kakashi kneels down at the head of the shelter, distantly listening as Pakun reports, "Well, they're beat to hell, but they'll live. At least, they will if we get them back quick as we can. Wouldn't really do for them to catch cold on top of all of this." Taunton creeps towards Kakashi and snuffles at his knee, softly snorting with her ears flat against her head. Kakashi doesn't need to understand her to see the guilt on her face. He reaches out and strokes along the top of her head, a touch she leans into with another mournful grunt. Kakashi looks to Pakun and murmurs, "Any trace of Sakura?" Pakun sighs, "There's a genjutsu over it, but the scent's there. Fading fast, though. If I had to guess, she took off just before the rain came in and crossed the border just after sunrise. The rain will wash what's left away in a few minutes." Kakashi shoves a hard sigh out through his nose. Leaving the boys in the care of his dogs and crossing the border into enemy territory alone isn't an option, but Kakashi considers it for far longer than he should. The trail will be long dead by the time he makes it to Sound, and even if she can't run, Sakura can hide. Even from him. He made sure of that by sending her to Kurane. His eyes drag along the practice bricks, keeping Naruto and Sasuke nominally dry. He taught her this, too. How many other techniques he taught her did she use against her friends? Only now does it dawn on him exactly how much of this disaster is his fault. Wet noses snuffle at his face and shoulders, breaking Kakashi out of his spiral. The rest of the dogs have caught up. As they stare at him, heads low and tails between their legs, Kakashi almost considers sending some of them across the border after Sakura, as if that wouldn't be a blatant act of foreign espionage. Orochimaru would absolutely turn in his favor right after killing and skinning any dogs he caught. He closes his eyes, pulling his headband back down. "This is the end of the line," he mutters. "Akino, hey, you're carrying Naruto. I've got Sasuke." Kakashi gently lifts Sasuke and maneuvers him onto his back while Akino helps roll Naruto onto Ieyasu. Kakashi pauses one last time, listening to Sasuke's breathing, feeling the rise and fall of his chest against his spine. "I'm sorry," Kakashi whispers, to Sasuke, to Naruto, to the dogs, to Sakura, to Rin, and Obito and Minato and everyone else he just can't stop letting down. He turns back toward the trees and starts the slow journey home. Sakura drags herself through 15 miles of mud, repeating Kimimura's directions under her breath the whole way. The landscape slowly shifts from dense forest to copses of trees littered between rolling hills and wide open fields. Sakura keeps to the trees when she can, only taking quick, wary glances out towards the expanse of rice paddies. The last time she felt agoraphobia like this was when they came to the edge of the land of waves and she saw the ocean for the first time. How Orochimaru can live in a place this empty after growing up in the land of fire is beyond her. She supposes she'll be finding out firsthand. She forges ahead, deeper and deeper into untamed wilderness. Her eyes flicker from tree to tree, looking for the shimmer of scales and the bending of light around camouflaged forms. Now that she's no longer running for her life, she's finally noticed the snakes slithering along her trail. The first one she saw was as she climbed out of the valley of the end, staring down at her from a high branch, lightly obscured by a second skin of chakra. When they locked eyes it hadn't flinched, only moving when she was past it to slide down to the forest floor and disappear into the brush. And now that she's seen one, she can see all of them. They're nestled in branches, resting low beneath shrubs, coiled inside holes in the dirt. They watch her, unblinking, their tongues flickering out to taste the air, their only movement. Once she passes they finally break their vigil, either disappearing or following her at an easy pace. They aren't stalking her like prey, but they aren't letting her out of their sight. They let her know one thing for certain: she's expected, and has been for some time. Sakura coughs out a chuckle. Not quite a red carpet, but it'll do. She follows Kimimura's directions to the letter. Sakura cuts through abandoned, fallow fields. She climbs up and over hills. She wades through marshland and ducks back into forest. She heads north, northeast, east, north again, east again, then west. She comes upon a glen of oak trees with a series of torii gates disappearing into their depths, just as Kimimaro said there would be. She positions herself in the direct center of the gates and walks down the path, standing up straight with her shoulders back. At the end of the corridor of gates is a small, humble shrine to a kami she's never heard of. Sakura roots around in her pack and finds a 10 ryo coin sitting near the bottom. She tosses it into the offering box, pushes what little chakra she has left into the palms of her hands, then rings the bell and claps twice. The sound waves, laced with chakra, hit the trees behind the shrine. The dissonant chakra dissolves the genjutsu, the trees melting into fog and revealing a path around behind the shrine. Sakura whispers her prayer, gives a shallow bow so she doesn't stress her broken rib, and makes her way around the shrine. She comes out into a clearing surrounded by tall trees, nearly as tall as the old-growth oaks in the Leaf Village. What looks like a small roof sits on the ground below one of the trees, and as Sakura comes closer she can see a pit has been cut into the ground, with stairs leading to a door. Painted above the door, just below the roof and beside some sort of air vent, is the image of 2 coiled snakes. If that isn't proof enough that this is the place, Kabuto leaning on the door frame sets it in stone. As Sakura lopes down the stairs he arches a brow and remarks, "You actually made it. Were you followed?" Sakura shakes her head and replies, "Only to the border." Kabuto's other eyebrow pops up, "So it's just you? No Naruto, no Sasuke? You shook them off." Sakura frowns and spits, "I knocked them out myself. They're not going to be a problem, that's a promise." Kabuto stares at her for a few seconds, mouth pressed tightly shut before it breaks into a smirk. "Well then. This is going to be interesting. Come on, let's see how this pans out. You might want to take your headband off." Kabuto turns on his heel and strides into the darkness. Sakura blinks rapidly, then scrambles to untie her headband and stow it in one of her pouches as she jogs to follow. They descend into the bowels of the earth, natural light disappearing in favor of low, flickering torches. The snaking halls are narrow with low ceilings, but their footsteps echo in the vast silence. In the low light Sakura can just barely make out breaks in the rough-hewn stone walls, picking out doors and rows upon rows of prison bars. The silhouettes of people huddle far behind those bars, and Sakura can feel her eyes straining to pick out their faces. She forces them forward. If she's going to be living here, if she's going to embed herself in this village until the time is right, she can't think about all the people Orochimaru is hurting. Down that way lies only despair. They walk for what feels like hours until coming to a door set into the stone wall, at which point Kabuto turns and looks her in the eye. "I'm sure you're familiar with the will of fire. Before we go in, I feel like you should know the will of sound." Sakura's brow furrows, but she swallows her confusion and listens. Kabuto leans in until they're nearly nose to nose, then whispers, "The will of sound is that everyone here is out for themselves. You sink or swim alone. That tip about the headband is the last bit of help you're getting for free." Sakura swallows hard and it burns the whole way down. Kabuto turns on his heel and slides the door open. Sakura's not sure why she'd expected Orochimaru to have some kind of throne room where he received guests, but regardless, she's surprised to be led into what looks like a conference room. There are no torches, but set into the wall is a glass tank full of strange fish that wraps all the way around, lit from within by some kind of low, electric light. Blue-green light plays in swirling, hypnotic patterns across the long wooden table dominating the room. Orochimaru sits at its head, or at least she thinks it's Orochimaru. The figure sitting with their hands steepled in front of their chin has the same golden eyes with the same purple markings around them. She can see one poking out of the bandages covering his entire face, but the bandages cover what parts of him aren't covered by a plain yukata. A shock of gray hair sits shaggy at the top of his head instead of the flowing black hair she remembers. His golden eye alights upon her, and he shoots her a withering glare. Sakura sucks in a breath. She remembers his eye peering out from the burned skin on the grass ninja's face in sickening clarity. This is Orochimaru, no matter what the body looks like. Kabuto shuts the door behind them with a click. Sakura can't suppress the shiver that races up her spine. Kabuto simply heads over to one of the nearby chairs, settling down and not sparing her a second glance. There's a full minute of silence before Orochimaru snarls, "I'm not happy, Sakura Harino. Would you care to guess why?" Sakura's tongue is a lead weight in her mouth. Orochimaru answers his own question, "I've lost the sound for. I've lost Kimimaro. As valuable of investments as they were, these would be sacrifices I would be willing to live with if they had just been able to get me Sasuke. But you aren't Sasuke. You aren't even Naruto. Your family's only accomplishment was providing the village with one more martyr. You struggle twice as hard to become half as powerful as your peers. You are not worth the loss of 5 rare bloodlines, let alone 1. You made me miss my window to gain the Sharingan by a hair, and I'm stuck in this body for 3 years. You've robbed me of 3 years of progress. I do not take being robbed lightly, especially not by the same person, twice. And yet, you know how the saying goes. Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. There might, and I stress might, be something about you that's been worth all this trouble." He stands up, slow and smooth, "I'm going to make this very simple. You have 5 minutes to convince me that you're worth keeping alive. They start now." Sakura's mind is racing alongside her pulse. Of course, all along she was the mistake, she should have known that from the very beginning. She knew back when she'd done it she was stealing something meant for Sasuke, how had she let herself forget that? She bites the inside of her cheek. That doesn't matter right now, it can't matter. She has a mission, and that mission is about to fail before it's begun if she doesn't think of something. Her eyes dart over to Kabuto. He's inspecting his nails, picking at them with the tip of a kunai. She takes a deep breath, holds it for a moment, then lets it go. Sakura straightens her shoulders, smooths her features, and states, "First, I defeated Naruto and Sasuke in order to get here. If you don't believe me, believe those snakes that were watching me. I know they were all over the Valley of the End, the genjutsu they used was serviceable, but nothing I couldn't see through. That should prove I'm strong enough to be of use." Orochimaru's eye darts over to Kabuto, "Did you put sentries along the Sound Force route?" Kabuto jumps slightly, drawn abruptly from his own thoughts, before responding, "Yes, I did. I could summon them back here to report if you'd like, but I wouldn't want to take up more of Sakura's time limit." Orochimaru's gaze slides between the two of them, but eventually stops on Sakura. "You lead with first, I assume there's a second dot." Sakura's stomach twists at the thought of her second point. Of all the things Sasuke could forgive her for, she's not sure he'll be able to forgive her lying like this, her twisting her own wishful thinking and turning it into a weapon. But she forces herself to smirk instead of grimace. "Second," she continues, "I can still bring Sasuke to you." Orochimaru sneers, "Really? Please, tell me how, it's sure to be a fantastic claim. At the least entertain us before you die." Sakura places her hands on her hips and forces herself to sound flippant as she lies, "Sasuke's in love with me. Even as I was putting him to sleep, he kept telling me so. He's infatuated. And if you know him like I do, you know Sasuke's stubborn. He's an Uchiha, it's in the blood. He won't drop that torch, not even 3 years later. And trust me, he'll be better for you then than now. Orochimaru's eye narrows, and how, in this case, is later better than sooner? Sakura's grinning now as she explains, in 3 years I can bring you an Uchiha who's trained under Tsunade. After 3 years he'll have access to Tsunade's healing jutsu, and you'll have access to that healing. Sasuke's an incredibly quick study, especially with his Sharingan. It's not impossible that he'll be capable of maintaining his body like Tsunade can. That means you can maintain his body after you take it. You'll never have to switch again, you can keep the Sharingan forever. She can't read Orochimaru's face behind the bandages. But there is a spark in his eye. She's close. The bandages shift as he raises a brow behind them. You'd trade your teammate, take advantage of his love, fatten him up like a hog before the slaughter, for, what? What are you hoping to gain in return? Sakura meets his gaze head on. Power. Knowledge. Experience. All I'm asking is that you take me on as an apprentice. I'll do whatever you ask me to, I'll be your research assistant, your spy, your assassin, whatever you need. Because I need to be more than nothing. I don't have a Kekkai Genkai. I'm nothing now. But I can be anything. I will be anything you want me to be. Orochimaru glances over to Kabuto, whose eyes are bouncing from Sakura to Orochimaru and back again as he clenches his jaw tightly shut. He looks back to Sakura, and remarks, while you are near me I can reach out and grab hold of that mark on your shoulder at any time. Within the village hidden in sound, I am Hokage, Daimyo, and King. I have complete control over any and everything here. Staying here means I can snuff your life out whenever I please. Do you understand? Sakura swallows hard and replies, yes. Orochimaru starts stalking around the side of the conference table, eye locked on her as he prowls closer, and when you deliver Sasuke to me, when I take his body, that will be the end of him. His body will live, but his mind, his soul, everything that makes him Sasuke, will be nothing but a memory. Do you understand? Sakura can't answer with words. Her throat is tight, blocked by a lump larger than her fist. She simply nods. Orochimaru looms over her now, less than a foot of space between them. Sakura looks him in the eye. She will not be the one who blinks first. The first thing Sasuke sees when his eyes creak open is Kakashi slumped over in a cheap plastic chair, his eye closed. A blanket was probably draped over him at some point, but it's mostly fallen into his lap. Sasuke stares at him for a moment, watching his shoulders rise and fall, before dragging his eyes through the room. It's a Leaf Village hospital room. At this point Sasuke could figure that out by smell alone. 2 animals are curled up at the foot of Sasuke's bed, Tauntaun and a little brown dog with a squished face and a Leaf Village headband. Both are sleeping soundly, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. And in the bed next to him is Naruto, sleeping like the dead. His face and arms are covered in bandages, but his breathing is even, and there's no special equipment for any serious injuries. He's fine, relatively speaking. Sasuke blinks, once, twice, 3 times. He slowly and deliberately lifts his left hand, bringing it up from his side and letting it fall on his left leg. He doesn't feel the impact. He squeezes down and can't feel the pressure of his own fingers. Sasuke shuts his eyes, and immediately regrets that decision. All he can see behind his eyelids is Sakura pulling him out of the lake, kissing him on the head, holding him as her genjutsu takes effect and he slips into darkness. He presses the heels of his hands into his eyes to stem the flow of tears before it can begin. He presses so hard spots dance across his vision. He clenches his jaw tightly shut, taking deep breaths through his nose. He wants to go back to sleep. He wants to wake up. He wants to stop waking up in the hospital after losing everything and proving himself a failure. A hand closes around his shoulder and Sasuke almost shrugs it off. Sasuke, Kakashi murmurs, voice soft, look at me. Sasuke takes another deep breath, then slowly lets his hands fall off his face, landing limp at his sides. He opens his eyes and turns, following Kakashi's arm up to his face. Sasuke takes in the lines at the corners of Kakashi's one dark eye, the wine dark shadows beneath it, the ring of red around the edge of the white. Kakashi's mask warps in a weak smile as he picks up a wooden crutch from under the bed. Let's go for a walk. Kakashi lets Sasuke struggle out of the hospital bed and onto the crutch without help. He has experience enough with doing this that it's not hard. He hobbles out of the room, Kakashi at his side. Instinct draws him down the stairs and out into the courtyard. Temperature blows through on the breeze as steel gray clouds hang heavy in the sky, promising that this is only a momentary reprieve from the rain. Sasuke can spy birds huddled in the branches and squirrels curled up in holes in the trunks of the trees lining the path. The wind bites at Sasuke's cheeks and nose, the chill a herald of an early winter. Kakashi gently cuts through the silence. I don't know if I'd call this good news, but it is news. Your leg's not unsalvageable. If Hakume and Tsunade perform the surgery, you'll be, well, maybe not 100%. More like 90, maybe 95. I know you were on the fence before, but now it's either this or amputation. Sasuke's stomach rolls. He stops in his tracks, leaning heavy on his crutch. He'd been keeping his limp as a reminder, wearing the pain like a hair shirt so he knew what happened when he overestimated his own abilities and pushed himself too far. But he hasn't learned a goddamn thing, has he? He's been pushing on an injured limb this whole time, it's no wonder it gave out when it did. He's no better than Lee was when he found him in this courtyard, months ago, doing push-ups on ruined toes. Then there's no choice, is there? Sasuke whispers, forcing his eyes to focus on the path ahead and refusing to look at Kakashi. Kakashi is quiet for a moment before softly replying, there's always a choice. Sasuke considers that. He considers that for a long moment. Well, even if there is, I've already made it, Sasuke murmurs, there's too much I've left unfinished. Kakashi nods, staring past Sasuke and out into the middle distance, fair enough. They come around the bend in the path, the trees pulling back to reveal the koi pond. Sasuke almost expects to see Hinata, hooked up to an 4-drip and quietly crying with her back straight, on the bench across the water. Instead, of all the people to see, he sees Gaara of the desert. He's seated on the bench directly across from them, scarred face comfortably unreadable as he breaks apart a piece of stale bread and tosses the crumbs into the pond. The koi mob the offering and Gaara watches them quietly, hands folded in his lap. As the koi disperse, Gaara looks up and locks eyes with Sasuke. The two of them stare at each other across the pond, waiting to see who will blink first. Gaara takes the hit, blinking rapidly and looking down at his feet as he mutters, it's going to rain again soon. Sasuke looks to Kakashi, an eyebrow quirked in question. He can hear the strained smile in Kakashi's voice as he replies, I know it feels like it's been a while, but the inauguration was only a week ago. When you all needed backup, Tsunade asked our allies if they'd delay their trip home to provide it. Sasuke's brow furrows, so everyone else is. Gaara stands from the bench and starts making his way over as he calmly reports, the first half of your squad, Ino Yamanaka, Koji Akimichi, Guo Tiantang and Niji Hyuga, were found near the village. They were the most heavily injured. Yamanaka and Hyuga are still undergoing intensive medical ninjutsu, while the 5th Hokage is working on an antidote for some sort of poison in Akimika's system. Guo's injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. We weren't sent out until after they'd all been found. Gaara presses his lips into a tight, thin line, quietly avoiding Sasuke's gaze. The second half were. We found and supported them. Rock Lee and Shikamaru Nara's injuries are minor. Hinata Hyuga's internal injuries relapsed from overexertion, but according to the medics she'll recover. Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru suffered many deep lacerations to the face, throat, and chest. Kiba was also stabbed through the stomach. They'll recover, but scarring is likely. Gaara's eyes briefly flicker to Kakashi as he remarks, I heard Shino Abarame followed behind the squad and ran into resistance. Kakashi nods, running his hand through his hair with a sigh, unfortunately, he did. Whoever hit him took out almost his entire colony, then knocked him over the head and set the forest on fire around him, leaving him to breathe in the smoke. If I didn't find him when I did, he would have suffocated. Gaara takes a deep breath before slowly meeting Sasuke's eyes, your mission was a failure. Sasuke nods, yeah. Sakura's gone. Gaara bows from the shoulders, we prioritized bringing the injured back to the village. If I had pressed ahead I could have helped you subdue her. On behalf of my siblings and the Sand Village. On behalf of myself, I apologize. Sasuke finds himself jolting back, blinking rapidly, what? No, that's Gaara, no, this isn't your fault. The mission was a failure, but everyone lived, even Sakura. That wouldn't have happened if you just left everyone to bleed out in the woods. You made the right call. Sakura. Do you think? Gaara purses his lips, eyes drifting down to the koi. Do you think there's hope for her? The answer that comes immediately to mind is fuck if I know. In the Valley of the End, Sakura showed him the absolute depths of her capacity for cruelty. She forced him to fight his best friend. She took advantage of his bad leg, both physically and psychologically. She nearly drowned Naruto. She'd fought like a wild animal backed into the corner of her cage. Which is exactly what she had been, hadn't she? She'd pulled out every trick she could to throw them off the trail, to make them run in useless circles so she could slip away without a fight. Her traps had been designed to incapacitate, to put them harmlessly to sleep. She had begged him at every turn to just let her go. Everything she'd done to get away. If he was running, if he was backed against a wall, would he really fight any cleaner? He certainly didn't fight clean when they clashed in the Valley of the End. He didn't fight clean against Naruto back in August, when all that had been on the line was his pride. Sasuke closes his eyes. He hears Sakura on the wind, whispering a dozen choked apologies in a voice thick with tears. He opens his eyes. Yeah. I do. Gaara straightens up. His face hardly moves, but the outer layer of sand on his gourd ripples from top to bottom. His eyes are bright in the dull, stormy daylight. Sasuke's mouth twitches up at the corner. I mean, if there's hope for you, there's probably hope for almost anyone. Gaara's eyes narrow, and after a pause he remarks, I don't know if you're insulting me or not. Yeah, I get that a lot, Sasuke replies, it's gonna start raining any minute now. Let's go back inside, see if Naruto's awake. He'll probably want to see you before you leave, might as well do that now. Gaara and Sasuke start back towards the building, but Kakashi stays put as he says, go on ahead, you two. I've got something to take care of. Sasuke frowns, what is it? Kakashi lets his eye fall shut. Someone has to tell Sakura's mother. Oh. Sasuke nods and mutters a quick goodbye before turning on his heel, shuffling quickly away. Sasuke and Gaara are quiet. Neither has anything to say, and that suits them both just fine. It's rare Sasuke finds someone else just as comfortable, if not more so, in silence. He's going to savor it while it lasts. They make it to the room and open the door to find Jiraiya settled on the open windowsill, in the midst of conversation with a bright-eyed Naruto. They turn to Sasuke, Jiraiya as unconcerned as he ever is with him while Naruto quickly shifts from excited to guilty. Sasuke's stomach drops. Naruto refuses to meet Sasuke's eyes as he says, hey, I've got something to tell you. It's raining again when Tsubaki hears a knock at the door. She leaps from the couch and sprints to answer it, throwing it open with a loud bang. Kakashi is staring down at her, one dark eye unreadable. Her blood runs cold. She steps aside, allowing Kakashi to shuffle into the Jinkan, as she asks, did they find her? Is she alright? Is she at the hospital again? Kakashi, please, what's going on? Don't just stand there, say something already. Kakashi says nothing, not until she's closed the door and he's standing in the middle of her living room. He slowly surveys the room, looking from framed photographs of Tsubaki and Rin when they were young to the photo her mother took of Tsubaki and Sakura at dinner after she graduated from the academy. Kakashi's shoulders slowly sink. I don't have good news, Kakashi breathes, I never do, but... Tsubaki covers her mouth, shutting her eyes tight. She can hear Kakashi shifting in place, hear him take a deep, shuddering breath. Her hands are shaking. She takes a fistful of her dress in her free hand, her grip white-knuckled. We haven't been entirely honest with you, Kakashi begins, there's no point in hiding it anymore. So I'll explain everything. From the beginning. He spares no detail. He tells her about her daughter being branded by a criminal so heinous he was more a folklore monster than a man. He tells her about the curse, about its seductive power and how it drew Sakura in with the promise of more. He tells her about that promise drawing Sakura away, into the forest, across the border, and into darkness. From here, Tsubaki knows the rest. She wakes to an empty house. She assumes Sakura headed off to train and thinks nothing of it. She continues to think nothing of it until Irika comes into her workplace with a surprisingly stern expression and asks if he can speak to her in private. She obliges him, and in the alley behind the store he tells her he's here in a professional capacity. She learns her daughter disappeared from the village and they've sent a squad to go find her. She goes home early to quietly go out of her mind with worry. And after chasing her from sunrise to sunset to yet another sunrise, they lost her. Her daughter is gone. Tsubaki opens her eyes. Kakashi begins to say something more, but she's not listening. She crosses the floor in 3 strides. She rears back and slaps him hard across the face. She finds herself screaming, "You son of a bitch. You're her fucking teacher, it's your job to keep things like this from happening and you let this happen. Was Rin not enough? You take my sister from me, then my daughter, then what? Huh. There is nothing else. Congratulations, Kakashi. You did it. You've taken everything that matters to me. I hope you're fucking happy." Kakashi is silent and still as the memorial stone. Tsubaki's eyes spill over, hot, bitter tears running down her face as she grabs Kakashi by his flak jacket and shakes him. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Come on. Say something, you bastard." Kakashi says nothing. Instead, he reaches up behind his head. He unties his headband, letting it clatter to the hardwood floor. Tsubaki takes a sharp breath in and an instinctive step backwards at the sight of the sherry non. Kakashi's hair wilts without the headband keeping it out of his face. Her eyes go wide as Kakashi reaches for the top of his mask and pulls it down. His face is just a face. A nose, a mouth with a mole near the corner, and a jaw covered with 2 days of gray stubble. He's just a man. Not a wolf, not a demon, not even a great shinobi. Just a man in his 20s. She was in her 20s, once upon a time. For an instant she's thrust back to her kitchen table, doubled over bills as they lay strewn across the tabletop, biting her lip so Sakura won't hear her crying and realize mommy has no idea what she's doing. She still does that, some nights. Tsubaki hasn't even fully processed that before Kakashi has fallen to his knees. He bows until his forehead touches the floor. "Everything you've said is true," Kakashi whispers, voice thick. "I've hurt you and your family more than words can express. Whatever punishment you think is right, I'll accept. It's no less than I deserve." Tsubaki stares down at Kakashi's back. She listens to the rain hitting the window, drumming on the roof, running down the street. She listens to how silent, how empty her house is, how empty it was before Kakashi came here, and how empty it will be no matter what she does to him. She slowly sinks down, her knees inches from the top of Kakashi's head. She takes him by the shoulder and pushes him up. No matter how tightly he clenches his jaw, no matter how straight he holds his shoulders, there's no hiding it. Kakashi is ugly when he cries. Tsubaki brings up her other hand and slaps him across the other cheek with no force behind it. "There," she sighs, "that's your punishment. Now stop crying all over my floor." Kakashi blinks at her. "I don't understand." "Of course you don't," Tsubaki snorts, leaning back on her hands. This is pointless. What is hurting you going to change? Will that bring Sakura home? Will that bring Rin back? No. And you. Tsubaki shakes her head and wipes at her eyes. "You're not the enemy. I don't know who is. Maybe it's me. I mean, what better way to rebel against your mother who hates that you're a ninja than by becoming a rogue ninja?" Kakashi's mouth drops into a frown. "This isn't your fault, Tsubaki." She smiles and replies, "And it's not yours, either. Rin and Sakura both loved you, not because you tricked them or because they were using you to fill a hole in their hearts, but because you love them, too. I knew that. I always knew that. You were just an easy scapegoat, I guess. I'm sorry." Kakashi is quiet for a long moment. "Rin talked about you all the time, you know. It felt like every day she had a new story about stealing some of your clothes or some joke you told or some new thing your dickhead boyfriend had done to piss her off, and I I remember wondering if all civilian families were like hers, if they were all as comfortable and close and warm. I can at least tell you we're a lot louder than other families when we get together. Sabeki laughs. When Rin was alive we were even louder. Kakashi grins. She said as much. It felt like every other day she was showing up at my apartment with her medical textbooks, complaining that you were fighting with her dad or your mom was getting into it with your aunts and she couldn't study. And then she would spend the whole afternoon talking to me and not actually studying. Sabeki runs a hand through her hair, shaking her head. God, I teased her constantly about her using us as an excuse to hang out with her dreamy teammate. She had it so bad for you. Kakashi's jaw almost drops. Sabeki can't help a guffawing, snorting laugh as it bursts out of her. You seriously didn't know? Kakashi rubs at the back of his neck and mutters, I was an arrogant little asshole back then, my head was way too far up my own ass for me to notice it when girls were noticing me. It fit way better with my whole tragic anti-hero thing I was going for if I was pining for someone who'd never love me back, anyway. Sabeki falls quiet for a moment before murmuring, Rin was so excited when I was pregnant. It felt like she was the only person in the world who wasn't judging me for keeping Sakura. She was just happy to be an aunt. Kakashi leans forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. They're a lot alike. Too much for Sakura's own good, sometimes. Sabeki lets her eyes fall closed. They would have loved each other. Kakashi's voice is ragged at the edges as he replies, yeah, they would have. Sabeki and Kakashi sit together on the floor, listening to the rain come down around them. Sabeki isn't giving up on her daughter. She never will. But in the meantime, she's glad she has someone to mourn with. Tsunade is barely out of the surgical theater when she hears Shikamaru's voice calling, Hey, Lady Hokage. Tsunade turns around. Shikamaru is moving surprisingly fast for someone with a sprained ankle, cutting across the hall to get to her. The lazy, unmotivated mask has been thrown out in favor of a clenched jaw and eyes burning with rage. Tsunade crosses her arms over her chest and stares him down. He jabs a finger at her and hisses, I need answers, now. Tsunade interjects in her calm, reasonable, Hokage voice, Koji's going to be fine, by the way. Shikamaru blinks a few times, but barely loses any of his fire, stalking up to her and slamming his palm flat against the wall. Everything about that mission stank. That mission should have been A rank at least, there should have been at least 2 Jonin on it, but you sent your newest Chunin and a bunch of Genin you didn't think were worth promoting. When you sent backup, you sent ninja not even from this village, who have no obligation to report shit to us. Shikamaru's hand curls into a white-knuckled fist as his voice rises. Sakura, one of the most loyal ninja I've ever met, suddenly turned on her village with no warning. But when people from her village came after her, she used almost entirely non-lethal methods to try and shake them. She went to Orochimaru willingly even though she knew he wanted Sasuke, not her. Nothing about any of this adds up. Tsunade doesn't break eye contact, and why do you think that is? You're smart enough to see all of this, you're definitely smart enough to come up with a hypothesis. Shikamaru's eyes narrow and he leans in, glaring up at her. Like I said, Sakura turning traitor and running off to get more power doesn't add up. You know what would add up? The Hokage herself sending the perfect, low-risk, disposable mole in undercover, then taking advantage of her emotionally compromised apprentice to cover her tracks with a mission doomed to fail. Tsunade purses her lips. She shuts her eyes and lets out a long breath. Shikamaru, she murmurs, does that really seem like something I'd do? Shikamaru doesn't flinch. All due respect, ma'am, I don't know a goddamn thing about you. I'm not stupid enough to take the whole prodigal son coming back out of the goodness of your heart to do right by your hometown gimmick at face value. And I'm also not stupid enough to forget that half of your title is shadow. Doing shady shit is part of the job description. Tsunade's lips quirk up weakly at the corner, but you are stupid enough to, when you smell a conspiracy, go straight to the person you think is responsible for it and accuse them of conspiring right to their face. Shikamaru's mouth twists into a grin a hair shy of manic. Anyone who matters to me and isn't sedated knows exactly where I've gone. They know exactly what I've come here to do. They know how to check if I'm really me. I killed someone for the first time, my 2 best friends nearly died, all my friends are laid up in here, I haven't slept in 36 hours and my first mission as a Chunin was a complete failure. I really, do not give a fuck if I die right now. God's sake, kid, take it back like 10 notches, Tsunade sighs, rubbing her temple. I'm too tired to think of some clever ninjutsu gimmick that will guarantee in your eyes that I'm not lying, so instead, I'm going to give you information. Shikamaru's eyes go wide, his eyebrows leaping up. Tsunade puts her hands on her hips. Kakashi reported directly to me when he brought Sasuke and Naruto home. He did so because he was the one to find Shino. The forest around Shino had been set on fire, following standard leaf tactical procedures for trapping hostiles and erasing any material trace of your presence, fingerprints, scent, and if Kakashi hadn't come when he did, Shino's body would have also been burned to erase any trace on it of who he'd fought. But Kakashi did come. Kakashi claimed that he noticed black stains on Shino's jacket that didn't seem to be from blood or soot and didn't line up with any intel we have on any sound ninja. Tsunade's eyes narrow as she mutters, that's going to be the real measure of how deep this, whatever this is, goes. If that jacket disappears, then we're in for a weed with some deep fucking roots. She starts walking again, patting Shikamaru's shoulder as she passes. Trust me or don't, that's your choice. Follow your instincts. And know that I meant what I said during my inauguration. I believe in people, not institutions. If there's corruption, and make no mistake, there is, I'm going to smoke it out if I have to burn down the village to do it. Tsunade strides away, leaving Shikamaru alone with far too much to think about. Sir. Danzo stays focused on the darkness below the bridge. He stares into the depths until it is clear that Sai doesn't have any more to say. Only then does he turn to face him. Sai is holding in his left hand a bundle made from torn red fabric with a white circle embroidered upon it. This came for us. Danzo's mouth presses into a fine line. He closes the distance between himself and Sai, the tapping of his cane on the stone echoing throughout the massive space. Let's see it, then. Sai unties the top of the bundle and holds it open. Inside is a sound headband and 2 locks of hair, tied together with twine, one a soft pink, the other a glossy, familiar black. How long has it been? Nearly 2 weeks, sir. Danzo shuts his eye and pinches the bridge of his nose. Destroy this. Observe, monitor, but do not engage. I want full blackout protocol. Do you understand? Sai does not respond with words. Instead, fire chakra blossoms from his hands, flames consuming the fabric and hair. The headband's metal plate bends, buckles, and blackens. It clatters to the floor, and Danzo sweeps it off the bridge with his cane. It falls into the abyss, disappearing without a sound. October makes good on the promise of an early winter. Snow has started to fall, but it won't stick to the ground until December. Birds make their way south and squirrels stuff their hollows with what acorns are left on the forest floor. The trees quickly turn yellow, orange, brown, bare. The people of the Leaf Village hastily prepare their homes for the incoming cold and break out their warm clothes. Ichiraku puts a space heater under the bar, a few seats down from where Naruto usually sits so he won't burn his toes on it like he does every year. Sasuke's surgery was on the 8th. Naruto is leaving with Jiraiya on the 11th. Sasuke has forgotten exactly whose idea it was to throw a combination, "Congratulations on your successful reconstructive surgery, goodbye Naruto, happy birthday Naruto," party, only that Neji and Hinata somehow convinced Hayashi to let them throw it in the branch manner, which, honestly, they're probably lying about, and Sasuke has been roped into going with Naruto to buy some last-minute drinks. The only justification he got for that was that apparently nobody had bought any orange soda and Naruto wasn't going to attend a party with no orange soda. "I don't get why you need me here," Sasuke mutters as he hobbles behind Naruto into the convenience store. "It's not like I can carry anything." Naruto grins and replies, "I totally need you here. It's my birthday, so you're paying." Sasuke shoots him a glare. "I hate you." "Hate you too, jackass," Naruto chirps, strolling to the drink case and forcing Sasuke to go double time on his crutch to keep up. Naruto scans the drink selection with an appraising eye, hands on his hips and brow furrowed in deep, serious contemplation. Sasuke catches a glimpse of his own reflection in the glass. He stares at his left side. Just as he estimated a month ago, he'll be off this crutch and out of this brace by tomorrow. And when he walks, it will be without a limp. He won't be walking without pain, but it won't be like it has been for the past summer. He'll be back to normal. Back to how he was. Like he hasn't learned anything at all. Naruto elbows him in the side, bringing him back to the moment. Hey, since you're paying, you should get something you want to drink. Koji and Shikamaru probably didn't buy whatever bland old man stuff you like, so it's now or never. Sasuke elbows Naruto back before opening the case and picking out a bottle of root beer as long as his forearm. Naruto gags and leans away. Ugh, seriously? What is wrong with you? Plenty, Sasuke replies, now get your orange soda. You better get the cheap shit, I'm living on mission pay and a government stipend too, you know. Naruto's eyes go wide as he picks out his drinks. Really? I thought there was some Uchiha war chest you've been breaking into all these years, or some clan account in the bank or something. Sasuke shrugs his right shoulder. There is an account, but I don't get access to it until I'm 16 or a Chunin, whichever comes first. I guess they weren't about to trust an 8-year-old to handle a whole clan's fortune. And if there's a war chest, I've got no idea where it is. I haven't exactly been rooting around the houses of my dead extended family on my days off. Naruto grimaces. Then yeah, that shit's probably long gone, believe it. It was gross, dude. Anyone who wasn't afraid of a bunch of Uchiha ghosts started looting the district like a week after everything went down. How fucked up is that? Sasuke, who heard all the same whispered rumors Naruto did in the academy, just replies, pretty fucked up. They head over to the cashier and check out. Naruto did get the cheap stuff, and Sasuke thanks him for it by shoulder checking him as they squeeze out the front door. Naruto gets him back by thwacking him across the back of the head. Sasuke's suspicions are confirmed when Hinata meets the two of them at the gate to the Hyuga estate and ushers them to follow her around the outer wall. They squeeze through a broken portion of the wall Sasuke remembered being much bigger when he was 5 years old, cut through a bamboo grove, dart from rock to rock in the rock garden, shimmy through a gap between the wall and a storage shed, cross over a koi pond, and finally go all the way around the branch manor so Neji can let them in through the back door. I thought you said your dad was gone on a mission, Naruto remarks as they shut the shoji behind them. Why are we still sneaking around? Neji shrugs, shoulder still stiff. 2 weeks out from his own operation, Hayashi may be gone, but Hanabi's always lurking around, and she takes any opportunity she can find to snitch to Hayashi or the elders about us doing anything they wouldn't approve of. So, anything. Hinata gives Neji a gentle shove, carefully avoiding his injuries, as she may be a tattletale, but she's still my sister. Please be nice. Neji chances a little smirk and counters, I will when she does. Sasuke shoots Hinata a grin, arching a brow as he remarks, I was told you got permission to do this. Hinata's face lights up and she quickly looks away. I did ask my father if I could have friends over while he wasn't here. I didn't really say which ones or how many or what we'd be doing, but I didn't lie. I asked and he said. Well, he kind of grunted and then. Well, he asked Hanabi how things were going at the academy, but. Naruto lets out a belting laugh, awesome. We should have brought booze, really stick it to that old fart. Hinata turns a deep crimson, but Neji just snickers, oh, I definitely wouldn't worry about that. If Tenten doesn't smuggle us some in a scroll, we can at least count on Kiba to have swiped his mother's flask. Sasuke and Neji head off to start setting things up in the front room. If they don't give Hinata and Naruto some alone time now, there's no way she's gonna have the courage to give him his birthday present once everyone's showed up. Neji ribs Sasuke for being early to his own party. Sasuke counters that he couldn't trust their friends to actually get any setup done, and Neji can't argue with that. They're in the middle of commiserating about being the only people in the village that actually like root beer when Tenten and Lee arrive, Lee with Ino slung over one shoulder and her collapsible, hospital-issue wheelchair tucked under his arm. Ino is wriggling like a fish on a line as she shouts, we're here, put me down already. Lee grins, but he does as he's told. What is the matter? It was much faster this way, right? Ino's cheeks are bright red as she gets herself situated in the chair. It was humiliating is what it was. Next time you're injured, see how you like it when I cart you around like a sack of potatoes everywhere. Couldn't even have the decency to carry me bridal style, could you? Suzuki's distracted from Lee's reply, intent on gluing herself to Niji's side by Ino's hair. He'd heard she'd cut it again, but instead of a simple trim, she's brought it down to a neat pixie cut. Her bangs are still long, falling down to intermittently cover one eye, but the rest of her hair is barely over an inch. Ino catches him staring and shoots him a cheeky grin. Noticed the hair, huh? How's it look? Suzuki frowns for a moment, then remarks, it's short. Ino's laugh is better described as a cackle. Wow. Really? I hadn't noticed. What other stunning, deep, piercing insights have you got rattling around in there? Suzuki rolls his eyes. The only reason I'm not smacking you for that is because you're in a wheelchair. Ino's eyes light up. Oh yeah? Well, I'm not gonna hold back against a guy on a crutch. Lee, wheel me at him. Lee shakes his head and instead wheels Ino towards the drinks. Absolutely not. This is a party, there is no place for fighting at a party. Ino just snickers. You've obviously never been to a Yamanaka clan New Year's party. You know what? Consider yourself invited to the next one. You have to see what happens when my dad beats Auntie Yoshiko at cards. Koji and Shikamaru aren't far behind, Koji hauling in most of the food and drinks and Shikamaru dragging the overflow. They brought enough to feed a small army, but considering this party's going to be hosting Naruto, Koji, and Kiba, Suzuki can't help but wonder if it's enough. He grabs a couple omusubi while nobody's looking and shoves them in his jacket, just in case. Trust me, those aren't what I'd worry about running out of. Shikamaru snickers, appearing at Suzuki's side. 500 Ryo says the Taiyaki are gonna be the first to go. Keep your Ryo, Suzuki grouses. Spending time around Tsunade is the easiest way to kill a gambling addiction before it can start. Shikamaru falls oddly silent. He's staring at the Taiyaki with far more intensity than they deserve. Out of everyone in this village, you're one of the only people who actually knows Tsunade well, Shikamaru remarks, turning to look him in the eye. How much do you trust her? Completely, Suzuki answers without even thinking. Shikamaru jolts back a bit, eyes going wide. Suzuki hasn't even finished wondering why before he notices how clear and sharp everything in his field of vision has become, as well as the red tint. He blinks rapidly, dismissing the sherry non. He starts to apologize, but Shikamaru cuts in, bemused. Well, that settles it. If a KG motherfucker like you is vouching for her, guess I have no other choice. Suzuki's brow doesn't unfurrow. What's this about, Shikamaru? Shikamaru briefly considers him before clapping him on the shoulder. It's not really party talk. I'll tell you soon, though maybe over shogi or something. Gotta have something to do while I'm kicking your ass. Shino and Kiba are the last to arrive, rolling in at around the same time that Naruto and Hinata finally emerge from the back room. Suzuki's distracted from the scars crisscrossing Kiba's face by the fact that Naruto's now wearing a bright red scarf. Indoors. Hinata's face also matches the scarf's color as she beams from ear to ear. Suzuki finds himself softly smiling. He's not sure if Naruto knows their relationship is progressing, but everyone else on the planet definitely does. The party gets very loud, very fast. Both Kiba and Tenten bringing alcohol does not help. Ino has barely had a drop of it before she's belting out all the village gossip, even pieces of it that involve people in the room with her. After an hour spent forcing Shino to strain his injured throat singing karaoke and gawking at how well Tenten and Niji can dance so long as they're doing it together, Hinata and Koji bring out a cake with, "Happy birthday Naruto / safe journey Naruto / congratulations on the leg Suzuki," written on the top in letters so compressed the three sentiments are basically one word. Naruto blows out the 13 candles scattered across it. Koji remarks to Suzuki that they got a pumpkin cake both for the season and so it wouldn't be too sweet for him. He thanks him privately as Tenten and Naruto publicly bust Niji's balls for not being able to swallow even one bite. For a while, Suzuki can handle the noise. He suffers through Kiba and Lee proving what terrible singers they are, learning exactly who all their teachers are having sex with from an overexcited Ino, and being almost asked to dance about 10 times. But after 2 hours he can't help the feeling they're all trying to drown out the one voice that's missing. He excuses himself to the back porch without a word. In a quiet marred only by the muffled sounds of music from inside, Suzuki pulls out one of the omusubi. He unwraps it and bites down. It's filled with okaka, which Suzuki suspected, but is still pleased to discover. It's always strange, realizing in little ways that his classmates who don't have crushes on him have still been paying attention to him all these years. Suzuki lets out a long sigh, watching his breath turn to steam in the brisk night air. Will they still pay attention to him when Naruto's gone? That thought makes something hot and dark coil into a lump in his stomach. For fuck's sake, when did he become so insecure? When did he start caring this much about what other people think? Didn't he have a goal? What the hell does it matter if people like him if he can't kill Itachi? The thought of Itachi conjures not images of the massacre, of his parents' black blood seeping into the tatami, but Sakura lying broken and dead to the world in the middle of a hotel hallway in Tsukuba town. He has so much more to answer for, that should have galvanized him, should have hardened his heart. But the world is so much wider now. It's so much harder to stay on one straight, narrow road when all these side streets keep opening up. Itachi needs to die. The Uchiha clan needs to live again. But Sakura also needs to come home. Orochimaru needs to be ground into dust and scattered to the wind. Suzuki needs to learn everything he can from Tsunade, from Kakashi, from Lee, and Neji and Hinata. And Suzuki's a medic now, or at least he's going to be. A medic can't afford to ignore their fellow shinobi to go chasing shadows. Before Suzuki can spiral any further, the shoji slides open. Suzuki expects Hinata, Neji, Shino, or even Shikamaru to settle down beside him in the quiet and the cold. He does not expect Naruto. It's getting crazy in there, Naruto chuffs, voice lower than Suzuki's ever heard it. I think they were about to play spin the bottle when I left. Suzuki shudders, down that way lies only pain and despair. Naruto nods, believe it. Suzuki gestures to the scarf, did Hinata get that for you? Naruto grins and fiddles with the fringe, yeah, she knit it herself. Said if I was gonna be heading off now I should have something warm for when it starts really snowing. Did you know she could knit? Suzuki shakes his head, no. She's good. They lapse into silence. They've been doing that a lot these days. Suzuki watches snowflakes drift through the light from the windows. Hey, Naruto breaks the silence, do you? You haven't given up on Sakura, have you? Suzuki's brow furrows, of course not. Naruto sits quietly for a few more breaths before slowly speaking, Orochimaru has to wait 3 years between bodies. She'll be okay for that long. And I think I still want to bring her home. But when I fought Gaara and Neji. When I fought with you. I don't know. I got you. You guys, made sense to me. Zabuza and Haku made sense to me. Sakura, doesn't. I thought I knew her, but I don't get how she could be so cruel, how she could fuck with us like she did, how she could try to kill us, how she could throw away a family and friends that love her and her home for creepy chakra and a set of bug wings. And I don't get why she didn't kill us. She said I was her best friend, but she also said I was holding her back, and I know one of those is a lie but I don't know which one. Suzuki's eyes are locked on the ground. He wants to say, maybe they're both true. He instead says, well, there's only one person who can tell us. Naruto leans back on his hands. He stares up at the starless sky. A few snowflakes hit his face, melting on contact with his unseasonably warm skin. Naruto turns and looks him in the eye, will you be alright if I leave? No. Yeah. Naruto frowns, really? You're not just saying that to sound tough and cool and shit, right? The girl he loves abandoned him and now his best friend is going to do the same, how the hell is he expected to cope with that? I mean it. I'll be fine. Naruto heaves a sigh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna head back in. You coming? Suzuki ponders that for a moment, then replies, give me a few more minutes. Suzuki's brace comes off at 6:30 the next morning. There are a few false starts, but after a minute he's walking on it fine enough, with only twinges of pain and the weakness that comes with atrophied muscles. Hakume gives him a retinue of yet more physical therapy to get his leg back to full strength after months of being limped on. Shizune also informs him that he's going to be staying with Kakashi as he recovers, and if he likes she can help him carry whatever he wants to take over there. Sasuke knows he's not staying with Kakashi because someone needs to oversee his recovery. He's staying there because Tsunade and Shizune have decided neither him nor Kakashi should be alone right now. He can't say they're entirely wrong. He also has an appointment to keep. He trusts Shizune. He asks her if she can start without him and she agrees. He hands her the key to his apartment and tells her what he wants to take. He tries and fails to ignore the flicker of surprise and concern that crosses Shizune's face when she realizes exactly how little he wants her to grab. Sasuke walks to the gate at 7. Naruto and Jiraiya come down the street at 7:15. Naruto perks up and sprints to stand in front of Sasuke, a bright, surprised grin on his face. "You're here." Sasuke smirks with a loose shrug. "Of course I am. Someone's gotta see you off," and as you can see, Sasuke gestures with one hand to the empty benches on either side of the gate. "That party was a bad idea," Naruto snorts. "Everyone's sleeping off their hangovers, believe it." Sasuke nods. "It was so distracting I forgot to give you these." Sasuke pulls out a pair of Tekage Shuko from behind his back. Naruto's eyes go wide and dart between Sasuke's face and the claws, jaw-dropping. Sasuke shrugs. "If you're gonna fight like an animal you might as well have the claws to match." Naruto takes them with a laugh. "Jackass." Sasuke just holds out a hand. "Loser." They trade grips and pull each other in for a quick but tight hug, pinning their clasped hands against their chests. Sasuke meets Jiraiya's eyes over Naruto's shoulder. They nod to each other in silent acknowledgement. Naruto pulls back. "Don't burn down the village while I'm gone." Sasuke grins. "I make no promises." He watches Naruto and Jiraiya make their way through the gate. He stands there, watching them grow smaller and smaller, until they've disappeared over the hill. Then he stands there for a few minutes more. Sasuke ambles over to Kakashi's apartment at 8. He arrives to see Shizune and Kakashi making small talk on the balcony. There's a half-empty duffel bag Sasuke recognizes as his slung over Shizune's shoulder. Both of them turn to look at him as Sasuke draws closer, their conversation coming to an end. "I apologize in advance for the state of my place," Kakashi remarks, rubbing at the back of his neck. "This may come as a huge shock to you, but I don't really entertain all that often, and dogs don't make for the cleanest roommates." Shizune smiles at him and graciously replies, "I'm sure it's not that bad. And in a certain respect, it isn't. The apartment is spacious, the furniture is kept well enough, and aside from the 8 dogs all strewn about the room it's relatively clean." Still, Sasuke takes note of Shizune's small frown, the line between her brows, as her eyes run across the living room. The furniture may be well kept, but there's barely any to keep beyond absolute essentials. There's nothing on the walls. The shelves are bare. The windows are shut and the shades are drawn. It looks exactly like Sasuke's apartment. Sasuke takes the duffel bag from Shizune. "We'll be fine from here. You should probably tell Lady Tsunade that we're settling in." Shizune nods rapidly, forcing another smile. "Right, yes, I should be going." "Excuse me." Shizune quickly scurries back down the hall and out of the apartment. Kakashi and Sasuke stand in the middle of the living room, just staring at each other, waiting for the other to say something, because they have no idea what to say. Kakashi shoves his hands in his pockets and breaks eye contact. "Have you eaten yet?" Sasuke shakes his head. "Not yet." Kakashi starts schlepping over to the kitchen, muttering half to Sasuke, half to himself, "I'll see what we have here. It might just be dog food, but..." He glances back over his shoulder and points back the way they came. "The dogs have been sleeping in the spare bedroom, but if you'd prefer that to the couch in here it's off the hall, just past the Jenkin." Sasuke nods and heads back down the hall. The only furniture the spare bedroom can boast are a smattering of dog beds in different sizes scattered around the floor. Sasuke sets the duffel bag with all his belongings down in the closet, going through it to make sure Shizune didn't forget any of his ninja tools. At the very bottom of the bag is the tanto Sakura gave him for his birthday. Sasuke extracts it from the bag and holds it up. The Uchiha crest shines stubbornly in the low light. Sasuke straps it to his hip, the weight a welcome and sorely missed presence at his side. He reaches up behind his head. He unties his headband, taking it off and bringing it around so he can stare at the leaf insignia on the steel plate. Sasuke ties the headband around his left leg, just above his knee. He leaves the room and dips into the bathroom. He turns on the faucet, splashing his face with cold water before taking a moment to look at himself in the mirror. He rubs at his bare forehead, wondering what it will look like with the strength of 100 seal in its center. The thought sends the first frisson of excitement he's felt in days up his spine. Suzuki smirks and murmurs, "Well, let's get Madara rolling in his grave." End of Part I. Check the description for the links to the author.